Chapter 1151. Looking at Li Jinfeng's shocked expression, Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "Young Master Li, tell me, if I were to recommend you to Yan, what do you think the outcome would be?" Pfft. Li Jinfeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "If such a thing can be forced into a deal, what hope do I have? I don't think Xiao Tong would be interested in a poor scholar like me." Even if Xiao Tong reluctantly agreed because of you, what about our lives in the future? Won't we be living in your shadow forever? If Xiao Tong wasn't willing, even if I begged you, what use would it be? Zhang Xiaohua was even more stunned. She was stunned for a moment, then gave Li Jinfeng a thumbs up and said, I'm impressed, you actually said such things to Xiao Tong's Mrs. Senior Brother. I'm really impressed, you really have guts. You only know now. Li Jinfeng pursed his lips, and there was a hint of pride in his tone. Then, he leaned over and said, Why don't you tell me, what's bothering you? Fine, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I can't handle my own matters, even if I tell you, will you be able to help? Even if you can help, won't I still have to deal with it myself? And if I can come out and tell you, won't I still have to deal with it? I have to deal with it myself, why would I tell you this? Li Jinfeng was obviously confused by Zhang Xiaohua's tongue-twisting words, and almost couldn't react. Finally, he waved his hand and said, Fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. Hee. Seeing Li Jinfeng deflated, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. Chu Zhigao, who was driving the carriage in front, heard the two of them bickering at the back. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and couldn't hold it in. Come on, Brother Chu, laugh if you want to. Be careful not to choke. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Ha ha ha. Chu Zhigao's laughter was so shocking that the birds in the bushes by the roadside flew away, causing the people in the car behind to be stunned. The carriages traveled for several days, following the route taken by Zhang Xiaohua and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's caravan to the north. Although the horse carriage wasn't slow, it was still a far cry from Zhang Xiaohua's flying speed. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua often stood at the front of the horse carriage and looked ahead helplessly. However, she could only see mountains and towns. They were still very far away from Pingyang City. However, in these 3 horse carriages, there were either old, weak, or young people. Only Chu Zhigao was a man with half-baked martial arts skills. How could he let Zhang Xiaohua leave with peace of mind? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in such a state, how could Chu Zhigao not know what he was thinking? He took the opportunity to laugh and said, reporting to Immortal Master, the speed of our carriage is slow. If Immortal Master has something important to do, why don't you leave first? We don't have any gold or silver on us. One look and you can tell that we are poor people. If we encounter robbers, it might not be inappropriate to speak nicely to them. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had walked this path before. Even with the escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency by his side, there were many bandits who coveted him. Most of the time, they had to use silver to pave the way. This was still reasonable. If you met an unreasonable person who stripped you of your clothes and chased your carriage away, who could you complain to? Chu Zhigao had been in Jianghu for many years, so he must have known. At this time, he only said it because he didn't want to delay Zhang Xiaohua's matter. It's nothing, I just want to go and watch the show. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, since there is such a matter, why don't we just not go and watch the show? Sometimes, watching a show can take one's life. While he was talking, Zhang Xiaohua's expression froze. He unconsciously smiled and said, Brother Chu, please wait a moment. I will be back soon. He then made a hand seal and flew into the air. He had long forgotten to hide anything in front of the 2 coachmen behind him. He muttered, it's really like someone giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. This show, maybe I can make it in time. Immortal Master? 2 exclamations came from behind him. It was the 2 coachmen. Damn, how could I forget? Zhang Xiaohua was vexed. Indeed, there was a lively scene in the valley in front of them. There were a total of 30 carriages in the caravan. They were all covered with waterproof black felt and tied tightly with thick ropes as thick as a thumb. Around the carriages, there were dozens of coachmen standing beside the horses pulling the carriages. They used their hands to hold the reins of the horses tightly. Further out, there were dozens of burly men holding padeos in their hands. They were dressed like escorts and were evenly distributed beside the carriages. They were looking forward without blinking. There were less than 10 horses in front of them. On the horses, there were strong men who were dressed in martial attire. They were either holding swords or sabers in their hands. In the middle, there was a square-faced man who was dressed as an escort. He frowned slightly and turned his face to the two pale-faced middle-aged men with inch-long beards. He whispered something to them with a respectful expression. However, the two men were not dressed as escorts. Opposite them, there were more than 100 people. Most of them were on foot and held various weapons in their hands. In front of them were 5 men who were dressed in short attire. They were also looking forward with gloomy expressions on their faces. In front of the two groups of people, there was a dark-skinned man dressed in sloppy clothes. His arms were bare, and he held a large machete in his hand. Opposite him was a young man dressed in the uniform of an escort agency. He held a padao in his hand, and he was using a not-so-mature light-body technique. From time to time, he would throw out a few moves to fight with the man. At this moment, the young escort staggered, as though he had stepped on a rock. The dark-skinned man was overjoyed. He took a step forward and swept his large machete horizontally towards the escort's waist. Just as the large machete was about to strike the escort's waist, the young escort bent his body. He exerted strength in his slightly bent legs and his entire body shot towards the dark-skinned man under the large machete like an arrow. The dark-skinned man was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He could only let go of his grip and the large machete flew away with a whoosh. The dark-skinned man raised his leg steadily, as though he wanted to block the incoming machete. His face did not seem to show any fear. Indeed, after the young escort passed the machete to the dark-skinned man's leg, he did not forget to slash forward. He did a somersault and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win. How is it, Stockade Master Bien? My Lotus Flower Escort Agency has already won 2 battles. According to the previous rules, you only have to pay 20% of the toll." Hee. The burly man opposite him looked at the dark-skinned man who was walking back helplessly and said with a smile, "Escort leader Yuan, you've been on this road for many years and we're old acquaintances. If it were in the past, I wouldn't dare to charge you a single copper coin no matter how bold I am. But, it's different now. I heard that you're using the name Misty School again. This Misty School doesn't seem to be as famous as the Righteous Alliance. The hundreds of brothers behind me all need to eat. Escort leader Yuan, you don't mind if I charge you 20% more, right?" "You." Escort leader Yuan's face was a little angry. He held it in and cupped his hands. "Stockade Master Bien, we're all roaming the pugilistic world. We pay attention to the rules and face. If you change the rules without permission, I'm afraid it's inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Stockade Master Bien looked up at the sky and said proudly, "I opened this road and planted this tree. Of course, I set the rules." Then, he looked at the 2 people next to Escort Leader Yuan and said, "I know there's an expert next to Escort Leader Yuan, but, if Escort Leader Yuan defeats my hundreds of brothers, will the toll be paid? Don't worry. I'll be free of charge on this road. Even in the future, as long as it's your Lotus Flower Escort Agency's carriage, I'll let it pass." Hee. The young man next to Escort Leader Yuan sneered and pulled out the long sword at his waist. He patted his horse and was about to dismount when he heard someone next to him sneer, "Where did this wild man come from? How dare he ask the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for money? He must be tired of living." "Who?" Stockade Master Bien's face was full of anger. He turned his head and saw a tall and thin young man standing on a 30 feet tall tree. The young man was holding a shiny yellow copper rod in his hand. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua who had flown over earlier? "You." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing so high up, Stockade Master Bien's aura weakened a little. This was an extremely advanced qigong. Before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down and used the ethereal steps to approach him. She shouted, "All of you, take this. Today, I'm going to fight hundreds of you." Ah! Before Stockade Master Bian could raise the long spear in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua's copper staff smashed in front of him with a whooshing sound. The long spear was like a small piece of firewood. With a whoosh, it flew into the air and disappeared. Stockade Master Bian's arms were numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Immediately after, with a bang, the copper rod swept across the head of the horse Stockade Master Bian was sitting on. Immediately, the horse's head was smashed into pieces. Pale white brain matter and dark red horse blood splattered all over Stockade Master Bian's body. Stockade Master Bian couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. His red and white clothes were mixed with mud, making him look even more miserable. Zhang Xiaohua effortlessly took care of Stockade Master Bian. She didn't stop and continued fighting. Even though the other stockade masters on horseback wanted to flee, how could they be faster than Zhang Xiaohua? In just a moment, 10 stockade masters fell to the ground. Their faces were covered in blood and dirt. 10 tall steeds collapsed on the ground with their heads badly mutilated. Behind Zhang Xiaohua, the people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, as well as the 2 young men who weren't from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, all stood there in a daze, watching with their eyes and mouths agape. Stop right there. Whoever dares to escape will end up like the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's shout frightened the hundreds of people behind Stockade Master Bian who were about to scatter and flee. They all stood there with pale faces, their arms and legs trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a quick-witted person threw away the weapon in his hand, placed his arms behind his head, and knelt down with a thud. He cried, "Hero, please spare my life. I have a 4-year-old mother who is crying piteously for food and a 72-year-old child who needs to be supported. If I die, it will be 3 lives." Everyone came to their senses and threw away their weapons, shouting in unison, "Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please bookmark. Please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 1152. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely when she heard the bandits' hilarious cries for help. She stroked her chin and laughed. "Gentlemen, if you're begging for mercy, you should at least come up with a more sincere reason. This is the first time I've heard of a 4-year-old mother and a 72-year-old child." Everyone came to a sudden realization. They knelt down with strange expressions and stole glances at Zhang Xiaohua's emotions. Escort leader Yuan dismounted from his horse and walked briskly to Zhang Xiaohua. He cupped his fists and said, "Gentlemen, thank you for your help." Escort leader Yuan. "Hee, I haven't seen you in a few years. And you've become an escort leader?" Escort leader Yuan was stunned. He looked up and exclaimed, "Zhang." However, he immediately shook his head and said sincerely, "Although you look quite similar to an old acquaintance of mine, dare not recognize you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. Yuan Changqing, take care of these bandits first. I know the rules of your escort agency, and I have no intention of breaking them. However, since they've already boasted, let's make them suffer." "Huh? You're really..." Yuan Changqing was about to call out her name in shock. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand again. She had only taken care of a few bandits because she had heard them say that Zhang Xiaohu's Misty School was inferior to the Righteous Alliance. However, it was a hindrance to his identity as an immortal cultivator. If others were to find out, they would ridicule him for no reason. There was indeed nothing to be proud of. "Oh right, there are 3 carriages about 10 li behind us. Send someone to pick them up." "Yes, I'll do so right away." Yuan Changqing was naturally very respectful now that he knew of Zhang Xiaohua's identity. He was the younger brother of the Misty School's sect master. His martial arts skills aside, just this title alone was worthy of his respect. The two young men who weren't escorts were curious as they watched the two of them talk. However, they knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so they didn't approach them. Yuan Changqing walked up to the 10 fort masters who had just stood up. Their faces were covered in dust and their expressions were perturbed. They didn't know what to do. Yuan Changqing cupped his hands and said, "Fort Master Bian, I'm really sorry to have startled you. This little brother is a disciple of my Misty School. He just happened to pass by here." He happened to hear Fort Master's speech, so he couldn't help but intervene. Soon after, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was casually holding a copper rod in her hand. He smiled again and said, "Of course, my little brother from the Misty School is inexperienced in the Jianghu. His actions were ruthless and broke the rules of the underworld. I, Yuan, hereby apologize to Stockade Master Bian. My Lotus Escort Agency will compensate for these dozen or so fine steeds, and this time, my little brother's fee for borrowing the road will not be small." When Stockade Master Bian heard this, his face turned red and he shouted, "Escort Leader Yuan, are you looking down on me? What are these dozen or so horses? Could it be worth one of Bian's lives? Besides, when have I ever gone back on my words? I've already said that as long as someone from your Lotus Escort Agency can defeat all of my brothers, not to mention this time, I won't take a single cent from you for all of your escorts in the future. Do you want me to become someone who goes back on my words?" Yuan Changqing thought to himself, "Didn't I want you to say this?" His face was still hesitant. "But this little brother isn't a member of my Lotus Escort Agency. He's from the Misty School. All right, Escort Leader Yuan, we're all people of the Jianghu. How can we go back on our words? Otherwise, before you've even walked 3 li, the spittle of the Jianghu will drown me. Lotus Escort Agency and Misty School, aren't they one? If everyone doesn't give face to the Misty School, how can your Lotus Escort Agency walk the Jianghu?" As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua. He pulled on Yuan Changqing's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Who is Xiaoxia? How come I've never heard of him? His martial arts, TSK, I'm afraid he's stronger than 10 of you, Escort Leader Yuan. Can you introduce me to him?" "Fort Master Bian, it's not that I don't want to agree, but this little brother is indeed a little god of plague from the Misty School. Didn't you see? Just now, the dozen or so horses were all smashed to death. If it were someone else, who would do that? If you get to know him, and he passes by here in the future, looking for you for no reason, if he's unhappy, who do you think will be unlucky?" Fort Master Bian shrunk his neck and shivered. He said in a low voice, "Then I won't stay any longer. Brother, I'll accept your kindness. The next time I come, I'll definitely meet you on the mountain." Definitely. Fort Master Bian. You, take care. All right, Brother Yuan. Don't worry, I'll be friends with you for the next few days on the road. This time, no one will stop you." Yuan Changqing was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Fort Master Bian." Fort Master Bian stood up and reorganized his troops. He cupped his fists at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "The green hills never change, and the clear waters flow forever. I'm not your match today, but if there's a chance in the future, I'll come and learn from you." Zhang Xiaohua had heard Stockade Chief Bian's words the last time he passed by this place. When he heard it, he could not help but want to laugh again. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his laughter and waved his hand, indicating that Stockade Chief Bian could leave. Only then did Stockade Chief Bian relax. He waved his hand and left in a hurry with his defeated troops. Escort Leader Yuan, you're really something. No wonder you're an escort leader," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile as soon as Fort Master Bian walked away. No, it's all thanks to Brother Zhang. If it weren't for Brother Zhang, I'm afraid we'd have to go through a lot of trouble today. It's not that bad." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 disciples who wanted to say something and said, "With these 2 senior brothers here, nothing will happen. By the way, Brother Zhang, let me introduce you. These 2 are disciples of the Misty School. This one's surname is Lu and his name is Da. This one's surname is Ku and his name is Nanli. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her fists and said, "Greetings, senior brother Lu and senior brother Ku." "Hee, I wouldn't dare." "Greetings, junior brother Zhang." Junior brother Zhang's cudgel technique is really amazing. I'm really impressed. I heard that during the martial arts assembly of the incense cult, there was someone called Ren Xiaoyao who also used a copper cudgel. He suppressed everyone and shocked the Jianghu. I'm afraid junior brother Zhang isn't any worse than him. The two senior brothers have also been to the incense cult? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Yes, the two of us came back from the Shixin Peak with gang leader Zhang. How could we not have been to the incense cult? Did brother Zhang come back to the Misty School with Elder Hu? I don't think you look familiar. Looking at the two people's expressions, Zhang Xiaohua also realized that although she had shown her face on the Shixin Peak, there were thousands of disciples of the Misty School on the Shixin Peak. How could she know all of them? I didn't come back to the Misty Mountain Villa with Elder Hu. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to introduce herself. Yuan Changqi next to them laughed and said, "Brother Lu, brother Ku, you two are blind. Didn't you just say that you didn't complete the task given by gang leader Zhang and were afraid that you wouldn't be able to report back? There is a ready-made Buddha in front of you. If you ask for help, I can guarantee that you will be fine." The two people were shocked. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua carefully and asked curiously, "Junior brother Zhang, what's the relationship with gang leader Zhang? Do you still need to ask? They both have the surname Zhang. The little brother in front of you is gang leader Zhang's younger brother. If he helped you, wouldn't it be 10,000 times better?" "Oh, junior brother Zhang, my eyes are blind. It's really..." "Don't be offended. Gang leader Zhang has never talked about his family, so I didn't expect him to have such a powerful younger brother. Don't blame me, don't blame me." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Don't blame me for not knowing. Besides, what can I blame you for?" That's great, that's great." The two people were happy to see Zhang Xiaohua was amiable. At this time, the people of the escort agency had already cleaned up the surroundings, arranged the carriage, and were ready to set off. It was just that Yuan Changqing had ordered several escorts to follow Zhang Xiaohua's instructions to look for Chu Zhigao and the others, so they waited quietly. Seeing that the three carriages had not arrived yet, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I wonder what the two senior brothers are doing here. Could it be that gang leader Zhang attaches great importance to it?" This. Lu Da thought for a moment and said, "This matter is very confidential. I just want little brother to say a few good words in front of gang leader Zhang. As for the specific matter, little brother is not a disciple of the Misty School, and gang leader Zhang also told me not to tell anyone, so..." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Well, you guys are really reliable. Don't worry, when I go back, I'll talk to second brother. If it's not something extremely important, I'll let second brother go. I still have this bit of face. It's nothing important, nothing important." Kunamli next to him said, "It's just to pick up a few people. It's just that you didn't find them." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. A strange expression appeared on her face. She whispered, "Senior brothers, are you guys going to Dragon Mountain to look for someone?" Lu Da and Kunanli were even more surprised. They looked at each other and said in unison, "We didn't slip up just now, right? Little brother, how did you know?" "How would I know? I begged second brother to do this." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "You guys went to Dragon Mountain to pick up Chu Zhigao. Why did you run here? And you've been delayed for so long?" After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's orders, the two no longer had any doubts. Lu Da looked at Kunanli and said, "Little brother, I'll let you know. It's not that we're slacking off. After junior brother Ku and I arrived at Horn Dragon Mountain, we couldn't find him no matter how hard we searched. Chu Zhigao spent a long time searching the entire Horn Dragon Mountain multiple times, but to no avail. Little brother, you should know that sect leader Zhang trusts us, which is why he told us to hide this matter from us. How can we face sect leader Zhang if we mess up the first time we do something? Therefore, I discussed with Senior Marshal Brother Lu and wanted to search the towns around Dragon Mountain. However, we searched the towns near Dragon Mountain, and even the towns further away, such as Misty Rain Town and Poyang Town, but we still couldn't find a trace of them. So, we returned home and wanted to apologize to sect leader Zhang. Chapter 1153. At this point, Lu De glanced at Yuan Changqing, who was hiding in the distance to avoid suspicion, and said, "Just yesterday, we met the escort team of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Since we were going back to Pingyang City, we left together." Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. "Great, so that's how it is. Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers. However, since we met here, then, you two senior brothers can also report to your big gang leader. There's no need for me to go down and intercede for you." "Little brother, you mean?" Kun Nanli didn't quite understand. However, Lu De had long seen the 3 carriages in the distance, as well as the escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He said happily, "Could it be that the people in the carriages behind are the people we are going to pick up?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "That's right. Escort these 3 carriages back to the Huanxi Mountain Villa. It'll be a great merit." Lu De and Kun Nanli were overjoyed. They cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, little brother. No, it's all my fault for troubling the two of you. I still feel bad about it. How can I accept your thanks?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hands. Although Chu Zhigao knew that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency belonged to the Misty School, he still felt uneasy in his heart. It was only when he saw Zhang Xiaohua in the carriage that he felt relieved. Once he reached the front of the carriage, he jumped down and called out, "Immortal," but just as he called out a word, Zhang Xiaohua cut him off. "Brother Chu, come. These 2 were sent by my second brother to pick you and Jing up. It's just that I thought that you were at Dragon Mountain that day. They searched for you in Dragon Mountain for many days, but they couldn't find you. They even searched the surrounding towns. Chu is untalented. I've troubled the 2 heroes." Chu Zhigao stepped forward and bowed. We don't dare. Lu De and Kun Nanli also returned the greeting. Behind Chu Zhigao, Li Jinfeng also jumped down from the carriage. Yuan Changqing had actually seen Li Jinfeng several times. The 2 of them greeted each other in astonishment and were quite familiar with each other. The 2 coachmen's eyes were even more fervent, as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua with extreme devotion, as if Zhang Xiaohua was really a deity. Encountering the people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, the 2 coachmen naturally wouldn't use them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua let Chu Zhigao use double the salary and double the price to buy that lousy carriage and sent the 2 of them back to Poyang Town. Seeing the 2 of them whispering excitedly to each other and looking back at her, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to go over and admonish them. The convoy of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency reorganized and placed Chu Zhigao's 3 carriages in the middle, with Lu De, Kun Nanli, and the other escorts guarding them. The entire convoy began to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Yuan Changqing, cupped her hands and said, "Brother Yuan, I still have some matters to attend to and need to take a step forward. I'll leave these 3 carriages and 4 people to Brother Yuan. There's still a long way to go from here to Pingyang City. Although little brother's martial arts are strong, there's still some risk in traveling alone. Why not follow the escort team? I still want to rely on little brother's martial arts to return to Pingyang City safely." Yuan Changqing said with concern. It's not like I haven't walked this path before. As long as there are rules to follow, nothing will happen to the convoy of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Besides, there's still Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ku. Nothing will happen. As for me, I have some urgent matters to attend to and can't stay for long. I hope you can forgive me. Then little brother, be careful on the road," Yuan Changqing exhorted. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the carriage and said a few words to Li Jinfeng and Chu Zhigao. She passed a few jade talismans to Li Jinfeng and whispered, "If there's an extremely dangerous matter, crush this green jade piece and it can save your life. Also, if you crush that white jade piece, I'll know and I'll rush over as soon as possible." When Li Jinfeng heard this, he carefully hid the few jade talismans and said, "Xiaohua, if you have something to do, leave quickly. I'm just a weak scholar. I'm afraid that even bandits won't be interested in me. Hee, you have to be careful. Otherwise, Sister Chiu Tong won't have anyone to rely on for the rest of her life." Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng's face was a little red. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and used the ethereal steps to leave. When she couldn't see any trace of them, she made a hand gesture to conceal herself and soared into the sky. The entire pugilistic world's attention was focused on Mount Yao. At this moment it was different from what Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. Setting aside the fact that the climate within a radius of a dozen miles around Yao Mountain was obviously different from the surrounding areas, the trees on Yao Mountain were still as green as ever even though it was already autumn. It was no different from spring or summer, and some of the ordinary grasses were even more vigorous than usual, and the flowers were even more dazzling. Not to mention that the disciples of the Xianxiang cult, Daoist Temple, between the clouds and the water, and the righteous Dao alliance were even more strict. Just the number of disciples in the encampment of the four sects indicated that the sect leaders of the four sects had already arrived. Let's talk about the scheming people on Mount Yao. When Zhang Xiaohua came to take a look that day, the various sects had set up defenses around Mount Yao to prevent other sects' disciples from going up the mountain. But at that time, only the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water, Bai Yanxiu, was present. The other sect's strength was reduced by a lot. But there were still many people who relied on their superior lightness skills to sneak in from different places. Looking at the current situation, although it could not be said that every inch of the mountain was carefully searched, there were at least a few thousand people spread out over the several dozen li of Mount Yao, each of them searching on their own. Some of them were like bullets, running here and there to look. Some of them were holding shovels and hoes in their hands, digging here and there. There were also some who were even more mysterious, holding all kinds of discs, pointers, boxes, and other strange things in their hands. They looked at the things in their hands while walking up the mountain along different routes. In short, there were many more. However, although there were thousands of people scattered on Mount Yao, there were no bubbles. They were all covered by the trees of the mountain. But these people's actions caused the people outside the mountain to be dissatisfied. Taking advantage of the night, there were many people sneaking into Mount Yao every day. Although the disciples of the four sects tried to stop them, with so many people rushing in, there were always people who slipped through the net. Buzz! Everyone on Mount Yao, as well as at the foot of the mountain, looked up to see what was happening. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and a wave of air descended from the sky like a hurricane. The trees and rocks were blown away, and the people on Mount Yao staggered and almost fell to the ground. After the wave of air passed, the strange sound also stopped, and the place returned to its previous tranquility. The people on Mount Yao seemed to be moved. Without prior agreement, they rushed in all directions, heading in the direction of their thoughts. At the foot of the mountain, several small sects leaders and disciples broke through the blockade of the four sects and went up Mount Yao. South of Mount Yao, in the encampment between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanxiu and the three perfected masters flew out of their tents as soon as the buzzing sound came. They looked at the mountain in front of them expressionlessly, not too surprised. But when the wave of air came out again, the wind blew in front of their eyes. The four of them were stunned. Then, they said in unison, "Yuan Qi of heaven and earth?" Immediately, the four of them ignored the others and sat down on the ground, silently operating the Heart Sutra in their hearts. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Bai Yanxiu was the first to open her eyes. She looked at the three teachers who still had their eyes closed to guide their qi. Then, she turned around and looked at the crowd on Mount Yao. A look of annoyance appeared on his face. After the time it takes to eat a meal, the three perfected masters between the clouds and the water opened their eyes. Perfected Master Hao Yun said with a smile, "This this immortal mansion is really amazing. It hasn't even been born yet, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth it spews out is already so dense. It's not much inferior to the immortal mansion recorded in the sect's ancient records. If we can cultivate in this immortal mansion, our cultivation can be expected. Senior brother is right. Not to mention the yuan qi of heaven and earth it spews out today, the amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth overflowing from Mount Yao is far more than what we have seen in our lives. The prosperity of the immortal mansion, perhaps it will be because of this immortal mansion. Since the 3 perfected masters have said so, then this disciple, all the previous arrangements, the 3 perfected masters, by Zhangmen, you don't have to say anymore. Previously, it's not that we didn't want the sect leader to covet the immortal mansion, but the sect leader has other actions. However, Bai Zhangmen is the sect leader between the clouds and the water. Everything in the sect is decided by the sect leader. Our opinions are only for reference. When the sect leader abandoned the Shindao sect and changed it to between the clouds and the water, we were just talking about it. Thank you for your tolerance. Bai Yanxiu smiled like a flower and said, however, I would like to ask the 3 perfected masters to enlighten me. This immortal mansion, when will it be born? Perfected Master Hao Yun smiled bitterly. Even Master Huan doesn't know the time, how can we know? Alas, in fact, what the immortal mansion looks like is not recorded in the sect's ancient records. We also don't know what it looks like. Is it similar to the Shindao sect? Senior brother, you're wrong. How can it be the same? If it's the same, why would we come here? I'm just talking about the scale. Look at Yao Mountain, it's only a few dozen miles. Even if it's all occupied, hearing this, Bai Yanxiu was shocked. He looked at the whole Yao Mountain and whispered, 3 perfected masters. I'm afraid, the whole Yao Mountain is that immortal mansion. Oh, that's right. We're only thinking about the immortal mansion, but we've never thought about how it will be born. Will it fall from the sky? Or will it come out from underground? If the whole Yao Mountain is the immortal mansion, it's understandable. When the time comes, as long as there's a door, it'll be enough. This is bad. This group of disciples from various sects are going back and forth on Yao Mountain. If they really find the door, it'll be terrible. Bai Zhangmen, didn't you also? Yes, perfected Master Hao Yu, I did send people, but the number was limited. Moreover, I mainly wanted to hide it from the incense cult and the Daoist temple. When the immortal mansion is born, we'll have the upper hand. But now, because of this group of people, how can we have the upper hand? If that's the case, then it's time to clean up. Perfected Master Hao Feng looked at the disciples from various sects running around like flies and said coldly. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1154. West of Yao Mountain, in the Righteous Alliance's camp, in a rather large pavilion, a dozen people stood respectfully, facing the direction of Yao Mountain. Alliance Master Zhang San's face was gloomy as he sat on a gold-threaded Phoebe Jinan wood chair, coldly looking at the people in front of him who had their heads bowed and did not dare to speak. Alliance Master Zhang San's face had been gloomy for several days. Ever since he came to Yao Mountain from the Righteous Path Peak and received some news about the Misty School, he had been gloomy since then. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master had not spoken for several days and was really angry. No one dared to step forward, afraid that, if they said something wrong, he would punish them. Picking up a teacup inlaid with golden threads, Alliance Master Zhang San drank a mouthful. Before it even entered his throat, he spat it out with a pu sound. Then, with a swing of his hand, the teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Humph, what kind of tea is this? Is it for humans to drink? Alliance Master Zhang San said angrily. Yes, Alliance Master, this subordinate will immediately order my subordinates to find a good mountain spring. Vice Alliance Master Chai knew that Alliance Master Zhang San had spoken, so he could only bite the bullet and go forward. Humph, mountain spring water is easy to find, But, the thousands of elite disciples of my righteous alliance are not easy to find. Vice Alliance Master Chai, can you tell me, how long will it take for my righteous alliance to nurture thousands of elite disciples? Alliance Master Zhang San berated, also, you all, can anyone tell me, that so-called immortal Dao expert, is he from the incense cult? He only killed my righteous alliance's disciples? Did he not care about the Misty School's disciples? Alliance Master Zhang San was flustered and exasperated. He jumped up. Also, my righteous alliance's azure flame token, even our headquarters were taken by someone. I actually do not know who that person is. Also, where is the money I asked for? You all should give it to me. It will be winter soon, next year. My righteous alliance will make a big move. Without money, how do you expect me to send out the disciples? The crowd was in an uproar, and they all shrunk their necks and lowered their heads. This Alliance Master, don't be anxious. Although thousands of disciples are trapped in Ethereal Peak, they are still disciples of the righteous Dao Alliance and their martial arts have not been crippled. Even if they are imprisoned, once we find the Dharma treasure of the immortal Dao and pass by Ethereal Peak, we can either destroy the Misty School or force them to hand over my thousands of disciples. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Vice Alliance Master Chai did not want to speak, but if he didn't, who would? You have the nerve to say such words. When has my righteous Dao Alliance ever suffered such a huge loss? Where am I supposed to put my face? Even if we destroy the entire Misty School, it will still be difficult to wash away this shame. That's right. If Alliance Leader Zhang is willing, our righteous Dao Alliance will destroy the Misty School after we pass. Our elite disciples are already lying in ambush halfway. Vice Alliance Leader Chai agreed with Alliance Leader Zhang San. That's how it should be. Alliance Leader Zhang San laughed sinisterly. Didn't that old beggar genie not care about the Misty School? I'll let the whole pugilistic world see that our righteous Dao Alliance is not inferior to the immortal Dao Alliance. Vice Alliance Leader Mi, who looked a little dispirited, suddenly became spirited and said, that's exactly what we need to wash Ethereal Peak with blood. Only then can we save the face of our righteous Dao Alliance. Alliance Leader, do you still need to say this? Although we don't have any evidence, that immortal Dao expert must be a consecrator of the incense cult. We'll only use ordinary disciples to kill them this time. I'd like to see how that immortal Dao expert will deal with them. But, what about the monks of the Daolan Temple? Vice Alliance Leader Yen, who looked a little hesitant, asked tentatively, those bald donkeys are the most merciful. They've seen through our plans a few times, but they've been putting on a false front, killing and arson. Our righteous Dao Alliance's disciples were captured by the enemy and we sent our disciples to rescue them. This reason makes sense to the whole pugilistic world. No matter how powerful the Daolan Temple is, it's still the Daolan Temple of the pugilistic world. They broke the rules for no reason. Alliance Leader Zhang San sneered. Then, he looked at Yao Shan and laughed for no reason. I didn't expect this Zhang Xiaohu, who I've never heard of before, to have such skills. Vice Alliance Leader Chai, you've made a mistake. Shui Yupeng, a hero of her generation, actually died in the hands of a nobody. Dying a heroic death? Bullshit. Didn't he just discover the relationship between Shui Yupeng and the righteous Dao Alliance? But, even if Shui Yupeng is still alive, there are 4 Vice Alliance leaders in the entire Misty School. There are 5 new halls, and Zhang Xiaohu has arranged for each hall leader. Even if Shui Yupeng is a Vice Alliance leader, he won't be able to do anything. If he doesn't contact the righteous Dao Alliance's disciples, what else can he do? Hu Yuni, why did you come back? You might as well build your own Misty School outside. I'm sorry for my incompetence, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Vice Alliance Leader Chai bowed and said, this subordinate, originally thought that this Zhang Xiaohu was a puppet of the fragrance cult. Our righteous Dao Alliance controlled Shui Yupeng to give her a taste of her own medicine, making the fragrance cult unable to speak of their suffering. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to be so clever. Maybe, the incense cult is clever. Alliance Leader Zhang San sneered and waved his hand. the Misty School is just a chicken rib. If the Alliance is happy, we can destroy it with a wave of our hand. Let's take a look at this treasure first. Vice Alliance Leader Yen, did the righteous Dao Alliance's disciples on Yao Mountain find anything? Vice Alliance Leader Yen shook his head. Alliance Leader, there's nothing. We've searched for so long, but there's nothing. What about the disciples of the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water? This. Vice Alliance Leader Yan's expression was strange. They didn't even send any disciples up the mountain. What? Did they finish their investigation long ago? Alliance Leader Zhang San was surprised. We came late and only occupied the west side. Did they already send their disciples up? Alliance Leader, according to what I know, between the clouds and the water was the first to arrive, followed by the Daoist temple, and then the incense cult. They only sent their disciples to guard the mountain path and didn't let any disciples from other sects go up the mountain. They didn't even send a single disciple. Vice Alliance Leader Yen honestly reported what he knew. This is interesting. Alliance Leader Zhang San said, pass down the order, tell the disciples to be careful and not miss anything important. Yes. I understand. As he spoke, a buzzing sound came from Yao Mountain, and another burst of yuan qi came out. The wind blew Zhang San's white hair up. What is this? Vice Alliance Leader Yen, send more people up there to take a look. Alliance Leader Zhang San was very surprised by the sudden appearance of the hurricane and immediately ordered. On the east side of Yaoshan, the incense cult's leader, Nun Jingyi, sat upright in a wooden hut that could not be considered beautiful. On her left sat Nun Shuezhen and other inner disciples, while on her right sat several white-haired old priests. Shu Qing and Shu Jia, the two Taishang elders, were not among them. Jingyi's face was full of joy. Looking at Yao Mountain outside the house, she smiled. Yao Mountain's grand event is even more attractive than my incense cult's martial arts convention. The appearance of the immortal mansion is really something to look forward to. Leader, between the clouds and the water actually arrived much earlier than my incense cult. I'm afraid they already have news of the immortal mansion. Between the clouds and the water received the inheritance of the Shindao sect. The Shindao sect and my incense cult are both inheritances of the ancient path of immortality. No one can guarantee that they don't have records of the immortal mansion. As for the Shindao sect, between the clouds and the water was destroyed by us once. I'm sure they want the immortal mansion more than my incense cult. Leader, you're right. Anyone can get the immortal mansion, but not between the clouds and the water. If that bastard Bai Yanxiu gets it, I'm afraid he'll stir up another bloody storm in the Jianghu. Nun Shuezhen nodded. The appearance of incense cult brings chaos to the Jianghu. Our incense cult has just re-entered the Jianghu, and we've already encountered the immortal mansion. How can there be such a strange thing in this world? If there's no connection, how can we believe it? Jing Yi smiled. If the sect protecting formation hadn't been activated, we wouldn't have been able to come out. Even if a few people could come to Yao Mountain, they wouldn't be of much use. What does this mean? It means that the Yao Mountain immortal mansion is fated to be with our incense cult? Maybe it's because the seniors of our incense cult saw through the implications and left such a prophecy. Peacock smiled. So, our incense cult is in the bag this time? Chen Chen also smiled in surprise. Of course not. You can't say that. Any accident can happen. We have to be prepared to deal with anything. Jing Yi said with a smile. Just like the Misty School, we only used Zhang Xiaohu as a chess piece, but this chess piece played such a big role. Not only did he reorganize the entire ethereal heights like an iron bucket, but he also subdued the group of people brought back by Hu Yuni. This is really beyond our expectations. Reporting to Sir Leader, although we didn't let Zhang Xiaohu's Misty School come, but he can't not report the matter of the Misty School to Sir Leader. Besides, even if Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng would have said it. This ethereal heights is like an iron bucket, we don't know what's going on inside. It can't be. There's something unusual. Master Xuezhen frowned. Well, our sect. Didn't we already do something to Zhang Xiaohu, I think? He wouldn't dare to have any second thoughts. Master Jingyi smiled, but then she frowned and realized something. Junior sister Xuezhen, you're right. It seems, after Hu Yuni sent that disciple named Xu Yunfei to the ethereal heights, there hasn't been any news from the Misty School. Now that Hu Yuni has also entered the ethereal heights, Shui Yupeng and Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple are there, it's bound to be lively. Although we can't see it, we should at least listen to it. I know that Sir Leader has been worried about the Immortal Mansion and doesn't care about the Misty School, so I've already sent people to the ethereal heights to inquire about it. I think there will be news soon. Junior sister Xuezhen, you know me too well. Master Jing-yi smiled. At this time, the same buzzing sound and the explosion of the qi of heaven and earth made Master Jing-yi and Shu Qing, who was hiding behind the wooden hut, fly out. Chapter 1155. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Nun Jing-yi, Shu Qing, and Shu Jie's expressions changed to that of pleasant surprise. The three of them flew in the air without moving. Their eyes were slightly closed, and they were actually absorbing Yuan Qi into their bodies in midair. Below them, a nervous outer disciple of the Misty School walked to a spot not far away. Not daring to move, he extended his arm and gestured to an inner disciple standing next to the wooden house. The inner disciple looked at Nun Jing-yi and the others floating in the air, then tiptoed to the outer disciple. The outer disciple bowed, and the inner disciple nodded slightly. Then, the outer disciple said something. However, the inner disciple's expression became more and more serious as the outer disciple reported. When the outer disciple finished, he bowed and left. The inner disciple was still frowning. Not daring to delay, he quietly walked to the front of the wooden house and looked at Nun Xuezhen, who was standing there looking up at the three people floating in the air. He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He only pulled on Nun Xuezhen's sleeve and pointed to the side, indicating for her to go over. Nun Xuezhen was envious of Nun Jingyi's immortal cultivation. Being pulled by the inner disciple made her unhappy, and her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. When they were about 10 feet away from the wooden house, Nun Xuezhen looked back and scolded in a low voice, "What's the matter? Can't you report later?" "Why now?" The inner disciple smiled bitterly. "It's not that this disciple doesn't want to, but this news is too important. This disciple can't afford any delays." Nun Xuezhen was surprised. "Tell me about it." When the inner disciple finished speaking, Nun Xuezhen's expression changed drastically. Are you telling the truth?" The inner disciple shook his head. Reporting to Nun, this is what the outer disciple reported. This disciple didn't see it personally, but from what the outer disciple said, it's most likely true. How can this be?" Nun Xuezhen shook her head repeatedly. "Send another disciple to investigate. We must get to the bottom of this." "Yes, disciple will head over now." Once the disciple was far away, Nun Xuezhen looked at Nun Jing-yi, who was still floating in the air. She let out a long sigh and muttered, "When the fragrance spreads, the Jianghu will be in chaos." By the time Nun Jinshui returned to the wooden hut, the eruption of the qi of heaven and earth was over. The qi of heaven and earth was still dense at the foot of Ya Mountain. However, it was not much different from before the collapse of the incense cult's protective array. Shu Qing stopped her cultivation and landed on the ground. She said, "Sect Master, this immortal mansion must be ours. If the incense cult obtains this immortal mansion, our immortal Tao will be within reach. The incense cult will definitely suppress the Tenryu sect." Then, the two of them flew to the back of the wooden house and meditated. Nun Jingyi landed on the hill with a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She waved her hand, indicating for everyone to follow her back to the wooden house. "Everyone, have you seen it?" Nun Jingyi smiled. That hurricane just now brought with it a fresh and lively aura. That's the qi of heaven and earth, which is what the immortal Tao relies on. The immortal mansion hasn't even appeared yet, but there's already so much qi of heaven and earth erupting. Who knows what kind of immortal pills and elixirs are inside? Perhaps there's a pill that can pull everyone into the immortal Tao. Junior sister Shuizhen, yes, sect master. Nun Shuizhen replied. Did Yao Mountain's arrangement leave anything out? Regardless of the price, the incense cult must obtain this immortal mansion. Sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master, sect master has made all the necessary arrangements, but Nun Jingyi frowned and said unhappily, is there anything else that's inappropriate? Let's hear it. No, sect master, sect master, sect master, I just received a message from an outer disciple. That Misty School has undergone a great change. What? Great change? Nun Jingyi was also stunned. Could it be that the Righteous Alliance has launched a surprise attack on the Misty School? It seems. Zhang San is still on the west side of Yao Mountain, and he's not worried about Yao Mountain at the moment. Why would he go find trouble with the Misty School? Isn't that picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? Nun Jingyi said so much in one breath that Nun Shuizhen could not interrupt for a while. After Nun Jingyi finished speaking, Nun Shuizhen sighed and said, if the Righteous Alliance launches a surprise attack on the Misty School now, that would be good. I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will also suffer a great loss. The Righteous Alliance may have no chance of obtaining the immortal mansion of Yao Mountain. Ah! Chen Chen exclaimed, when did the Misty School become so powerful? Nun Shuizhen glanced at the future master of Ruijin Hall and said, according to the outer disciple, the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu, is now an immortal Dao cultivator. Impossible. Without waiting for Chen Chen to speak, Nun Jingyi refuted. Zhang Xiaohu hasn't even mastered the martial arts of the Misty School. My fragrance sex Yuhuan Sutra has only been practiced for a few days. Not to mention 3 Yuhuan pills, even 300 Yuhuan pills won't let him set foot on the immortal Dao. Whether it's the immortal Dao or not, I don't know. That outer disciple doesn't know either. He just captured a disciple of the Misty School and used some means to interrogate her. Hee, I knew it. Zhang Xiaohu can't set foot on the immortal Dao. This is just a cover released by the Misty School. Presumably, that Misty School disciple was deliberately captured by us outer disciples? That's right, Master Shuizhen. You believe the outer disciples too much. If it's so easy to set foot on the immortal Dao, my fragrance sect, why would I worry about passing down the legacy? Why would I waste my time coming to Yao Mountain? Chen Chen laughed. When Peacock heard this, she frowned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. When Yuyan saw that her master's expression was not good, she thought for a moment and said, reporting to Sir Leader, it can't be so absolute. When the Misty sect attacked the Misty Peak, there were people from the immortal Dao helping them. Others thought that it was my fragrant religion who helped, but we knew that the people from the immortal Dao had nothing to do with the fragrant religion. But if we think about it this way, what if we think further? Then, is the immortal Dao related to the Misty School? If it's really related to the Misty School, like what Sir Leader said, give them some elixir or something. Who knows, maybe they can pull Zhang Xiaohu into the immortal Dao. Sister Yuyan, what you said is a novel idea. If it was in ancient times, it might be the same. But now that the immortal Dao has existed for tens of thousands of years, where is the elixir that you mentioned? Even if there is, it's probably in the immortal mansion of Yao Mountain and won't appear in the world. Relying on an immortal Dao expert to step into the immortal Dao is really inconceivable. If it's possible, why do you and I have to think so hard in the Heritage Palace? Why don't we just ask the Grand Elder to give us a hand and we'll have everything? Chen Chen retorted. Sister, I'm just giving Sir Leader an idea. Yuyan blushed a little. What Yuyan said makes sense, but it's almost impossible. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, even if there is an elixir, there needs to be a corresponding heart sutra. Zhang Xiaohu also needs to have a certain level of immortal Dao cultivation. If he takes it rashly, his meridians will explode and he'll die. It could only be that the expert had an extremely high cultivation of the immortal Dao, and had come to help Zhang Xiaohu. The immortal Dao expert. In this immortal Dao, they all preserve their cultivation and treasure the true qi in their meridians, never interfering with worldly affairs. For example, you. Most people don't know that we have 2 grand elders. If it weren't for the immortal mansion, we wouldn't have disturbed them. So, the immortal Dao expert shouldn't waste his true qi for Zhang Xiaohu. Besides, if the immortal Dao expert is really related to the Misty School, he should have appeared a few years ago when the Misty School was destroyed, and not just now. Sir Leader, I'm a little curious. Peacock said, before. I've never seen any immortal Dao expert in the Jianghu. And in the past few years, immortal Dao experts have appeared frequently. Just from what we know, there's someone who looks very similar to Senior Huan in Huanshu, the person who killed the Longting Villa in Rejuvenation Valley, and the person who killed Ban Fugue in Misty Peak. The former aside, only junior sister Xiaqing has seen his face. The latter two are seen by dozens and thousands of people. They look similar, which means there's at least 1 and at most 3 immortal Dao experts. Where did they come from? Sigh, this. Who would know? Nanjing Yi shook her head, actually. Peacock isn't right. Although you've never heard of immortal Dao experts in the Jianghu, it doesn't mean there aren't any. Take the Dalan Temple for example. The previous abbot, Master Yuan Tian, was also an immortal Dao expert, just like the current Master Changsheng. Although he was a little different from the previous Sakra, he was still considered one of the top experts in the Jianghu. Even so, he was seriously injured by a masked immortal Dao expert, and died from his injuries. There's such a thing? Peacock was shocked. Yes, so, not knowing doesn't mean they don't exist. Almost everyone in the Jianghu doesn't know about the 2 immortal Dao experts, and we've never mentioned them. But that doesn't mean the 2 immortal Dao experts. Then. Sir Leader, what do you mean? Nun Shuizhen asked. Let's investigate further. It's best if Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng come here so we can ask them properly. If it's really as the outer sect disciples said, then the Misty School is really giving us a headache. Nanjing Yi said thoughtfully. Leader, that disciple also said that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng of the Incense sect, as well as Wang Luan and Lu Bin of the Righteous Alliance, seem to have been subdued by Zhang Xiaohu. They listen to Zhang Xiaohu's every word, and never refute. How did it end up like this? Nanjing Yi was extremely puzzled. Even if Zhang Xiaohu has the cultivation of the path of immortals, I am certain that when he was at Lingering Fragrance Peak, he was definitely not at the path of immortals. It has only been a few months, and he was able to subdue Ming Qing. Ming Qing still has more than 2,000 Wuming Hall disciples of the Incense sect. Ming Qing only needs to give the order, and these 2,000 disciples will definitely kill their way out of ethereal heights. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1156. Junior Sister Shuizhen, quickly send a disciple to the Misty School. Have Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, or Zhang Xiaohu come to Yaoshan. Oh, forget about Zhang Xiaohu. Have one of them come. We'll know what's going on if we ask them. Besides, our focus isn't on the Misty School. As long as we get our hands on the Yaoshan Immortal Abode, we'll be able to take care of the Misty School, Nanjing Yi said calmly. Yes, I understand. Nun Shuizhen replied. However, leader, you should plan ahead. If that Zhang Xiaohu is really an immortal, he might even avenge the Misty School. Avenge? Nanjing Yi sneered. Even if he's an immortal, how could he be a match for us? At this moment, another disciple came up to report. Leader, Between the Clouds and the Water has sent a disciple here. He wants me to go to the campsite between the clouds and the water. He says he has something important to discuss. What does Bai Yanqiu want now? Nun Jingyi frowned. This is her first time at Yaoshan. Now she wants to take charge of the Yaoshan immortal abode? Then, he asked, other than asking me to spread the incense cult, who else was invited? Leader, there's also the Alliance of Righteous Path and the Daoist Temple. Peacock, you go. Go and take a look on my behalf. I don't think the Daoist Temple's Master Changsheng or Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Path will be there. Nun Jingyi said. Yes, disciple obeys. Peacock stood up. While you're at between the clouds and the water, I have something to do. Nun Jingyi said thoughtfully. Peacock went to the tent between the clouds and the water. Just as Nun Jingyi expected, the Alliance of Righteous Path had sent Vice Alliance leader Chai and the Daoist Temple had sent Great Master Changgung. Inside the tent, other than Bai Yanxiu, Liang Cangshu, and a few other disciples, Hao Yunjinren and the other two were nowhere to be seen. After greeting everyone, Peacock carefully sat on Vice Alliance leader Chai's lap. She looked at the Great Master Changgung and Vice Alliance leader Chai, and asked Bai, I wonder why Bai Zhangmen has asked me to preach the incense sect. Of course, Bai Yanxiu looked at Peacock and smiled. I did not invite all of you here to drink tea and chat. I do have something important that I need your help with. Peacock looked at the Great Master Changgung and said nothing. The Great Master Changgung put his palms together and said, if there's anything we can help with, please tell us, Bai Zhangmen. It's like this. Mount Yao. Bai Yanxiu looked at the three of them, paused and said, according to the rumors in Jianghu, Mount Yao is about to have a treasure of the immortal path. Although I don't know what it is, based on my observations, it should be something incredible. Bai Zhangmen is right. Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. It should be an earth-shattering treasure. Yes, that's exactly it. I think so too. Bai Yanxiu nodded seriously and replied, however, since it's a treasure of the immortal Tao, it's useless for ordinary Jianghu people to obtain it. They might even cause some trouble for no reason, or even cause a bloody storm. In my opinion, since this treasure is useless to ordinary martial artists, then for the sake of the stability of Jianghu, we shouldn't let ordinary martial artists participate in this. Bai Zhangmen. Why does it sound so awkward? Vice Alliance leader Chai smirked. Vice Alliance leader Chai, I'm only talking about ordinary martial artists. The Righteous Alliance has already won a seat in the Huayu Peak Martial Arts Assembly. Of course, they have the right to participate in this treasure of Mount Yao. Of course. Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. Then. Bai Zhangmen means to chase away all the martial artists who are here? Peacock asked. How is that possible? Bai Yanxiu said. They're already here. Even if we ask them to leave, they won't. Even if they walk for a few miles, they will stop and observe the situation at Mount Yao. Then. What's Bai Zhangmen's plan? Great Master Changgung asked curiously. What I'm saying is that the treasure hunt at Mount Yao should be led by the four sects of the Immortal Path. We will search for it first. If we're not fated, then the other martial arts sects will be allowed to participate. What do you all think? Great idea. Great Master Changgung clapped his hands. This way, we can reduce the number of killings and fair distribution. I agree. I have no objections. Vice Alliance leader Chai nodded. But how should we do it? Peacock smiled. If the method is suitable, then Incense sect will have no objections. In my opinion, there are too many disciples from different sects on Mount Yao. Not only is it chaotic, but the treasure of the Immortal Path has always had a spirit. If their misdeeds disturb the treasure of the Immortal Path and cause it to no longer appear, then, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Since Mount Yao is so chaotic, then let the disciples of the various sects leave first. They've been searching for so long and have not found it. I'm sure they're not fated. Let's clear them out first. Then, we'll slowly search the peak of Mount Yao inch by inch. No matter which side of Mount Yao the treasure is on, one of them will be able to get it. Treasures could only be obtained by the virtuous. It was the will of the heavens that each of the 4 sects of the Tao of Immortals occupied one side of Mount Yao. No one knew which side of Mount Yao the treasure was. It would belong to whoever obtained it, and the other 3 sects had no objections. What do you all think? Peacock thought for a moment. Bai Zhangmen is right. I agree. However, I'll have to go back and report to the hierarch. She'll make the decision. The other 2 also said the same thing. Bai Yanxiu had expected this. He smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. You can go back and report to the hierarch. After 3 hours, if none of you send disciples over, then I'll take it that you agree with between the clouds and the water. Then I'll send an ultimatum to the people on Mount Yao. They have 4 hours to leave the mountain. After that, we'll send our disciples up the mountain and begin the search. What if they still refuse to leave the mountain? Vice Alliance leader Chai asked. Then, before the 4 sects of the immortal path go up the mountain, we'll do a cleansing. Anyone who refuses to leave Mount Yao will be killed without mercy. Bai Yanxiu said coldly. Killed without mercy? Hee hee. Vice Alliance leader Chai sneered. Great Master Chang Gung couldn't bear it. He put his palms together and said, Amitba. Also, there are many sects around Mount Yao. If the 4 sects of the immortal path don't restrain them, I'm afraid it'll cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, between the clouds and the water suggest that we form a law enforcement team with our disciples to maintain order around Mount Yao. Of course, the law enforcement team can be led by anyone. Great Master Chang Gung looked at the others and nodded. I think this is a good idea. The people of Jianghu are intertwined with each other. It's hard to say who has a grudge against each other. We might not see each other on a regular basis. Now that we're all gathered together, how can we not cause trouble? It's okay if they cause trouble, but let's not delay our business. Peacock didn't agree immediately. She smiled and said, I think it's a good idea as well. However, we'll have to report this to our hierarch. Then let's report it together. Vice Leader Chai felt uncomfortable listening to Bai Yanxiu talk about the 4 sects of the immortal path. But he couldn't say anything, so he waved his hand impatiently. Then I'll wait here for your reply. Bai Yanxiu stood up to send them off. After the 3 of them left, Bai Yanxiu ordered, Liang Cangshu, gather the sect's elites and estimate the size of the foothills to the south. Be sure to get rid of these annoying flies as soon as possible. Yes, I understand. Liang Cangshu replied from afar. Bai Yanxiu looked at the verdant Mount Yao, his face glowing with excitement. When Chang'e returned to the incense cult's encampment, Nun Jingyi wasn't in the wooden house. Nun Shuezhen heard Chang'e's words and frowned. She asked curiously, when did Between the Clouds and the Water become so proactive? They came early. Why didn't they do anything? Why did they have to wait until the 4 sects gathered? Is it because they don't want to bear the evil reputation? However, the matter of the enforcement team can be considered. According to the report of the outer sect disciples, many people have died around Mount Yao. If it weren't for the temptation of the immortal mansion, wouldn't the sects have already fought each other? I'm sure the hierarch will agree. I'll give the order now. Thank you for your trouble, Nun Shuezhen. I think so too. Chang'e nodded. After a long time, Nun Jingyi still hadn't returned. Seeing that the incense stick's time was almost up, Chang'e couldn't help but ask, Nun Shuezhen, I wonder, where did the hierarch go? It's almost time to meet Between the Clouds and the Water. Well. Nun Shuezhen hesitated and said, the hierarch didn't say where he was going. He went out alone. I think he went to the Dalan Temple's encampment in the north of Mount Yao. Well. Chang'e didn't know whether she should send someone to look for him or report it herself. But then, Chang'e's eyes lit up and her heart calmed down a lot. She looked back at Nun Shuezhen and said with a smile, Nun Shuezhen, I'll have to trouble you to tell the outer sect disciples to gather at the foot of Mount Yao except for those on duty. 4 hours later, when there's news from Between the Clouds and the Water, We'll immediately go up the mountain and capture all the disciples of the sects on the west side of Mount Yao. Seal their major acupoints and send them to between the clouds and the water. Nun Shuezhen was stunned and stopped her. Chang'e. Shouldn't we wait for the hierarch to return, first? Nun Shuezhen, the hierarch is at the Daoist temple's encampment. Great Master Chang Gung went back to report it. How could she not know? Since she hasn't returned yet, I should be the one to make the decision. Nun Shuezhen patted her forehead and said with a smile, look at me. I've always followed the hierarch's lead. I forgot that I should listen to your opinions in the future. I don't dare. I'm still young and have a lot to learn from you, Nun Shuezhen. I'll have to trouble Nun Shuezhen to point out my shortcomings. Chapter 1157. I wouldn't dare. I'm just good at handling chores, but I'm far from being farsighted. Abbess Shuezhen waved her hands. Details determine success or failure. I need someone as meticulous as you. Chang'e said with a smile. Then, Chang'e added, also, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to inform between the clouds and the water that I'll help them clean up Ya Mountain. I'll send you a message about the law enforcement team later. Yes, I'll do it right away. Abbess Shuezhen was pleased to see Chang'e handle things in an orderly manner. She cupped her hands and left. Not long after, in front of Between the Clouds and the Water's camp on the south side of Ya Mountain, a huge blood-red signal flew into the air. Then, a voice sounded from the foot of Ya Mountain, disciples of all sects on Ya Mountain, listen up. From now on, leave the mountain immediately. If you're still on the mountain within 4 hours, you'll have to bear the consequences. This voice must have been spoken by someone with strong internal energy. The voice traveled so far that even the people on the peak of Ya Mountain should be able to hear it. Soon after, similar cries could be heard from the other 3 sides of Ya Mountain. The cries continued for 3 times before they stopped. Chang'e, have you sent your disciples out? Chang'e was sitting on a chair, deep in thought. Abbess Jingyi's voice sounded. Her expression seemed to be much more relaxed than when Chang'e left. Yes, sect leader. I've made arrangements on my own. Please. Chang'e said in a panic. Of course not. Abbess Jingyi raised her hand and interrupted Chang'e. I asked you to come to Ya Mountain to train you. If you can't even make a decision on such a small matter, how can I be at ease handing over the incense cult to you? Yes, I understand. Chang'e nodded. But I don't understand. Why did Between the Clouds and the Water make a move at this time? What's so hard to understand? Abbess Jingyi smiled. If it were me, I wouldn't think about it. Sometimes, when you think about too many things, you'll be afraid. You're right, sect leader. But I'm young and inexperienced. I still want to think about it and come up with a countermeasure. Yes, you're right. Back then, our sect didn't have the same passion for research as you. Nun Jingyi praised, however, when you think about it, Between the Clouds and the Water is ranked last among the 4 immortal sects, aside from the Misty School. Now that the Misty School hasn't come, and this is the first time Between the Clouds and the Water has made an appearance in Jianghu, she must be feeling uneasy. She doesn't want to bear the notoriety of offending the entire Jianghu, so she can only rely on us to have some confidence. This disciple had the same thought earlier, but I suddenly feel that something is wrong, but I don't know what exactly is wrong. It's as if I can sense where the door is, but I can't see it. Ah! At this point, Chang'e exclaimed. Even Abbess Jingyi's expression changed. She stood up and said, that's right. That's it. By Yinxiu, this bastard, he actually. By the way, is the disciple I sent to Mount Qing ready? Abbess Jingyi hurriedly instructed. This disciple has already arranged for the outer sect disciples to wait in front of the mountain, except for those on duty. Chang'e replied immediately. That's not enough. Have the inner sect disciples who have nothing to do go as well. Also, send some outer sect male disciples to change their attire and go to the other sides of Mount Yao, especially the south side. Abbess Jing-yi ordered. Yes, this disciple will go and give the order right away. Chang'e bowed and left, but returned after a while. Looking at Abbess Jing-yi's gloomy expression, he asked tentatively, Sect leader, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Between the Clouds and the Water to occupy the south side of Mount Yao? Hee, that's exactly the case. Chang'e, you are very good. You actually thought so much. Even our sect. Sigh, even Master Longevity and Alliance leader Zhang San didn't think of this. Abbess Jing-yi nodded and said, It was said in ancient times that there are 4 divine beasts between heaven and earth. These 4 divine beasts are related to directions: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black tortoise of the north, and the yellow true dragon of the middle. That's why the immortal Dao Palace is located in the north facing the south, emphasizing the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Didn't you see that my Mo Xian Palace is also located in the north facing the south? Yes, this disciple just suddenly thought of it. That's why I was surprised. Chang'e nodded. Also, this old woman was careless. I was only thinking about how the immortal mansion was unearthed. Between the Clouds and the Water's actions made this old woman realize that Mount Yao couldn't be an immortal mansion. If Mount Yao is an immortal mansion, then the exit must be in the south of Mount Yao. Between the Clouds and the Water occupies the south side of Mount Yao, so it naturally has a reason to find the exit first. Chang'e suddenly understood. And Between the Clouds and the Water allowed others to search the mountain for a long time, so they probably just thought of the key point. Exactly. That's why, let the male disciples fish in troubled waters. Maybe they'll find something. Otherwise, if Between the Clouds and the Water finds the exit quietly, wouldn't we have come in vain? Nun Jingyi's somewhat relaxed mood just now became bad again. She looked outside and said, Where's the Misty School? What's the news? Chang'e was stunned and said in a low voice, Sect leader, the outer sect disciples have just received the order. I'm afraid the news won't come until tomorrow. Sigh. It's really one trouble after another. Why are they all gathered together? At this moment, a voice sounded from the south side of Mount Yao. Disciples of various sects on Mount Yao, there's not much time left. There's only 1 hour left. Come down quickly. If you don't obey the order, you'll have to bear the consequences. Sect leader. It doesn't seem to be that fast. Chang'e said in surprise. If it were up to me, why would I give them 4 hours? I'll chase them away as soon as I see them. After all, no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during this period of time. Sure enough, in less than an hour, another signal came from the south side of Mount Yao. Chang'e looked up at Nun Jing-yi and saw that there were still many disciples of various sects on Mount Yao. She said coldly, Go, tell the disciples to go up and clean up. Kill those who should be killed. Since these disciples of various sects have just come up from the incense cult's defense, it means they don't put us in their eyes. Moreover, our disciples have already shouted at the foot of the mountain. We've already done our duty. Sect leader. Kill without mercy? Chang'e was a little hesitant. Yes. Kill without mercy. Nun Jing-yi didn't hesitate and waved her hand. In Jianghu, it's either you die or I live. How can there be so much mercy? I've brought you out to see some of the real Jianghu. Yes. This disciple understands. Chang'e retreated. Not long after, the disciples of Incense Cult, the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the Daoist Temple, and Between the Clouds and the Water all took out their weapons and rushed up Mount Yao. Immediately, screams came from the 3 sides of Mount Yao. The disciples of various sects who were still on Mount Yao and didn't want to come down because they wanted to see what was going on before making a decision were now filled with regret. They wished they had followed the disciples who had already gone down the mountain and left obediently. It seemed that it was too late to leave now. A disciple of Qianghua Island heard the screams not far away and saw the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water using their lightness skills. He immediately threw down the weapon in his hand and stood there obediently with his hands raised high. At the same time, he shouted, "Senior brothers, it's my fault. I'll go down the mountain now. If I don't come up here." Before he could finish his words, two disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water closed in on him. Without saying anything, they swung their sabers and chopped at him. They turned a deaf ear to the disciples' words. The pitiful disciple had originally held on to some hope, but when he saw the cold gleam of the two sabers striking his body, he realized that what the Shui Yun Den had said just now was true. They wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. With two slashing sounds, the two disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't mind the unarmed disciple of Jianghu Island running away. They had already blocked all the possible escape routes. The two sabers hit the vital parts of the disciple's body. The body of the disciple of Jianghu Island went limp. His face was still filled with regret. He died on the spot. The two disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't even look when they saw that the disciple was cut down. They directly stepped over the corpse and chased after the others. However, what they didn't notice was that the corpse of the disciple of Jianghu Island was lying on the ground. The wounds caused by the sabers were dripping with blood. Drop by drop, the blood slid down the skin and dripped onto the ground. This should have been normal. However, after a while, the blood that should have been decreasing didn't coagulate. Instead, it increased. Drop by drop, it turned into streams of blood that flowed onto the ground. What was even more strange was that the blood didn't stop when it dripped onto the lush grass. Instead, it directly seeped into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, the corpse of the disciple of Jianghu Island became pale and slightly dry. This strange phenomenon didn't only happen to the corpse of the disciple of Jianghu Island. All the disciples of the other sects who were killed were the same. However, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water were killing the disciples of the other sects on the mountain. The disciples of the other sects were running away in panic. Who would care about such a small matter that no one knew about? At this moment, everyone at the foot of Yao Mountain realized that the four sects were really going to be ruthless. The people of the other sects were dumbfounded. They thought that the law doesn't punish the masses. Although the four sects of the immortal Tao were powerful, they wouldn't go against the entire Jianghu. They miscalculated the determination of the four sects of the immortal Tao to get the immortal mansion. They also miscalculated the situation they were in. Naturally, they would have to pay the price with blood. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to rush up Yao Mountain to save people. In the midst of the emergency, they suddenly heard that people were going up to clean up the four sides of Yao Mountain. However, there were no screams coming from the north side of the Daolan Temple. "Quick, let's go to the Daolan Temple and ask the elders to uphold justice. This, killing people like scything flax is simply a demonic method," a sect elder shouted. "Yes, let's go. Even if we can't stop them, we have to make the disciples on the mountain run to the Daolan Temple." Everyone came to a realization. Chapter 1158. Thus, a group of people with profound inner strength began to shout at the foot of Yao Mountain, hoping that the fleeing disciples of the various sects would hear them and head to the north of Yao Mountain. But, not to mention whether they could hear them, even if they did, how could their inner strength compare to the disciples of the three immortal sects? Another group of people anxiously rode their horses to the Daolan Temple's encampment at the north of Yao Mountain. In front of the simple and crude encampment of the Daolan Temple, there was already a dense crowd of people. At the front of the crowd were a few agitated old men. They grabbed the sleeves of the monks on duty and pleaded, "Little master, let my mother see Grandmaster Changsheng. My boy is on Yao Mountain. He is the sole heir of our Shi family for 3 generations. The mission of bringing glory to our Shi family rests on his shoulders. If anything happens to him, our Shi family will be finished. That's right, little master, please take pity on us." That grandson of mine was just curious for a moment, so he went up the mountain to play. He said he would come down in a while, but I'm afraid he went too far. The Righteous Alliance's disciples are only halfway up the mountain. If Grandmaster Longevity appears, my grandson should be saved. The people in front all had blood relatives on the mountain. They were also young and impetuous, so they didn't listen to the cries of the 4 sections. When their relatives at the foot of the mountain saw the massacre on the mountain, they ran to the Daolan Temple to ask Grandmaster Chang Xing of the Daolan Temple to uphold justice. The monks of the Daolan Temple held wooden sticks in their hands and stood there expressionlessly. They blocked the entrance of the Daolan Temple's encampment and didn't let anyone in. As the clamor grew louder, finally, an old monk walked past a big tree in the distance. When he came closer, everyone recognized him as Grandmaster Chang Xing. Everyone was delighted and shouted, "Grandmaster Chang Xing is merciful. Quickly save our disciples. They are young and ignorant and offended the 4 immortal sections. Grandmaster, please spare their lives. When we bring them home, we will definitely punish them severely. Grandmaster, if you save our disciples, our Xianxia school will definitely erect a statue of you in our school. We will burn incense and kowtow to you every day, that's right. Master Chang Xing is a Buddha in all homes. This kind of small matter, isn't it a piece of cake?" Reverend Chang Xing forced a smile and walked forward. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactors, please calm down. Our Daolan Temple has always been merciful. If we can save people, we will save them. However, Yao Mountain has 4 sides, and my Daolan Temple only occupies the northern side. The other 3 sides are occupied by the incense cult, between the clouds and the water, and the righteous alliance. I'm afraid my Daolan Temple cannot interfere with the affairs of the other sections. The treasure on Mount Yao has been quiet for many days now, and there are no signs of it being unearthed. Furthermore, the disciples of the various sects have been rashly heading up the mountain in search of treasure. It's already a mess, and if there's any movement, wouldn't it lead to a huge storm? Therefore, when Bai Zhangmen of Between the Clouds and the Water proposed to clean up the disciples of Yao Mountain, my Daolan Temple and the other 2 sects agreed. However, Between the Clouds and the Water's methods were too ruthless. My Daolan Temple's master Chang Xing couldn't bear to see bloodshed. As early as 4 hours before Between the Clouds and the Water's shout, he had already sent many disciples and lay disciples up the mountain to persuade the disciples of the various sects to return to the northern side of Yao Mountain. However, as you all have seen, no matter how the disciples of my Daolan Temple tried to persuade them, not a single person came down. Now, take a look again. My Daolan Temple has not killed a single person. Instead, it has accommodated the disciples of the other 3 sides. Since Between the Clouds and the Water, the Righteous Alliance, and the incense cult began to kill people, the disciples of the various sects on the northern side of Yao Mountain, has not a single person come down? Everyone, my Daolan Temple is one of the 4 sects of the path of immortality, but it is only one of them. My Daolan Temple is merciful and has left a path of survival for the disciples of the various sections. However, this path of survival must be taken by someone. Just now, Grandmaster Longevity made it clear that my Daolan Temple will protect the disciples of the other 3 sects before they find out. If the other sects discover that the surviving disciples have gathered at the northern side of the Daolan Temple, I'm afraid, even my Daolan Temple won't be able to bear the consequences. While Grandmaster Longevity Fortune was explaining, the crowd looked up. Sure enough, more and more people were gathering at the northern side of Yao Mountain. However, not a single person came down. The monks of the Daolan Temple held weapons in their hands and only whispered words of persuasion. They didn't move. Those people, whether they were already at the northern side or had fled from the other 2 sides, turned a deaf ear to their words. There were even some disciples of the various sects who were gesticulating. The crowd watched from afar and didn't know what to say. At this time, someone from the back of the crowd shouted, "The Daolan Temple really doesn't live up to its reputation. I thought Grandmaster Longevity Fortune was merciful and would take it upon himself to save the disciples of the various sections. But now it seems that he is also under pressure from the other sections. Since that's the case, why do we still need to beg him? Why don't we band together? I don't believe that only the 4 immortal Daoist sects have the right to speak in the entire pugilistic world. Are all my other sects just puppets? That's right, that's right. We should also form an alliance and advance and retreat together. We won't have to give face to the 4 immortal Dao sects. The crowd was noisy again. Some were anxious to seek help, while others had ulterior motives. In the end, apart from a dozen or so people who had relatives on Yao Mountain who stayed in front of the Daolan Temple's camp, most of the others left in a hurry. Watching the crowd leave in a hurry, Grandmaster Longevity Fortune sighed for no reason. He put his palms together and murmured, Amitabha, I've sinned, I've sinned. Then, he turned around and walked to a tree in the distance. He turned around a few old pine trees. Under the shade of the trees, Grandmaster Longevity, Great Master Changgung, and a few old monks sat cross-legged. Some of them held prayer beads in their hands, while others held wooden fish in their hands. All of them had a profound look on their faces as they recited sutras with their eyes closed. Under another cypress tree not far from them, the 3 grandmasters, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu, were using the abundant qi of heaven and earth in Yao Mountain to draw qi into their bodies. Hearing that Grandmaster Longevity Fortune had returned, Grandmaster Longevity Fortune opened his eyes. He looked around and said in a low voice, How is it? Junior brother Changxing, have they dispersed? Amitabha. Reporting to Abbot, they have dispersed, but it seems, there's still some trouble. Grandmaster Longevity Fortune recounted what had happened just now. In the end, he said, there seems to be some people with bad intentions in this group. They want to use this as an opportunity to incite some heroes of the pugilistic world to go against the 4 immortal Dao sects. Abbot, how should we deal with them? Cause is cause, effect is effect. You have to reap what you sow. Junior brother Changxing, didn't you see? All of Mount Yao is sowing the seeds of karma. Now that the seeds have been sown, no matter how much we worry, no matter how much we meddle, what can we do to stop the karma? Perhaps we'll be able to reap the fruit soon. Yes. Many thanks for the abbot's teachings. Grandmaster Longevity Fortune said in a low voice. Senior brother Changxing, don't feel bad. Between the clouds and the water is certainly ruthless, but there was some leeway before. Even the Daolan Temple has shouted at the foot of the mountain countless times. If the people on the mountain knew when to advance or retreat, they would have come down long ago. But look, the knife is already on their necks. They're still thinking about their immortal fate. They've been forced to come to the Daolan Temple. They're still unrepentant, ignoring the door of convenience in front of them. How can the Daolan Temple change this kind of fate? There are still thousands of lives. This old monk can't bear it. Grandmaster Longevity Fortune said with a shake of his head. They don't cherish their own lives. Why should we cherish them for them? Great Master Changgung disagreed. Go. Inform the disciples on the mountain to rush down from the top of the mountain. If there's anyone who doesn't obey, seal their acupoints and kick them down Mount Yao. If there's anyone who relies on their superior lightness skills to escape from the gaps between the Daolan Temple's disciples and stays on Mount Yao, when the Daolan Temple's disciples come up again to search for treasures, kill them without mercy. Without waiting for Grandmaster Longevity Fortune to speak, he continued, Junior brother Changxing, this is the Daolan Temple's origin returning tribulation. Even the 3 martial uncles have come to face the tribulation. If you and I don't take the initiative, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Abbot, we're lucky. Grandmaster Longevity Fortune said no more. Not long after, a disciple passed the Grandmaster Longevity Fortune's words to Mount Yao. At this time, in the north of Mount Yao, besides the monks of the Daolan Temple, there were only the lay disciples of the Daolan Temple. The monks were easy to deal with as they studied Buddhist scriptures and had good tempers. They were easy to negotiate with the disciples of the various sections. The lay disciples were different. There were many conflicts with the disciples of the various sections. However, because the Grandmaster Longevity Fortune didn't give the order, they didn't dare to act rashly and could only endure. This tolerance made the disciples of the various sects even more arrogant. Not only did they ignore the rules of the Daolan Temple, they even cursed and scolded them indirectly. After hearing the abbot's order, the Daolan Temple disciples looked at each other and didn't say a word. They turned around and went straight to the top of the mountain. Then, they used their lightness skills and went down the mountain. This time, when they met the disciples of the various sects, they didn't show any mercy. Without saying a word, they sealed their acupoints and kicked them down the mountain. Every time they kicked, they didn't kick far. The disciples only fell and bled, but they weren't afraid of losing their lives. Just as the Grandmaster Longevity Fortune predicted, there were indeed some clever people. While the Daoist Temple monks were arresting others, they escaped through the gaps. The Daoist Temple monks didn't chase after them. Those people thought they had succeeded and immediately ran away, looking for places they hadn't been to before. Sigh, it seemed that the celestial instruments were like copper coins that had fallen on the ground. As long as you lowered your head, you could see them. Another 2 hours passed, and the screams on Mount Yao gradually died down. The disciples of the three sects began to clean up the scattered corpses on Mount Yao one by one. Although all the corpses were deathly pale, and their bodies were completely drained of blood, who would pay attention to that? Even if they did, they wouldn't make a fuss about it. After all, Jianghu was a bloody place. On the north side of Mount Yao, the Daoist Temple monks had driven nearly 2,000 disciples from the various sects down the mountain. Every one of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face. When the Daoist Temple monks unsealed their acupoints, they were still cursing and spouting nonsense. Great Master Chang Gung saw this and snorted. He waved his hand and said, "Guardian disciples, quickly go up Mount Yao and clean up the north side of the mountain. Don't leave a single one behind." Chapter 1159. Yes, your disciple obeys. Dozens of monks of various appearances stepped out from behind Great Master Chang Gung, weapons in hand. Using their lightness skills, they made their way up the mountain. It was obvious that the martial arts of these disciples of the Dharma protectors were much better than the monks who had cleaned up the disciples of the various sects. After the disciples of the Dharma protectors left, Great Master Chang Gung waved his hand again and said, "All disciples, listen to my orders. Form a straight line from the bottom of the mountain and search every corner carefully. Do not miss out on anything out of the ordinary." Yes, your disciple obeys. The remaining disciples of the Daoist Temple distanced themselves from each other and made their way up Yao Mountain step by step. From the looks of it, they were no different from the disciples of the various sections. They all had their heads lowered as they searched for copper coins. Ah! Help! The monks of the Daoist Temple are killing people. Not long after, a series of screams rang out from the top of Yao Mountain. Although the screams came a little late, they still came. At the foot of Yao Mountain, there was a huge crowd of people. It was like a market. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and vigilance. That, combined with the ambition in their eyes, formed a complicated expression. Everyone had heard the screams from the top of the mountain. There were many familiar voices among them, but most of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. They looked at the tents and wooden huts at the foot of the mountain with hatred in their eyes. On top of Yao Mountain, the disciples of the four immortal Dao sects searched the mountain in full swing. At the foot of the mountain, there were many more sects than the four immortal Dao sects. The sky was dark. At the foot of Yao Mountain, the four immortal Dao sects had already cleaned up the corpses that had been killed on the mountain. The corpses were thrown carelessly on the ground. Those that belonged to family members or sects were taken away by people crying to the heavens. Those that had not been claimed were left lying there. However, these corpses were no longer even passers-by. Who would care? On Mount Yao, the disciples were holding torches in their hands. The torches looked like specks of starlight. Not far from the foot of the mountain, torches that looked like a river of stars appeared. At the front was a hale and hearty old man, holding a sheathed padao in his hand. Beside him, there were several other people who also looked dignified. Looking behind him, there were thousands of people, all dressed in martial attire, holding torches in one hand and weapons in the other. Their anger soared to the sky as they looked at Yao Shan and followed behind the old man. The procession hadn't even reached the foot of Yao Mountain yet, so it had already attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people whispered, "What is old Master Shang doing?" He was a renowned figure in the Jianghu. How many years had it been since he last appeared? "Since you're here today, do you have something important to tell me? That's right. Old Master Shang is a man of virtue and prestige. In the past, many things in the Jianghu were decided by him. It must be because he saw how rampant the four immortal Dao sects were, that he represented the entire martial Dao and wanted to seek justice from the immortal Dao. After the martial arts convention of the incense cult, the people in the Jianghu had a general understanding of the immortal Dao and martial Dao. It was easy for them to talk about it now. Just as the crowd expected, Old Master Shang led the crowd to the campsite between the clouds and the water. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water were shocked when they saw the flood of people. Before they could get close, someone had already turned back to report. The person guarding the entrance took a few steps forward and stopped the crowd, saying, "In front of you is our campsite between the clouds and the water. Heroes, please stay." When Old Man Shang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This is the territory of Yaoshan, the heart of the Central Plains. This old man is not talented, but after roaming the Jianghu for so many years, I've never heard of Yaoshan becoming the private territory of some sect or sect. Who are you? How dare you say that? The disciple was stunned and sneered. That brat you has eyes but doesn't recognize Mount Tai. This is the old Master Shang of a famous martial arts family in the Central Plains. He's more than 70 years old this year and is old enough to be your grandfather. How can you speak so rudely? The disciple frowned and thought for a while. He cupped his hands and said, "Old Master Shang, it's late now. May I know why you're here?" "Nothing. I just have something to discuss with your sects by Zhangmen." The disciple smiled and said, "Old Master Shang, it's late now. Please go back. Tomorrow, I'll report to my sects by Zhangmen and invite you over for a chat. What do you think?" This disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water was so polite that Old Master Shang couldn't get angry. He coughed and said, "I have something important to discuss with Bai Zhangmen. Little brother, you'd better go back and report it." "That's right. Hurry up and report it. Otherwise, we'll rush into your camp Between the Clouds and the Water. I'm afraid it'll be bad for you Between the Clouds and the Water." Someone boldly shouted from behind. "Who dares to rush into my camp Between the Clouds and the Water?" A loud shout came from not far away. It was Bai Yanqiu's voice. Everyone looked up. Sure enough, the beautiful Bai Yanqiu was walking slowly in the light. Behind her were three old men in Daoist robes. "I'm Shang Xuanzi. Is that Bai Zhangmen Between the Clouds and the Water?" Old Master Shang cupped his hands and asked. "I am Bai Yanqiu. May I know why Old Master Shang is looking for me?" Bai Yanqiu smiled. Seeing Bai Yanqiu in person, Old Master Shang was a little hesitant. But looking at the people behind him, he seemed to have gathered his courage and said, "I've been elected as a representative by the 104 sects in Jianghu. I'd like to ask for an explanation from the four immortal sects led by Between the Clouds and the Water." "Old Master Shang, what explanation do you want from us?" Bai Yanqiu asked, as if she already knew the answer. "The immortal sects are admired by all in Jianghu. During the Wulian assembly of the incense sect, we martial sects already know the gap between us and the four immortal sects. Therefore, we've always followed the four immortal sects' lead. However, this magic treasure of Mount Yao is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can possess it. And this virtuous person doesn't necessarily have to be a member of the immortal sects. We martial sects should also have this right. But now, not only have the four immortal sects surrounded Mount Yao like an iron bucket, none of the other sects in Jianghu are allowed to approach. Moreover, just now, the four immortal sects were ruthless and killed countless martial sects on Mount Yao. This kind of behavior, how can we martial sects accept it?" "Heh, I understand." Bai Yanqiu smiled. "But what do you think, Old Master Shang?" Old Master Shang waved his hand. "Bai Zhangmen, you're wrong. This isn't my idea alone. It's the joint idea of all 104 sections. It's all the same. Let's hear it, Old Master Shang." It's nothing much. It's just that we martial sects want to be treated the same as the 4 immortal sects. First, we'd like to ask the 4 immortal sects to give us some space on Mount Yao. Second, we'd like to send people up the mountain with the immortal sects, search for the magic treasure together. Bai Yanqiu smiled faintly. But, what if we find the magic treasure? What should we do? Naturally, it'll belong to whoever finds it. Old Master Shang laughed. Does Bai Zhangmen have other ideas? Bai Yanqiu shrugged. I can't think of anything at the moment. It's just that, the Jianghu has always had a rule of killing and robbing. If you pick up a magic treasure but don't have the fortune to use it and are killed, who will it belong to? Naturally, it'll belong to whoever finds it. Old Master Shang didn't say anything. Instead, a man beside him spoke up. I don't know which sect's leader this is, but if it's as you say, then, wouldn't the entire Mount Yao be in a state of carnage again? Countless deaths and injuries? Bai Yanqiu smiled. That's better than only the 4 immortal sects controlling Mount Yao and not letting us go up the mountain to search for the treasure. The man gritted his teeth and looked at the people behind him. He mustered up his courage and said. Bai Yanqiu was about to speak when he heard someone behind him say angrily, "What kind of dirty people are these? With your cultivation, you want to covet the Mount Yao immortal abode?" Bai Yanqiu was shocked. Before he could look back, he saw a person fly up from behind him and stop 3 feet in the air in front of Bai Yanqiu. It was Daoist Master Hao Yun. Daoist Master Hao Yun had a fiery temper and was never afraid of trouble. At this time, when he heard the condemnation of people who were like ants in his eyes, he was already impatient. Without waiting for Bai Yanqiu to finish speaking, he took out a small, flute-like magic weapon from his arms and floated into the air. He scolded, "If you can borrow this attack of mine, I'll make the decision to let you go up the mountain." As he spoke, he didn't wait for the others to speak. He made a hand seal and injected his true qi into the magic weapon. Suddenly, the magic weapon emitted a fiery red brilliance. Huh! Daoist Master Hao Yun was stunned. His hand paused for a moment, but then he waved his hand. The magic weapon drew a semicircle in front of Daoist Master Hao Yun, and a dense number of fireflies flew out. As if they had intelligence, they floated towards Old Shang and the others. How? Bai Yanqiu saw Daoist Master Hao Yun floating in the air and knew it was bad. Just as he shouted a word, Daoist Master Hao Yun had already made his move. Seeing the countless sparks flying out, Bai Yanqiu's face showed surprise and a bitter smile. Seeing this, old man Shang's snow-white eyebrows furrowed. He didn't understand what these sparks were. When one of the sparks flew in front of him, he stretched out the sheathed machete in his hand, wanting to block it. Who would have thought that the sparks didn't seem to be very powerful in the air? After being blocked by the scabbard, a crisp "pa" sound rang out and it exploded in the air. Once again, it formed a firework-like shape that enveloped Old Shang. This time, it was different from before. It was even faster. Before Old Shang could react, the tiny sparks had already hit his body. The sparks were similar to the fire talismans that Zhang Xiaohua was used to using. When they landed on Old Shang's body, they immediately ignited his clothes, skin, hair, and so on. Even the scabbard was ignited by a few sparks. Not only that, the sparks seemed to be poisonous. When they landed on his skin, it was incomparably painful. Even Old Shang couldn't withstand it. With a scream, Old Shang threw away the scabbard and hurriedly wiped his face with his hand, wanting to extinguish the sparks. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1160. However, how could these sparks be extinguished by hand? Just as old Master Shang's hand touched the sparks, his hand was immediately ignited. A sharp pain came from his hand again. Old Master Shang involuntarily rubbed his hand against his body. As a result, his body was also on fire. Save me, save me! Old Master Shang's entire body was in sharp pain. He unconsciously jumped up on the spot, his hands grabbing everywhere, trying to find someone to save him. However, at this moment, how could there be people around him who were unharmed? It wasn't just around him. Within a radius of 10 feet around Old Master Shang, there were about 100 people. At this moment, they were all howling and frantically trying to extinguish the fire on their bodies. The more clever ones had already laid down on the ground and rolled violently, hoping to extinguish the fire with their wings. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Daoist Master Hao Yun, who was in midair, laughed loudly. He turned around and said, "Junior brother, did you see this? My raging flame flute actually has such power. It's really... I'm looking forward to it." Daoist Master Hao Yu and Daoist Master Hao Feng also didn't hide their whereabouts. They leaped up and flew to Daoist Master Hao Yun's side. They cupped their hands and smiled. "Congratulations, senior brother, for your great improvement in magic power." "Hee hee, it's nothing, it's nothing." Daoist Master Hao Yun waved his hand and said, "How is it that my magic power has improved? It's just that the heaven and earth vital chi here is abundant. Our magic tools can display their power." "Oh." Grand Wind stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He also laughed out loud. "That's right. I was just wondering. According to the secret manual in our sect, our magic tools are incomparably powerful, like the bright moon. But when we use them, they're like fireflies. So it's because of the chi of heaven and earth." "Stupid, stupid." As he spoke, he also took out a small awl and waved it in front of him. With a crackling sound, a net flashing with lightning formed in front of the awl. "Go." Daoist Master Hao Feng pointed with his hand. The net flew directly towards where Daoist Master Hao Feng pointed. There was a group of martial artists who had followed Old Master Shang and the rest here. When they saw Old Master Shang and the rest on fire, they hesitated, not knowing whether to run away or go forward to help. The flashing lightning net grew bigger and bigger in the abundant origin energy of heaven and earth. The lightning arcs also became thicker and there were faint sounds of wind and thunder. By the time it reached the group of people, it had already grown to about 50 feet and was about to envelop them. When everyone saw this, they were already terrified. Some took out their weapons in an attempt to defend themselves, while others turned around in an attempt to escape. However, no matter how much they resisted, the net enveloped them all. Immediately after, a crackling sound similar to beans being fried sounded. About 40 to 50 people died on the spot before they could even let out any screams. "Ha ha ha, as expected. My lightning awl is actually so powerful." Daoist Vast Wind stood in the air and laughed wildly. He turned his head and said, "Senior brother, don't you want to try your lightning hammer?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." The nearby Daoist Master Hao Yu also seemed to be unable to restrain his curiosity. He reached into his bosom, wanting to take out his magic tool. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the top of Ya Mountain. Daoist Master Hao Yu did not have time to take out his lightning hammer, nor did he have time to chase after the group of people who had already scattered. He immediately turned around and looked at Ya Mountain. When he saw the beautiful scene above Ya Mountain, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Above Ya Mountain, about 100 feet above the originally pitch-black sky, there was an extremely small dot of light that was faintly emitting a trace of light, gradually appearing in the sky. The buzzing sound was coming from that dot of light. It was getting louder and louder, more and more deafening. Immortal Mansion? Daoist Master Hao Yu was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. His heart felt as if it was about to fly out. Just as he was about to fly forward, a palm pressed down on his shoulder. Daoist Master Hao Yu also suppressed his excitement and said, "Junior brother, don't be anxious. It's still early." Bai Yinxiu, who was standing behind the three Daoist masters, was also extremely excited. Seeing that the immortal mansion that she had been planning for so long was about to appear, her palms also slowly became sweaty. Not only were the three Daoist masters between the clouds and the water attracted by the strange scene in the sky, even the disciples of the various sects who were previously shocked by Daoist Master Hao Yu and Daoist Master Hao Yu's thunderous methods gradually stopped in their tracks. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at the sky above Ya Mountain. The only ones who were not surprised were Old Man Shang and the others who were killed by the raging flame flute and the lightning, all dead. The same scene also appeared in various other places of Yao Mountain. In the camp of the School of Fragrance, Nun Jing-yi had already led Peacock and the others to the front of the wooden house. Shu Qing and Shu Jia, the two grand elders, soared into the air, unable to hide the excitement on their faces as they quietly watched. In the camp of the Daoist Temple, Grandmaster Chang Gung, Great Master Chang Gung and Grandmaster Chang Xing clasped their hands together and stood there respectfully. The dot of light in the night sky was a little brighter. Although the fiery red light was still weak, it faintly reflected Grandmaster Chang Gung's indescribable expression. On the contrary, Grandmaster Yuan Dao and the others were still sitting under the tree, as if they had nothing to do with the immortal mansion. In the westernmost camp of the Righteous Alliance, although they had the largest number of people, there was no one from the immortal mansion. Alliance Master Zhang San also stood in the open space, his eyes first looking at the light, then turned to the south of Yao Mountain. His face was slightly red, no one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, the dot of light in the sky of Yao Mountain grew larger, slowly becoming the size of a fist, then the size of a boulder. The blood-red light was like countless sharp swords that split the night sky. The red light was like a burning flame, boiling and rotating in circles, illuminating the night sky. Heaven and Earth's Yuan Qi, the previously scarce Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, rushed in all directions along with the light. It was even stronger than the previous hurricane, blowing the trees of Yao Mountain askew, almost causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The buzzing sound that accompanied the appearance of the blood-red light never stopped. Not only did it get louder and louder, but it also gradually became rhythmic. If one listened carefully, wouldn't it be the sound of war drums? But at this time, the tens of thousands of people at the foot of the mountain were all holding their breaths, watching with rapt attention. Who could tell in detail? A passage to the immortal realm. It was unknown who was the first to come to a realization. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush forward, wanting to find the best position before the so-called passage appeared. It didn't matter that this person moved, but the people around him also came to a realization. None of them were fools, and their daily cultivation of Qigong was no worse than the people around them. In an instant, these people all rushed forward. It didn't matter that this group of people moved, but the people around them all came to a realization. Hurry, hurry, who knows how big that passage is? Who knows how long it will appear? As long as we get to the front, we'll definitely have a chance. This was what almost everyone was thinking. But at the foot of Yao Mountain, almost all of the famous people of Jianghu had come. Tens of thousands was a small number, and who knew how many people secretly hid at the back because they didn't have the qualifications to go forward. Now that the passage to the immortal realm was about to open, who could still be reserved? Like a swarm of bees, they squeezed toward Yao Mountain. Don't block my way. Get out of the way. Almost all of them said the same thing. It wasn't clear who made the first move, and it wasn't clear whether this person's saber was aimed at the person in front of him, or the sword was aimed at the person beside him. In just a moment, that sword or saber became the fuse that ignited the frenzied slaughter. And this slaughter seemed to be able to spread. From a certain point, it rapidly spread in all directions. As the slaughter spread, the wang wang sound from the ball of light also became hurried, up and down, with a cadence. First, it vibrated with the sound of slaughter, and after an unknown amount of time, the sound of slaughter actually matched the wang wang sound. Ah! Ah! One after another, miserable screams rose and fell, becoming the melody of the wang wang sound. One person was killed, and before the blood-dripping sword could be pulled out of the person's body, the person holding the sword had his head smashed flat by a strange weapon. Both of them lay on the ground, dead as can be. However, under the illumination of the blood-red brilliance, the blood that flowed from the bodies of the two people, like the disciples of the various sects who were killed on Yao Mountain, seeped into the ground, and disappeared without a trace. This kind of abnormality, even in the daytime, may not be noticed, let alone in the blood-red night. On Yao Mountain, the blood-red brilliance was dazzling, like the setting sun in the west. On Yao Mountain, the heart-wrenching sound was like the sound of war drums in the battlefield. And below Yao Mountain, tens of thousands of people were killing each other, miserable screams, and endless blood. This was the main melody of sorrow. Greed, savagery, cunning, and other kinds of human nature that were never revealed before, were revealed one by one at this moment, completely annihilating everyone's reason. Almost everyone forgot why they were waving their sabers, and only mechanically, involuntarily thrusting the weapons in their hands, as if this was the only reason for their existence in this world. A ball of blood-red light, a blood-red mountain, a burst of blood-red sound, a blood-red night. And also, a blood-red human nature. In front of the campsite between the clouds and the water, Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters stood in the air, and said, "What a tragedy." Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters killed old Shang and the others, and resisted the temptation of the ball of light in front of them, and suppressed their impulse to rush over. Just as they were whispering to each other, they saw countless martial artists behind them, rushing up Yao Mountain. They did not dare to be careless, and called out to Bai Yanxiu, rose into the air, and threw the jade talismans that they had prepared long ago on the ground one by one. If it were any other day, they would not be willing to waste them like this, but at this moment, with such abundant qi of heaven and earth, they were not stingy with these little jade talismans. As the four of them flew over, on the side of the campsite between the clouds and the water, a faint layer of yellow light gradually rose up, blocking the group of people outside the light, and no matter if they used weapons or lightness skills, they could not get past it. And the people behind were still rushing up, and the people in front had nowhere to go. They could only turn around, and point their weapons at the people coming. Only then could they save their own lives. Amitabha Buddha, a faint Buddhist chant sounded in the air, attracting the attention of Hao Yun and the others. Chapter 1161. The commotion at Yao Mountain was earth-shattering. Moreover, it was in the hinterland of the Central Plains, so it had long attracted the attention of countless people. However, the people of the pugilistic world had long since noticed and surrounded the entire Yao Mountain. Even if the other factions wanted to, they were unable to do so. Far away at Misty Peak in Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohu, who had received his disciple's report, stood at the peak and watched from afar. He was slightly excited when he saw such a beautiful scene. Great Sect Master, could this really be the passage to the celestial realm? Yao Mountain is very close to Misty Mountain Villa. Great Sect Master, should we? Hu Yuni narrowed his eyes. His clenched fists trembled slightly as he tried to suppress his excitement. Hee, Elder Hu, should we go to Yao Mountain to join in the fun? Let's see if there's any celestial fate there. Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath. His eyes were still fixed on the ball of light at Yao Mountain. Yes, not just me, but the others. I'm afraid they all have the same idea. Hu Yuni looked around and smiled. All of you have the same idea? Zhang Xiaohu forced his gaze away from the ball of light. He turned around and looked at the others. Although there was no red light on their faces, their eyes were shining with a faint red color. Great Sect Master. I also have the same idea. When Wenhai was Zhang Xiaohu's master, so he was the first to answer. Elderly, you want it too? Hee, Great Sect Master, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. Look at the situation. If there really is a staircase in the air, how can I not be tempted? Li Jian chuckled. If a copper coin fell in front of you, elderly, would you bend down to pick it up? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly asked. Copper coins? Li Jian, who was looking into the distance, was stunned. He looked away and smiled. Why would I pick up that thing? Then, what about a tael of silver? Well, if there's no one around, maybe I'll pick it up. If there's someone around, I can't afford to lose face. Li Jian laughed. Then, what if it's a gold ingot? Let's think about it. Li Jian somewhat understood what Zhang Xiaohu meant. Everyone, you've all heard Elder Li's answer just now. To Elder Li, a copper coin is something that he would never pick up, regardless of whether there's anyone around. As for a tael of silver, if there's someone around, he's afraid of losing face and won't pick it up. If it's a gold ingot, I have to think about it. I don't know if elderly would pick it up. Pick it up? Why not? That's all wine money. Lu Qingyang shouted. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. After everyone finished laughing, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and laughed again. However, if these things were placed 6 years ago, my attitude would be completely different from Elder Li's. For a copper coin, I would think about whether or not there's anyone around. For a tael of silver, please. Do you know that when I was a bodyguard at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, I only had a monthly salary of 6 maces. 1 tael of silver, how could I not give up my face and pick it up? As for a gold ingot, I don't need to think about it like Elder Li. If it's placed in front of me and someone tries to steal it from me, I'll pull out a knife. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Everyone thinks that with the same few things, why would he make a different choice if he sees someone different? Moreover, if there's a gold ingot and Elder Li is on the side thinking about it, there's a few people like me who want to steal it. Tell me. Who would be safe and sound in the end? Without waiting for everyone to speak, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, there's no need to think too much about it. It would definitely be Elder Li. Even if my martial arts are high, I can't stand against someone with even higher martial arts than me. Only those who don't plan to steal from the beginning have the chance to live in the end. Then does everyone know why Elder Li didn't steal it? Zhang Xiaohu asked again. Second brother doesn't lack money. If he wants to drink wine, someone will give it to him. Lu Qingyang shouted. Elder Lu is right. It's because Elder Li doesn't lack money and knows the consequences of taking the gold ingot that he stopped to consider whether he should take it or not. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, maybe Elder Li saw that I was also coming to pick it up and didn't dare to take it? Exactly. Big gang leader is a person of the immortal Dao. This old man is no match for him. It's better to avoid him. Li Jian said with a smile. Then, what if the gold ingot was exchanged for the immortal mansion? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly said. This. Li Jian was silent. Obviously, he wanted to steal it. But, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, this immortal mansion? Elder Li, what do you think? If he were to steal it with you, what do you think your chances are? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Elder Immortal's ability is not something I can guess. However, I don't even have a 5% chance. Li Jian was very honest. This is very obvious. Everyone, Elder Li has to consider the consequences of a gold ingot and won't rashly pick it up. But for an immortal mansion, Elder Li won't consider it at all. That's because, the immortal mansion has exceeded Elder Li's expectations, or it can satisfy Elder Li's desire to set foot on the immortal Dao, so he doesn't care about the consequences. And Xiaohua is an expert of the immortal Dao. He treats the immortal mansion the same way Elder Li treats the gold ingot. He considers a lot. He knows that there are many experts like him, or even experts stronger than him who want to steal it. He doesn't dare to act rashly. And Elder Li doesn't know this. If he wants to steal it, the consequences will be the same as me stealing the gold ingot. But, didn't Elder Immortal say that he wants this immortal mansion? Hu Yuni asked curiously. That's because he didn't consider the previous matter. Now, he has considered it clearly and has already gone to the south, to start his sect. Elder Immortal isn't going. If we go, wouldn't we be courting death? Du Feng and Ding Chao cried out in alarm. Isn't that so? Everyone should guard the villa tightly. Our Misty School has its own immortal Dao inheritance. As long as there's a chance, everyone will be able to set foot on the immortal Dao. There's no need to be confused by the scene in front of you. Zhang Xiaohu said, moreover, our Misty School's calamity hasn't passed yet. Jingyi of Chuanxiang cult just sent a disciple to ask our Misty School's deputy gang leader Ming or deputy gang leader Ing to go to Yaoshan. They must have discovered the abnormality of our Misty School and sent someone to test us. We still have the energy to deal with this crisis. Yes, big gang leader, we will remember. Everyone bowed and saluted. That's right. Gang leader. An unknown voice rang out. If Elder Immortal comes across copper coins, silver ingots, and gold ingots, would he do the same as Elderly? Would he completely ignore them? This. Zhang Xiaohu was really at a loss for words. He thought for a moment and laughed. This. Hee, when Xiaohua comes back, I'll ask him on your behalf. In the dark, Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and thought to himself, this. Do you still need to ask? Let alone gold ingots and silver ingots, he wouldn't even let go of a single copper coin. Far to the north of Yaoshan, Zhang Xiaohua, who had concealed himself in mid-air, was flying towards Pingyang City. He did not know that his second brother had already preached him to the Misty School's higher-ups as a role model. His attention was caught by the strange phenomenon in his divine perception. This. What's going on? Could it be that there's a fundamental change in the chi of heaven and earth? Why are there more and more of them? Moreover, this wind seems to be slightly warmer. It's far from the weather of autumn. No, this wind is obviously caused by the chi of heaven and earth. As the wind blows, the chi of heaven and earth is flowing in all directions. Could it be that there's something happening at Yaoshan again? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked as far as he could, but he was still very far away from Yaoshan. Even though the ball of light above Yaoshan was 10 feet in size, Zhang Xiaohua still could not see it. Perhaps, should I hurry up a little bit? If there's something happening at Yaoshan, won't I miss it if I'm late? Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. His nose and mouth were filled with the freshness of the chi of heaven and earth. He formed a spell and flew towards Yaoshan at lightning speed. On the south side of Yaoshan, Hao Yunjinren raised his head and narrowed his eyes. From the west side of Yaoshan, 3 old monks wearing kasayas were flying towards them slowly. They were still far away, but the sound of chanting could be heard. It was as if they were right beside him. Hao Yunjinren glanced at Hao Yu and Hao Feng. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard a sharp voice. Fellow Daoist, you look very unfamiliar. How should I address you? Hao Yunjinren sucked in a breath of cold air and turned his head again. He saw 2 old women with white hair, dressed in palace attire, flying towards them from the east side of Yaoshan. Daoan Temple's Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming, and Master Yuan Wu. Priestess Shu Qing and Priestess Shu Jia. Between the clouds and the water, Hao Yunjinren, Hao Yu, and Hao Feng. They had all gathered at Yaoshan. Apart from the Misty School, the remaining elders of the other 3 sects had all appeared at Yaoshan. When Daoist Hao Yu and Daoist Hao Feng saw this, they formed hand seals and also came to Daoist Hao Yun's side. The 3 of them looked at each other, and from each other's eyes that reflected a bloody light, they understood each other's intentions. Then, the 3 of them stood back to back in the air, coldly looking at the people coming from the 2 directions. Unexpectedly, Master Yuan Dao and the others didn't immediately speak when they arrived in front of Hao Yu. Instead, they flew past them and directly arrived in front of Shu Qing and Shu Jia. Master Yuan Wu put his palms together and said with an indescribable tone, "It's actually 2 nuns. How rare. I didn't think that after 30 years, would still have the opportunity to meet you." Shu Jia also didn't hesitate. She swung the small whip in her hand, making a "pa" sound, and replied, "Of course. My priestess has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. We're not like some people who always talk about being merciful and saving the common people. Naturally, we have to live longer than others." "Oh, that's right, Master Yuan Dao. Don't you see that there are so many Jianghu juniors killing each other under your feet? You don't want to extend a hand and meddle? Even if you can save 1 or 2, you'll gain a lot of merit. It's much better than meddling in other people's affairs in the past." "Junior sister." Shu Qing berated from the side, but flew in front of Master Yuan Dao and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Have you been well, Master Yuan Dao? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1162. Master Yuandao also flew past Master Yuanwu and landed in front of Nun Shuqing. He bowed and said, "It's all right. How are the two of you?" "It's all right, it's just that the chi of heaven and earth has dried up. We're struggling at death's door, unable to rest in peace. Now that there's such an opportunity, we have to come and take a look. Could it be that the three masters have the same intention? Amitba, we're also mortals, struggling at death's door, unable to rest in peace. Nun, what are you doing here?" "What are we doing here?" "Hee, I didn't expect the enlightened monks of the Daoist temple to have such thoughts. No wonder, no wonder." That Master Yuandao was stunned and asked curiously, "No wonder what?" "No wonder our sect master specifically told us to look at the big picture before we came. I've always been puzzled, only when I saw the masters did I understand." "Nun, you've said exactly what I'm thinking. Our abbot Changxing also told us the same thing. There's really nothing we can do." Master Yuanwu replied to Nun Shuqing. Nun Shuqing disagreed and turned to look at Daoist Hao Yun and the others. She said, "We seem to have neglected our friends from the Shindao sect." Daoist Hao Yun saw this and his body moved slightly, flying half a foot in the air. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm between the clouds and the water. Hao Yun greets my friends." "Between the clouds and the water?" Nun Shujia was stunned and immediately laughed. "I thought it was some old friend, so it's actually the unknown between the clouds and the water. How laughable." Daoist Hao Yun's face was also ugly, showing slight anger. But after his fingers moved slightly, he relaxed and said with a fake smile, "There used to be a so-called Shindao sect, but it was destroyed by our allies in the immortal Dao and no longer exists. Now there's only between the clouds and the water. Hee, there are many sects in the Jianghu. It's normal for them to be destroyed. Who would think about who destroyed them? Look at the Misty School, didn't they return to the Jianghu and set foot on the immortal Dao?" "What? Someone from the Misty School set foot on the immortal Dao? Is it Junhui?" Daoist Vast Wind asked in surprise. "Junhui had fallen a long time ago. I don't even know when it happened. How could it be him?" Nun Shuqing said disdainfully, then turned to ask Nun Shujia, junior sister, "It seems, when Junhui fell, Great Master Yuan Tian had already passed away." Tribulation Master Shu thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Great Master Yuan Tian passed away early. He died from his injuries. Junhui forcefully broke through from martial arts into Dao and accidentally went mad. He ignited the true fire in his dantian and burned his internal organs to death. What a pity, the Daoist temple still hasn't found the murderer, who killed Great Master Yuan Tian. I wonder if Great Master Yuan Tian can rest in peace in the underworld." Amitba, Abbess has misspoken. My senior brother Yuantian's Buddhist Dharma is profound, his achievements complete. He went to the Western Paradise, not the 9 Springs. Grandmaster Yuanwu berated. Those who died unjustly can also go to the Western Paradise? Tribulation Master Shu said curiously. This I still don't know. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Yuanwu to give me some pointers. You. Grandmaster Yuanwu was furious. He shrugged his shoulders, and a ray of light flew out from behind him. After flying several feet, it fell down again and hovered above Great Master Vast Wind's head. It was a broadsword that was several times wider than an ordinary sword. What? You can't win and you want to fight? Tribulation Master Shu sneered and waved the long whip in her hand. Tiny flower petals grew along with the whip and revolved around Tribulation Master Shu. Back then, it was you who were meddlesome. You saved that person and made me unhappy. I chased him for 3,000 miles before killing him. Because of this, I had to wander outside for several years. When I returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I still had to be punished by the sect master. Now that I've met you, I want to talk to you, bald donkey. Ignorant witch, it was your fault in the first place, and you still want to push the blame onto others. If you didn't injure me, would my Buddhist Dharma be so many years later than senior brother? Come, come, come. I want to see the power of your incense cult's peach blossom whip. It's said that your demon-punishing sword is also a famous magic weapon of the Daoist temple. I want to experience it. Tribulation Master Shu's voice changed. Her long whip shook, and countless peach blossoms flashed with a bewitching red light and attacked Grandmaster Yuanwu. Junior sister. Tribulation Master Shu Qing opened her mouth, but saw the peach blossoms already flashing. She then sighed and said, Junior sister, don't get angry. Also, don't forget the sect master's words. Our focus is still on the immortal mansion. You're serious? Yuanwu didn't expect Tribulation Master Shu to attack so suddenly. He was caught off guard. As he flew back, he reached into his pocket and took out a fist-sized alms bowl. He shook his hand and threw it into the air. The alms bowl flipped a few times in the air with its mouth facing down. Grandmaster Yuanwu made a hand seal and hit the alms bowl. With a shwa sound, a thin layer of Buddhist light was emitted from the alms bowl and tightly covered Yuanwu. At this time, countless tiny, peach blossom-shaped yuan chi balls hit the Buddhist light. With a series of pu sounds, countless beautiful lights were shot out before they were annihilated. As for the Buddhist light, it was also slightly weakened. Seeing that the alms bowl's defense was effective, Yuanwu's heart calmed down. He put his index and middle fingers together and pointed above his head. The broadsword trembled and the tip of the sword went straight for Tribulation Master Shu's face. Good timing. Tribulation Master Shu shouted. She made a circle with the whip in her hand. The whip immediately turned into a thin thread and wrapped around the broadsword. Hee, you really dare. Grandmaster Yuanwu sneered. His index and middle fingers moved slightly again, as if he was using two fingers to form some kind of seal. Then, he pointed forward again. With a bite sound, the broadsword suddenly emitted a radiance the length of a finger, rapidly piercing towards the long whip. In the blink of an eye, just as the light of the broadsword flashed, Shu Jie's long whip had already reached it. Pa pa pa, a series of explosive sounds rang out. The light of the broadsword instantly dimmed, and the long whip was about to wrap around the broadsword like silk. Not good. Yuanwu was shocked. He bent his fingers and the broadsword was like a clever little snake. The entire sword trembled and flew back. Ha ha ha, bald donkey Yuanwu, now you know how powerful my fragrant religion is. Eat my whip. Tribulation Master Shu was not lenient. She did not retract the whip that had turned into a thin thread. Instead, she shook her wrist and several small circles formed by peach blossoms were formed. Following the trajectory of the whip, they spun rapidly and rushed towards Yuanwu. Why would this old monk be afraid of you? While Grandmaster Yuanwu was shocked, he formed hand seals and chanted a few mantras at the same time. The alms bowl hanging above his head shone brightly, protecting Yuanwu firmly. All of the peach blossoms hit that light screen and were like pebbles hitting the water surface, causing ripples before disappearing into nothingness. Good bald donkey, you actually have this kind of method. This old one has underestimated you. Shu Jie seemed to be really angry as soon as the fight began. She waved her long whip and countless tiny peach blossoms appeared around her. However, this time, the peach blossoms did not escape from the long whip. Instead, with a pa sound, the long whip struck the brilliance sprinkled by the alms bowl. Although it struck the brilliance, it was the same as striking the alms bowl itself. The entire brilliance and the alms bowl shook a few times, almost extinguishing. Quick! Right at this moment, Grandmaster Yuanwu let out a shout like spring thunder. The broadsword that was still suspended in midair earlier, following the direction of his finger, flew swiftly with a whoosh, piercing towards Abbess Shu's throat. The broadsword was extremely fast, causing Tribulation Master Shu to be slightly startled. As she dodged, she shook the whip again, circling around her body. Countless peach blossoms appeared around Tribulation Master Shu's body, protecting her from harm. Tribulation Master Shu Qing stood at the side. Seeing that Tribulation Master Shu's attack and defense were orderly, she knew that there was no big problem for now. She cast her gaze towards Yuan Dao. Seeing this, Yuan Dao waved his hand. Ba, Tribulation Master Shu Qing, could it be that you also want to test this old one's cultivation? Of course not, this old one has no grudges with your Daolan temple. There is no reason for me to fight here. Tribulation Master Shu Qing coldly said. That's good. Yuan Dao also let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Right now, this old one still has some things to ask the Shindao sects. Oh, no, fellow Daoist Hao Yun of Between the Clouds and the Water. Why don't Tribulation Master be my Daolan temple's witness? Ha ha ha, this old one has the same idea, please. Tribulation Master Shu Qing did not hesitate and immediately said. Yuan Dao nodded and flew to the side. He arrived in front of Daoist Hao Yun and placed his palms together. He loudly said, this old one has a question to ask fellow Daoist Hao Yun. Grandmaster, please speak. I will tell you everything I know. Daoist Hao Yun returned the gesture. Is that so? Yuan Dao frowned and said, I wonder, has fellow Daoist seen this old one's senior brother, Grandmaster Yuan Tian? Grandmaster Yuan Tian is the previous abbot of your Daolan temple. How could I not know? Daoist Hao Yun was puzzled. If you say you have seen him, then I have not. I have always been cultivating between the clouds and the water. I rarely ask about the matters of the sect or Jianghu. Oh. Is that so? Yuan Dao said, this old one seems to have seen fellow Daoist's magic tool from afar. It looks very similar to the magic tool that hit my senior brother Yuan Tian. I wonder if fellow Daoist can take it out for a look. Daoist Hao Yun laughed. What's so difficult about that? Saying so, he stretched out his hand and took out an item from his bosom. He then opened his palm as if waiting for Yuan Dao to look. However, when Yuan Dao put his palms together and looked forward, Daoist Hao Yun waved his hand and threw it towards Yuan Dao's face. Following Daoist Hao Yun's hand gesture, a fiery red light pierced towards Yuan Dao's face with incomparable speed. Unfortunately, when the red light pierced Yuan Dao's face, Yuan Dao dodged to the side and dodged the light in a flash. Daoist Hao Yun was not surprised when he saw the light miss. He reached for his waist and a light red jade flute appeared in his hand. Then, he shouted, Go! Following Daoist Hao Yun's command, Daoist Hao Yu and Daoist Hao Feng also did not say anything. Hao Yu took out a small hammer and Hao Feng took out his lightning awl. From the other two sides, they pounced towards Yuan Dao. Chapter 1163. The three great masters of the Daolan Temple, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu. Reverend Yuan Wu had a grudge with Abbess Shu in his early years. As soon as they met, they fought to the point of no return. Looking at the overflowing sword chi and the numerous whip shadows over there, it was likely that they had already fought to their heart's content. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short time. Thus, only Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming were left. He chanted, Ba, this old monk is untalented and wants to avenge the dead senior Yuan Tian. Eat this old monk's move. The exorcism pestle in Master Yuan Dao's hand was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen. The exorcism pestle looked ordinary, but when Master Yuan Dao activated it with his dermic powers, a thin layer of Buddhist light surged out from the exorcism pestle. Although it was illuminated by the blood-red light, it was still pale white. Seeing the three from Aqua Cloud Club make their move, Grandmaster Yuan Ming did not dare to hesitate. He stretched out his hand and took out an item from his bosom, tossing it into the air. It was a bead the size of an egg. The bead was also strange. When it was thrown into the air, it was only the size of an egg and emitted a weak, pale white Buddhist light. However, when Master Yuan Ming cast a spell, the bead seemed to be blown by the wind. It spun in the air and expanded with the wind. The pale white Buddhist light was also resplendent and the blood-red light could not be dyed. It actually opened up a space of 1 foot in the blood-red light. Grandmaster Yuanming's face was expressionless as he looked at the three people pouncing towards Grandmaster Yuandao. He pointed his finger, and the bead drew an arc in the air and smashed towards Daoist Hao Feng's head. Mola Pearl? When Daoist Hao Feng saw that the egg-sized bead had shrunk to the size of a wicker basket and emitted Buddhist light, he immediately revealed the origin of the bead. He sneered and said, "I heard that this bead is a famous Buddhist treasure of the Dalan Temple. I've never seen it before. I want to see if it lives up to its reputation." As he spoke, he raised the lightning awl in his hand and activated his magic power. He struck the awl out of thin air. The lightning awl let out a low rumbling sound that was close to the sound of thunder. A ball of bright light emerged from the awl and flew towards the Mola Pearl. When it flew closer, the ball of light suddenly dispersed and turned into hundreds of smaller balls of light. Between each of the balls of light, there were thin lines of light that connected them. It was like a net. At the same time, Daoist Vast Cloud brandished his raging flame flute. A ball of raging flames spurted out from the end of the flute, drawing an arc as it flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao's shoulder. Daoist Vast Moon was even more arrogant. He flew in the air and activated a small hammer in his hand with his magic power. He struck it towards Grandmaster Yuandao's head. With a thunderclap, a lightning-like brilliance emerged from the hammer and flew towards Grandmaster Yuandao. Good timing. Grandmaster Yuandao did not panic. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. The demon-subduing pestle that was as light as a feather immediately stirred up a wave of air. The rich heaven and earth yuan qi passed through the talismans carved on the demon-subduing pestle and made a soul-stirring sound as it swatted towards the raging flames. The raging flames that Daoist Vast Cloud struck out were the same as the sparks that burned Old Man Shang to death. However, it was made up of many sparks gathered together. At this moment, the heaven and earth yuan qi was abundant, and the raging flames gradually grew bigger. However, when the gust of wind from the demon-subduing pestle that was flickering with Buddhist light blew over, the raging flames were like ordinary flames, flickering. Without waiting for the demon-subduing pestle to hit the raging flames, a light poof sounded and the raging flames were extinguished. At the same time that Daoist Vast Cloud struck the raging flames, Daoist Hao Yu's lightning hammer also struck Grandmaster Yuandao's eyes. Lightning was known for its speed, and Daoist Hao Yu's strike could be said to have arrived first, which was out of Grandmaster Yuandao's expectations. Fortunately, the demon-subduing pestle in Grandmaster Yuandao's hand was as light as a feather, and he casually waved it in front of his eyes to block it. Cha-cha-cha. A few blunt sounds rang out, as if a few blunt knives had struck an iron rod. The sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. Grandmaster Yuandao's body slightly trembled, and his arms also trembled as if he had exhausted all his strength. The demon-subduing pestle that was as heavy as a mountain also paused in the air, and the Buddhist light was also dimmed by the lightning. Daoist Hao Yu was even more unbearable than Grandmaster Yuandao. Although he had only struck out the lightning was extinguished when it came into contact with the demon-subduing pestle. As for Daoist Hao Yu, it was as if he had been struck by the demon-subduing pestle, and he flew back more than 3 feet. Seeing that the demon-subduing pestle's attack was effective, Grandmaster Yuandao was overjoyed, and he angrily shouted, "Attack!" Suddenly, Grandmaster Yuandao's eyes widened into the shape of an angry Vajra. His slightly stooped body suddenly expanded, causing his monk's robe to flutter. His arm that was holding the demon-subduing pestle also became much thicker. The demon-subduing pestle regained its radiance after receiving Grandmaster Yuandao's power. With a wave of the demon-subduing pestle, the Buddhist light flashed in the air, and it rubbed against the dense spiritual energy of the world, creating bursts of explosive sounds. The sounds rang out continuously, and the demon-subduing pestle charged towards Daoist Hao Yu. Daoist Hao Yu was 3 feet away, and had just stabilized his body. He looked at the demon-subduing pestle in amazement. Indeed, he never thought that the demon-subduing pestle would have such power in Grandmaster Yuandao's hands. Unconsciously, he became angry and shouted, "The Dalan Temple is only so-so. Watch as I destroy you." After saying that, he clenched his teeth and poured the spiritual energy in his meridians into the lightning hammer. With a flash, a shadow twice the size of the lightning hammer appeared around the lightning hammer. Daoist Hao Yu held the lightning hammer and waved it extremely slowly, as if the lightning hammer was extremely heavy. The shadow was also driven by the lightning hammer, and it drew a string of afterimages in the air. When the lightning hammer stopped, the shadow left the lightning hammer, and with a slight whimper, it faced the demon-subduing pestle head-on. Pung! With a series of chaotic sounds, the demon-subduing pestle's wave of energy was broken by the shadow of the lightning hammer. It rose several feet, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the world became chaotic. At the same time, a five-colored brilliance flashed, and the shadow of the lightning hammer was also broken by the demon-subduing pestle. It turned into countless tiny specks of light, and with extreme brilliance, it dissipated in the air. Great Master Yuan Dao, be careful. Nun Shuqing's voice sounded. Great Master Yuan Dao was startled. Just now, he used all his strength to wave the demon-subduing pestle, and put all his attention on Daoist Hao Yu. He neglected Daoist Hao Yun, whose flames were destroyed by him. Without looking back, Great Master Yuan Dao's divine sense swept out, and he was slightly startled. He saw that the raging flame flute in Daoist Hao Yun's hand was now very close to him. It was like a live loach, and it swam to his back. Daoist Hao Yun was not in a hurry when he heard Nun Shuqing's shout to expose his sneak attack. He only made a hand seal, and his fingers moved slightly. A faint red brilliance suddenly shot out from the raging flame flute, and quickly pierced into Great Master Yuan Dao's back. The faint red brilliance in the bloody night sky was very dark. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see that it was actually an extremely thin fire needle. Amitabha Buddha. Great Master Yuan Dao was slightly angry. He chanted Buddha's name, and his whole body flashed. A Buddha's light appeared on his body, and after a few flashes, it disappeared again. Chi! The fire needle pierced into the Buddha's light on Great Master Yuan Dao's body. It was like snow touching fire, and gradually melted. Hee hee. Daoist Hao Yun sneered. His left hand secretly made a hand seal for a long time, and suddenly, a faint cold light appeared in the middle of the melting fire needle. A black needle that was even thinner than the previous light needle pierced into the Buddha's light. It was different from the previous light needle. This black needle was very eye-catching in the Buddha's light. Pa! The Buddha's light was like a bubble, and the black light disappeared. The black light directly pierced into Great Master Yuan Dao's chest. Daoist Hao Yun was overjoyed when he saw this. His fingers moved slightly, as if he was controlling the black needle. But, this joy only lasted for a moment, and his face revealed a slight surprise. Good thief. Great Master Yuan Dao's words were like spring thunder, and he angrily said, "You are really bold." Even if senior brother Yuan Dao died, it was under such a sinister hidden weapon. How could this old man not notice? You actually used this kind of method. Are you really confessing without being pressed? Quickly return my senior brother Yuan Dao's life. As he spoke, Grandmaster Yuan Dao took out his left hand that had been hidden in his monk robe. He held a purple and green box in his hand. The lid of the box had already been opened, and two green and purple lights formed a ring that flowed inside the box. Daoist Master Hao Yun's black needle that was so thin that it couldn't be seen was floating in the ring of light, slightly rotating. Heaven and Earth box. Daoist Hao Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a legendary item. You can even find it in the Dalan Temple. I really admire you. If it wasn't to break your mystic bone needle, my Dalan Temple wouldn't have to spend so much effort to search the entire Jianghu. Unfortunately, I found it too late. I couldn't save my senior brother Yuan Dao's life. As he spoke, a thunderclap sounded. A light as thin as a gossamer appeared at the back of Great Master Yuan Dao's neck, and directly wrapped around his neck. How dare you? An old female voice sounded. Then, countless tiny white lotuses appeared around Great Master Yuan Dao's body, blocking that fatal light. When Great Master Yuan Dao turned around, he saw Daoist Hao Yu holding the lightning hammer. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was fixed on his left side. On the left side of Great Master Yuandao, Senior Nun Shu Qing was holding a small white triangular flag. On the flag, there were countless white clouds that were as thin as cotton. They were lifelike, and when the flag fluttered, they seemed to have escaped from the flag, the plain cloud white flag. Daoist, how you sighed, the incense sect really lives up to its name. This is an ancient divine item. My Shindao sect searched for so many years, but we couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, you guys found it. The Shindao sect is also extraordinary. The ancient divine items, the lightning awl and the lightning hammer, were all obtained by your Shindao sect. I wonder, is the heaven-shaking drum in your hands? Before Senior Nun Shu Qing finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound from the side interrupted her. Chapter 1164. Speaking of which, in the air below Yao Mountain, the battle was divided into 3 areas. The one closest to Yao Mountain was the Daolan Temple's Master Yuanwu and Abbess Shu of the Fragrance Cult. Due to accumulated grievances in their early years, they wielded their magic tools to fight. One used the Daolan Temple's famous weapon, the demon-slaying sword, while the other used the Fragrance Cult's inheritance, the Peach Blossom Whip. The two of them fought enthusiastically, urging their magic power to maximize the power of the magic tools in their hands. The demon-slaying sword was more than twice its usual size. Talismans faintly flowed on the sword, flashing with different splendor. The splendor radiated to the edge of the broad sword, turning into a faint Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was like a burning flame, growing by a lot. Looking at Abbess Shu's peach blossom whip, it was no longer a small whip. The entire whip was made of peach blossoms, rolling along the whip from time to time. The whip swam in the air, reflecting the color of blood. It was like a blood-red python, incomparably fierce, causing one's heart to tremble. Although Master Yuanwu and Abbess Shu were peak figures in the late stage of qi refinement, and were also famous experts in the immortal puppet era, they had never seen such dense heaven and earth energy in their lives, nor had they ever urged the magic tools in their hands to such power. Although the demon-slaying sword and peach blossom whip couldn't compare to ancient divine tools like the clear sky mirror and lightning hammer, they were still magic tools used by Yu Mingxin and Wan Wuxin. Therefore, in the hands of the two experts in the immortal puppet era, it was really a bit like casting pearls before swine. Therefore, seeing such dense heaven and earth energy that was almost like the ancient immortal Tao recorded in ancient books, and the magic tools in their hands also exerting power beyond their imagination, the two of them couldn't control their emotions. And they really felt that their magic power had increased a lot compared to before, and their divine abilities had also improved by several levels. Therefore, when they used it, they also felt extremely inflated, as if they were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they weren't careful, they would lose control of their magic power. Looking at Master Yuanwu, he waved the demon-slaying sword, holding it in his hand like a door knife, directly chopping down. It was an absolute martial art technique. As for Abbess Shu, she even forgot to form the incantation, and only held the main body of the peach blossom whip. With a swoosh, she pulled it out. With a loud rumble, the main body of the demon-slaying sword collided with the main body of the peach blossom whip. The peach blossoms were like splashing waves, flying to various places in the air, and the demon-slaying sword also disappeared in an instant, turning into a sword that was much shorter than an ordinary sword, slowly flying towards Master Yuanwu. However, if it was only the collision of these two magic weapons, it wouldn't be enough to attract the attention of Master Yuandao and Master Shu Qing. At the same time that the demon-slaying sword collided with the peach blossom whip, the Daolan Temple's Master Yuanming's Mola Pearl was like a round moon that was hidden in the sky, suddenly expanding, absorbing all of Master Yuanming's magic power in one go. The expansion far exceeded Master Yuanming's imagination. Master Yuanming was excited, and the incantation between his fingers became more and more obscure. This obscurity revealed his unfamiliarity, and he almost couldn't control it. The Mola Pearl was like a shooting star chasing after the sun, and with a swoosh, it struck towards Master Daoist Hao Feng's lightning awl. Master Daoist Hao Feng was shocked. How could he resist such a terrifying power with his current cultivation? Looking at the lightning all in his hand, Master Daoist Hao Feng gritted his teeth, and immediately let go of it, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the lightning all. After absorbing Master Daoist Hao Feng's blood essence, the lightning all shrank instead of expanding, until it shrank to about half of its original size. Then, it flew in the air, and like a phoenix nodding its head, slightly trembled 3 times, and 3 layers of thin lightning flashed, wrapping around the mola pearl. Unfortunately, these 3 layers of lightning were still unable to stop the mola bead's attack. With 3 puff 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 sounds, the mola bead pierced through 3 glistening holes in the lightning net and directly struck the body of the lightning all. And this collision coincidentally happened at the same time as the demon punishing sword and the peach blossom whip. The sound that filled the sky was truly earth-shattering. Not only did Grandmaster Yuan Dao and Senior Nun Shu Jing cast sidelong glances, their figures slightly dodging. Their spiritual senses and eyes all looked over. Even the people under everyone's feet, whose heart meridians were already controlled by the wang wang sound of the beating drum, woke up from their stupor. They looked at the 2 immortal Dao experts fighting in the air with strange gazes. Grandmaster Yuan Dao wielding the demon-punishing sword and Senior Nun Shu Jing wielding the peach blossom whip were in a more wretched state. Their bodies were greatly trembling, their arms were trembling, and their meridians were trembling as they fell to the ground. As for Grandmaster Yuan Dao, who controlled the mola pearl, and Daoist Hao Feng, who controlled the lightning all, were slightly better off. However, their figures were also staggering, traces of blood seeping out of their mouths and noses. This was the backlash from controlling the immortal Dao artifacts. When the earth-shattering sound was heard, the blood-red brilliance in the air above Yao Mountain became even more intense. It was like a pool filled with blood, causing people to feel a burst of vexation in their hearts. It was completely different from the 7 colors in the air above Yao Mountain before. Following the collision of the 4 immortal Dao artifacts, that brilliance also suddenly emitted an even more resplendent brilliance. It was as if something had squeezed its way in. That brilliance strengthened by more than 30%, but these 3 layers were increasingly bloodstained. Ga, a soft sound was heard, followed by Senior Nun Shu Jie's miserable cry. Ah! Who are you? That change suddenly appeared when everyone was looking at the brilliance in the air. When Senior Nun Shu Qing turned her gaze back to Senior Nun Shu Jie, Senior Nun Shu's body that had fallen to the ground had already stabilized. An incomparably fast black shadow leapt out from the crowd of Jianghu disciples who were gradually coming to a stop on the ground. Like an arrow leaving a bow, it shot straight towards Senior Nun Shu. In front of the black shadow, there was also a black longsword that still emitted a bright light amidst the blood-red light, stabbing towards Senior Nun Shu's back. That was not the end of the change. As Senior Nun Shu screamed, an angry roar sounded at the same time. Who are you? Beside Master Yuan Ming, who had landed on the ground, there was also a black shadow. Like the sneak attack on Master Yuan Ming, it silently attacked Master Yuan Ming's back. Master Yuan Ming was very alert. When he saw Senior Nun Shu Jie panicking, he immediately formed a spell. The Momo pearl that was sent flying backwards immediately flew in front of him. A Buddhist light sprinkled down, protecting him completely. Ha ha ha. Master Yuan Dao, who was alerted by the 2 screams, was not alarmed but laughed instead. He flew forward and stood in the middle of the crowd. Senior Nun Shu Qing also had a smile on her face. She flew to Master Yuan Dao's side and waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand. Countless pure white tiny lotus flowers enveloped everyone in the air. She laughed loudly and said, "Fellow Daoists of the Tenryu sect. We've been waiting for you for a long time." The 2 black shadows that attacked Senior Nun Shu Jie and Master Yuan Ming were stunned. They immediately understood that they had fallen into a trap. The 2 of them looked at each other. One of them went straight up, while the other fell down, wanting to land among the Jianghu people on the ground again. Hee, since you're all here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? As Master Yuan Dao spoke, he waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and slammed it towards the Tenryu sect disciple who was flying up. When the demon's subduing pestle hit him, the Tenryu sect disciple's body twisted. In a trance, he left behind an afterimage while his body moved forward another 5 feet. Sakura? Master Yuan Dao's pupils shrank. He seemed to be shocked by the black shadow's levitation technique. As for the black shadow that fell to the ground, although no one chased after him, when his body landed on the layers of white lotuses, he could no longer descend. He could only stand there awkwardly. Is it Garuda? Senior nun Shu Qing also couldn't confirm. She could only shout in a low voice. At this moment, although Senior nun Shu Jia and Master Yuan Wu were about to land on the ground, they had already stabilized their bodies. The peach blossom whip and demon-slaying sword in their hands were above their heads. Their faces were filled with pride. Apart from them, all the other masters of the Daoist temple and the nuns of the incense sect seemed to know what was going on. Only Hao Yun, Hao Yu, and Daoist Hao Feng of between the clouds and the water had a certain expression on their faces. They seemed to be rather ashamed. Sakura, this old monk has been preparing for a long time. I've been waiting for this moment. If you didn't want to launch a sneak attack, you might not have fallen into my sex trap. Grandmaster Yuan Dao smiled. At this time, Abbess Shu Jia, Abbess Shu Jing, Grandmaster Yuan Dao, Grandmaster Yuan Ming, and Grandmaster Yuan Wu were using a mysterious formation to trap the 2 shadows of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Daoist Hao Feng's figure also landed below. He looked at the 2 black-clothed men of the Tenryu sect who were surrounded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a person laugh shrilly. Even if we were to fight one-on-one, you might not be a match for us. Who would care about your ambush? That voice was indeed the leader of the Tenryu sect, Sakura. Moreover, that voice was still graceful, as if he wasn't nervous at all. It was indifferent, as if he was talking to a common friend. Hee, Lord Sakura, if we didn't have this ambush, would you dare to come forward? The person who said this was Master Yuan Dao. His words were true. Sakura was the most powerful person in the world. His cultivation was supported by the secret technique of the Tenryu sect. Not everyone could resist him. However, when faced with Master Yuan Dao, Senior nun Shu Qing, and the others, he might not be able to win in a single battle. Moreover, the Daoist temple and the Tenryu sect were gathered here. Even if the Tenryu sect appeared, they might not be able to win. How can you guess what I'm doing? This kind of boring array formation of yours is nothing more than a small trick to this seat. Di Shi Tian smiled and extended his body. Like a sparrow hawk soaring into the sky, he charged towards the ground diagonally. The Daoist temple and the Tenryu sect seemed to have a tacit understanding. The 5 of them should be using some kind of formation. When Sakura moved, Senior nun Shu Qing and Master Yuan Wu also moved. The 2 of them approached Sakura's back. The 2 of them made a hand gesture and the peach blossom whip and demon slayer sword that had gone out of control earlier instantly shrunk to an extremely small size. They attacked Sakura's shoulders from both sides. At the same time, Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming attacked together. The demon subduing pestle and the Mao Pearl attacked the other Tenryu sect's shadow from above and below. You! That shadow exclaimed. He had just dodged the demon subduing pestle and was blown by the hurricane brought about by the demon subduing pestle. Before he could stabilize himself, the Mao Pearl hit his back. Instantly, a ray of colorful light flashed on the shadow's back. That shadow directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was hit by the Mao Pearl and rolled a few times in the air. Chapter 1165. Seeing that Sakura was being attacked by the demon-punishing sword and the peach blossom whip from both sides, Sakura saw that the situation was not good and quickly changed his position. Although his imperial wind technique was marvelous, it couldn't stop the Daoist temple and incense cult from scheming. They were afraid that the Tenryu sect would attack them halfway and set up an ambush here. Dodging now was already within Master Yuan Wu's expectations. When Sakura barely dodged the demon-punishing sword, Master Yuanwu sneered and moved closer to Calamity Shu. He pinched a spell in his hand and the true qi in his meridians flowed towards the demon punishing sword. The demon punishing sword expanded a bit and became more powerful than before. Sakura dodged the demon punishing sword, but his body didn't escape from the peach blossom whip. A burst of peach blossom fluttered and blood could be seen on Sakura's right shoulder. A series of blood drops oozed out from Sakura's back and dripped into the air. Seeing that Sakura was injured, Tribulation Master Shu was overjoyed. Following the changes in the array, she also moved closer to Master Yuanwu. The two of them crossed each other. The demon punishing sword flashed with a cold light and directly slashed toward Sakura's back. Meanwhile, the peach blossom whip also slightly moved and lashed at the other person's chest. Not only that, the Mao beads suddenly became smaller and became multicolored. Like a frightened little bird, it shot towards Sakura's chest. Under Master Yuandao's control, the demon-subduing pestle suddenly became slender and became heavier when it was waved. It was like a pale white rainbow, and with a schwa sound, it slammed towards another man in black from the Tenryu sect. What a pity! Sakura and the other man in black from the Tenryu sect actually didn't have the strength to fight back under the siege of 5 people. Sakura had just dodged the demon punishing sword when the peach blossom whip hit his back. When the peach blossom whip hit his body, Sakura spat out a mouthful of blood and his body seemed to be flashing with multicolored brilliance. His entire body flipped and fell into the air. The other person was even more miserable as he was hit by the Mao bead. The Mao bead flashed and suddenly pierced through the man in black's chest. That man in black didn't scream and his broken body also fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Great Master Yuandao roared, Sakura, Sakura, you are the #1 person in the world and you actually fell into our trap. Hand over your life. After saying that, he formed a seal in his hand, and that demon-subduing pestle actually turned into a flying sword and pierced towards Sakura's back. At this crucial moment, Abbess Yuanwu, Abbess Shu Jia, Abbess Yuanming, and Abbess Shu Qing were full of excitement. They didn't even blink as they wanted to see how the #1 person in the world would die under the demon-subduing pestle. But all of a sudden, an abnormality occurred again. Ha ha ha, a piercing laugh that shook the heavens rose from beside Abbess Shu Jia and Master Yuanwu. Shit, just as Grandmaster Shu Jia and Grandmaster Endo had the same thought, a sharp pain rose from their chests at the same time. The two of them lowered their heads, only to see a fist as black as ink penetrating their backs and coming out from their chests. Shock appeared in their eyes as they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they spat out blood from their noses and mouths. Their eyes were filled with grayish-black color. Following that arm disappeared from their chests and their bodies fell from midair. That demon-punishing sword and peach blossom whip immediately dimmed and gradually shrunk. They slowly returned to their original appearance and then quietly floated in the air. Junior brother, Abbess Yuandao exclaimed. Junior sister, Abbess Shu Qing also cried out loudly. Following Abbess Yuandao's exclamation, Abbess Yuanming woke up and roared angrily. His figure rapidly flew towards where Abbess Yuanwu had fallen. Abbess Shu Qing also did the same. Without hesitation, she waved the plain cloud white flag in her hand and a pile of lotus flowers appeared, piling up below Abbess Shu Jia's fallen body. She also immediately flew over. The 5 people's array formation instantly fell apart. Following their cries, that black shadow that was standing behind Abbess Shu Jia and Abbess Yuanwu gradually appeared. This black shadow's 2 hands clenched into fists. One on the left and one on the right, both of them penetrated the bodies of the 2 people. His arms were stained with blood as he slowly retracted them. You are the Sakura? Abbess Yuandao flew in midair and was abnormally shocked. Following that, he clenched his teeth and stopped his hand seals. The long sword formed by the demon-subduing pestle sped up by 30%. With a flash of light, it was about to pierce the back of the Sakura. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Sakura who had just appeared stretched out his hand. A gust of black gas appeared and pulled the previous Sakura to the side. The demon-subduing pestle naturally missed its target. With a pu sound, it pierced that person's left arm and easily chopped off his entire arm. Ah, with a miserable cry, that Sakura, who had fallen to the ground, staggered a few times. He still couldn't stand steadily, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. GGA. Of course, I'm the Sakura. Who else would pretend to be me? The last one to appear, Sakura, laughed sinisterly. He didn't remove the cloak that covered his face. Your Daoist temple still hasn't given up on your evil intentions. You actually still want to plot against my Tenryu's sect? There's also the aroma cult. You only have 2 surviving abysses and you still want to rely on the Daoist temple's scheme. If you don't pay the price, how would you know my Tenryu's sect's methods? Sakura sneered. When you guys were fighting with the 3 people from the Shindao sect, I already saw the clues. You actually still wanted to set a trap. The grudge between Yuanwu and Shu Jie is too childish. Next time, you have to be more careful when setting up a trap. The 3 spiritual masters between the clouds and the water were extremely embarrassed. Seeing that they were being used as chess pieces by the people from the 3 sects, they didn't know what to say. Sakura spoke again. I'm the number 1 person in the world. You guys are old, and your beauty is waning. It's better to die early. As he spoke, Sakura waved his hand. The people who had stopped fighting on the ground and were looking up at the disciples of the various sects in the air. Suddenly, a few people flew out and were about to fly away. You, who are you? All of a sudden, Sakura also exclaimed, followed by a series of screams. His entire body flew out and directly flew into the air. A jade-like hand was inserted into Sakura's back. This. Not only the 3 spiritual masters between the clouds and the water, even Nun Shuqing, who was holding Nun Shu Jie in her arms, was extremely shocked. Only Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming of the Daoist temple didn't have too much of an expression other than grief and indignation. Sakura was indeed amazing, worthy of being called the number 1 person in the world. After he exclaimed, he threw his left hand and a black fog rose behind him. The person who was inserted into Sakura's back didn't hesitate. His thin and small body immediately pulled up and flew high above everyone's heads. His eyes were hale and hearty as he looked at the black fog and the gradually disappearing figure of Sakura. He sighed secretly. Following the disappearance of Sakura's figure, the few black shadows that had just flown away from the ground were also stunned. Just as they were about to change their positions, they heard the thin and small body shout angrily. Attack! Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming's demons subduing pestle and mola beads struck out like meteors. They had planned this for a long time and the people of the Tenryu sect were caught off guard. Among them, 2 people were already hit by the 2 magic weapons. Their figures staggered and fell into the dust like falling leaves. However, just as their figures landed on the ground, several people beside them pinched the jade talisman in their hands and several clouds of black smoke rose. The people in the air, the people on the ground, and the heavily injured Sakura and the others all disappeared without a trace. This. Daoist Master Hao Yun and the others were dumbstruck as they watched the series of unforeseen events in the sky. They suddenly felt that they were nothing more than a supporting role in this grand event. Boundless sorrow rose in their hearts. Until Master Yuandao flew into the air, he put his palms together and saluted in an unusual offensive manner. He said, "Disciple, greets Master Tiangang." The 3 people suddenly realized and didn't dare to be negligent. They flew in front of that thin and small monk and said with lowered brows, "Disciple." Shindao's sect's Hao Yun, Hao Yu, Hao Feng, greets Daoist Temple's Master Tiangang. That thin and small monk wasn't anyone else but the old monk that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Daoist Temple's Sutra Depository. Old monk Tiangang was expressionless as he waved his hand and said, Amitba, don't be so courteous." This old monk never thought that the Shindao sect actually had such a powerful inheritance. In the future, I'm afraid that the 3 sects of the immortal Tao are going to stand on equal footing. Master Tiangang. Nun Shu Jing was extremely sorrowful. She carried Nun Shu Jie's body. She had long lost all signs of life. Master Yuanming was the same. He carried Master Yuanwu's body and said sorrowfully, Master. Junior brother Yuanwu. Master, please be merciful. Amitba, life and death are fated, riches and honor are in heaven. The two of them died because of Sakura. This poor monk also has no power to reverse the situation. What can I do? Master Yuandao's eyes were filled with sorrow and said, Master, it's all disciples' fault for being foolish and arranging such a flawed plan to capture Sakura and the rest in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, real and illusory, illusory and real. We laid down a maze for Sakura and Sakura was also laying down a maze for us. Who would know who was in whose maze? Master Tiangang sighed and said, Not only you, even this old monk. Sigh, I was also bewitched by Sakura and thought that you guys were already captured easily and didn't need this old monk to make a move. Therefore, I actually let martial nephew Yuanwu and Nun Shu Jie fall. This is truly this old monk's fault. Immediately after, Master Tiangang chanted the name of Buddha again and said, However, subduing demons and devils is a righteous act. Using violence to exchange violence will inevitably have a price. Martial nephew Yuanwu met the calamity with his own body. This can be considered as obtaining what you asked for and not wasting your life's cultivation. With this merit, you will definitely be buried in the Origin Returning Tower and achieve eternal fame. Yes, Master is extremely right. Amitba. Master Yuandao put his palms together and said softly. Only Nun Shu Qing opened her mouth and looked at Nun Shu Jie's body that was gradually turning cold. She gritted her teeth and raised her head to look at the peach blossom whip floating in midair. With a wave of her hand, the peach blossom whip flew into Nun Shu Qing's hand. Nun Shu Qing didn't even look at the crowd and flew straight to the east side of Mountain Yao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1166. Amitba. Seeing Shu Qing Nun fly away without saying goodbye, Master Tiangang sighed. I'm afraid Nun misunderstood. Master Yuandao disagreed. Master, don't think too much. Our Daoan temple is the same as her incense sect. We both lost one person. What's there to misunderstand? We just didn't tell them about the plan to ambush Sakura. This is also to keep it a secret. We can't let the Tenryu sect know about it beforehand. Forget it. Master Tiangang waved his hand. Let's not talk about incense sect. It's a pity that we didn't manage to kill Sakura even after sacrificing 2 lives. We only managed to injure him severely. However, we took the lives of 3 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect and cut off one of Garuda's arms. Yes, this is all thanks to Master Tiangang's calculation ability. Master Yuandao said respectfully. Master Tiangang looked at Yao Mountain and shook his head. Origin returning tribulation, origin returning tribulation. Only by killing as many people as possible can you save your own life. If you show any mercy, you can only let others take your life. It's midnight, the immortal mansion hasn't appeared yet? Grandmaster Tiangang looked at the gradually dimming bloody light above Yao Mountain and murmured, We haven't even seen a corner of the immortal mansion, yet so many people have already lost their lives. If the immortal mansion is born, who knows how many more people will die? Excellent, excellent. Master Tiangang flew towards the west. Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming carried Master Yuanwu's corpse and left as well. Hao Yun and the other 2 perfected masters stood in the air for a long time. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they flew down and entered the tent. On the southern side of Yao Mountain, the martial artists who had lost their minds under the blood-red brilliance had long been shocked by the earth-shattering sounds and the unimaginable supernatural powers when they were fighting with the immortals in midair. They all looked up and watched with envy. As they stopped fighting, and the blood-red sky above Yao Mountain began to dim, the fighting around Yao Mountain gradually came to a stop. At this point, everyone gradually came to their senses. Perhaps it was because they were tired, or perhaps they felt that it was still too early to make a move. They had already stopped attacking and were only vigilantly guarding their surroundings, no longer rashly attacking. But the battle just now was so cruel. Every blade cut into flesh and every sword took a life. It was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river and corpses floated for miles. In just a short while, 4 out of the tens of thousands of Jianghu people had died in the chaos. Countless amounts of blood flowed out from these people's bodies and seeped into the ground, without a trace. Looking at the current Yao Mountain, the basket-sized ball of light in the air had already expanded to a radius of 30 feet. The blood-red color of the ball of light had gradually dimmed and was replaced by a faint rainbow color. It was the same color as the one that had appeared in the air above Yao Mountain. Everyone, including Nanjing Yi, was shocked to see Xu Jie's body. She was one of the top masters in Jianghu. How could she die so easily? However, when they heard about the thrilling battle just now and the battle of wits between the Daoist Temple and the Tenryus sect, everyone was speechless. The Daoist Temple's plan to ambush the Tenryus sect was something that Master Changsheng had discussed with Nanjing Yi. Previously, during the Wulian assembly of the incense cult, Nanjing Yi already had a deep fear of Sakra's cultivation. If there was a chance to join forces with the Daoist Temple to get rid of Sakra, Nanjing Yi would definitely not let go of it. However, she did not expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Nanjing Yi did not expect that Sakra had long planned this and took advantage of the situation to injure both the Daoist Temple and the incense cult. This was not all. What Nanjing Yi did not expect was that Master Tiangang of the Daoist Temple was actually still alive in this world. He actually participated in this and actually became the shepherd boy who hunted the oriole. However, since Master Tiangang could become the shepherd boy, then he would definitely be able to mess up the entire situation before the oriole pecks at the mantis. This way, Master Tiangang would not be able to injure Sakra and kill the 3 heavenly kings of the Tenryus sect, but Master Yuanwu of the Daoist Temple and Xu Jia of the incense cult would not die. Thinking about it this way, Master Tiangang's goal was really thought-provoking. Nanjing Yi immediately became alert. While arranging for the outer disciples to go to the nearest town to buy coffins, she also pulled Nun Shuqing, Nun Shuezhen, Peacock and the rest to discuss through the night. Not only were the disciples of the incense cult discussing countermeasures, the campsites of the Daoist Temple, between the clouds and the water and the alliance of the righteous sects were also brightly lit. Not a single person was resting. It was as if the changes in the strength of the various sects and the response to the appearance of the immortal mansion were all in full swing. The only thing that did not change was that the ball of light in the sky above Yao Mountain was gradually expanding. By the time the stars had faded and the moon had set, the east was already showing the color of a fish's belly. The ball of light had already expanded to the size of 1 li. At this moment, the people of the Jianghu who were waiting at the foot of Yao Mountain had already seen it clearly. This was not some passage to the immortal realm, nor was it some legendary magical treasure of the immortal path. It was indeed a towering, simple and unadorned ancient hall that was surrounded by immortal clouds. As for the expanding ball of light, it was the outline of the hall that was gradually revealed when it appeared from the void. At this moment it was as if an invisible hand was slowly lifting the veil that covered the face of the hall. Bit by bit, the proud face of the hall was revealed in the sky above Yao Mountain. Speaking of which, it was strange. Earlier at night, the blood-red brilliance shone and the hall was revealed extremely slowly. But when dawn came and the brilliance changed to 7 colors, the speed at which the hall appeared seemed to be much faster than at night. By the time the rising sun shone on the hall and the sky, more than half of the hall had already been revealed from the void. In the distant sky to the south of Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua concealed her body and flew forward rapidly. She used her naked eyes to look at the 7-colored brilliance of the hall that reflected the sunlight. She could not help but feel jealous. The immortal mansion that even Wan Wuxin covets is really a treasure. It's a pity that it appeared at the wrong time. My beta school has not yet been established and there are only 7 disciples who have not achieved anything. If it had appeared hundreds or thousands of years later, even if I'm not here, my disciples would have the strength to fight for the immortal mansion. But now. Sigh, I can only go to the side and watch the show. Zhang Xiaohua, who was trying to steal while she was at it, had already landed far away. After changing her appearance, she held a jujube wooden stick in her hand and rode a fine horse that she had gotten from God knows where. She followed the official road and headed towards Ya Mountain. Earlier, when she was flying in the sky, Zhang Xiaohua did not notice the situation on the ground. But now, she was surprised to find that there were not many people on the official road. Occasionally, there would be a few brave people who heard the sound of a horse's hooves. Before they could even turn around to see who it was, they would immediately jump off the official road and run away in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being seen by Zhang Xiaohua. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand at first, but then she slowly figured it out. Most of the people in Jianghu were arrogant and unruly. They were not people who followed the rules. Now that they were all gathered near Ya Mountain, how could there not be a tragedy of the weak being eaten by the strong? Presumably, this kind of thing had become a common occurrence on the official road. Although this place was still very far from Yaoshan, and there were no Jianghu people on the official road, but, once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes. This was unavoidable. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and could not help but feel emotional. When people in Jianghu saw the strong bullying the weak, most people would sympathize with the weak. But, when these weak people in Jianghu saw the poor people, could they still maintain a humble attitude and conduct? The answer was extremely uncertain. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself could not give a clear answer. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. After riding for more than 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of Ya Mountain. There was still some distance to Ya Mountain, but there were already many Jianghu people. There were even many Jianghu sects who had spontaneously formed teams and set up checkpoints on the official road and by the side of the mountain to prevent idle people from entering. It was not clear whether they were trying to prevent the innocent villagers from dying or to prevent the disciples of other sects from entering. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time with them. She hit the people who were blocking her with her cudgel and flew into the air. In a flash, she fell into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. At this time, it was already past noon. The early winter sun shone warmly on everyone's bodies. If it was any other day, they would definitely have crossed their arms. Perhaps they would even squat down and talk with smiles. However, at this time, everyone was holding weapons in their hands. Their eyes were fiery as they stared at the sky. Occasionally, they would even turn their eyes as they carefully observed their surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. In a flash, she disappeared into the crowd. Then, like the others, she found a big tree and jumped up half a branch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the main hall in the sky above Ya Mountain. She released her divine sense slightly. Then, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself, as expected of an immortal mansion. This Ya Mountain, the vital energy of heaven and earth is very rich. If any disciple wants to absorb vital energy into their body and set foot on the path of immortality, it will be a good opportunity. However, when he sniffed the air, he was stunned. Apart from the freshness of the vital chi of heaven and earth, there was also a thick stench of blood. Oh my God, I'm scared. Have many people died? Zhang Xiaohua was still some distance away from the foot of Ya Mountain. Moreover, the corpses that had been killed by the crowd last night had already been taken care of. That blood had seeped into the ground. Apart from the smell of blood in the air, it was really impossible to see the terrible scene last night. However, about 20 feet away, beside a protruding slope, the conversation between two people attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. Little 7. Can you still walk? A woman's voice asked. Sigh, I'll just have to. Qi Lian, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to join in the fun. Little 7's voice was weak. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Her heart was filled with endless emotions. She really couldn't think of what confidence little Seven had to say that she was the master of the immortal mansion. Even Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be so arrogant. She only wanted to play the side drum and see what benefits there were. The ignorant are fearless. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Around her, there were people with determined faces. Presumably, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Only they were the destined person. Everything was arranged for them. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Qi, whose leg was injured, and the beautiful young woman beside him, whose eyes were filled with love. He sighed and waved his hand, sealing their major pressure points. He thought to himself, with your martial arts skills, you won't be able to defeat me. You can't even compare to the elite disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. You still dare to come to Ya Mountain to seize the immortal mansion? Seeing that Qi Lian is so infatuated, you two should sleep here for 2 days. If, after 2 days, this immortal mansion still doesn't belong to someone, then you may really have some immortal fate. After dealing with this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks in the Huanfeng Villa, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the heart to care about anything else. She looked up at the sky and above Ya Mountain in the distance. A huge palace surrounded by immortal clouds had already appeared in the void. The style of the palace was extremely simple. It looked like an inexplicable aura was directly reflected in one's heart through the naked eye. And a sense of danger arose spontaneously from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. She thought to herself, Immortal Mansion should be a place where immortals live. Even if there are some restrictions in the cave, it shouldn't be so dangerous. My intuition has always been sensitive. I'm afraid that this immortal mansion has something strange. Oh, right, according to what little Seven and Qi Lian said, last night, there was a flash of red light that confused everyone's minds. My goodness, what kind of immortal mansion is this? Just as he was thinking, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The immortal residence that looked like it had pierced through the sky above Ya Mountain was now flashing with endless lightning from the parts that had already been exposed. There was also a lot of lightning lingering around the lightning, like a bunch of exploding fireworks. It was quite dazzling. In just a moment, a hurricane blew past. An incomparably ancient aura was emitted from the air and directly penetrated into everyone's hearts. Zhang Xiaohua was even more so. She raised her head in astonishment. The immortal mansion in the sky was now different from before. Although most of its outline had been revealed, they could only see the vague outline and the style of the palace. If they looked closely, they couldn't see it. It was as if there was an egg-white membrane between the palace and Ya Mountain. It couldn't be seen through. At this moment, the lightning was like a pair of scissors that cut through the membrane. Or perhaps it was the sharp corner of the palace that pierced through the membrane between the void and the mortal world. More than half of the palace was finally clear. At the same time as the palace, the qi of heaven and earth came out like a flood. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release his divine sense. When he felt a fresh gust of wind blow in from the sky, his divine sense already saw the surging qi of heaven and earth like waves crashing against the shore, drowning his entire body. Bliss, incomparable bliss. Zhang Xiaohua never thought that there would be a day when he would be drowned by qi of heaven and earth. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua greedily breathed in through his nose and mouth. The Carefree Heart Sutra instantly activated, and the fresh qi of heaven and earth was like a rush of enlightenment, entering Zhang Xiaohua's pores. However, after a while, the qi of heaven and earth gradually thinned out, like a stream flowing into the sea, very quickly being diluted. Sigh, when will I be able to enjoy the immortal Tao to my heart's content? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he looked at the palace that had already been revealed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was burning even more fervently. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the sky. He saw that the palace was made of an unknown material. It was light red all over, and the style of the palace was something Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. The round roof was like a semicircular eggshell. However, on this eggshell, there were all sorts of strange decorations. These decorations were very strange. Some looked like earthworms, some looked like turtles, and some looked like little birds. In short, they covered the eggshell. Under the flowing light, it felt as if these decorations were about to move, almost as if they were alive. What? In ancient times, immortals lived in bird nests like this? Looking at this shape, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the bird nests he dug out from the trees outside the Guozhuang house when he was young. It was an inverted bird's nest. The buzzing sound in the sky had stopped since dawn, but at this moment, it seemed to have started again. Not knowing whether it was in the ears or in the heart, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if her entire heart was about to jump out of her stomach. Suddenly, there was a loud whang. It was like the sound of a millstone being moved in the countryside magnified 10,000 times. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to crush Zhang Xiaohua's organs into powder. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to cover her ears, the sound suddenly stopped. In an instant, the entire world was silent. Not even a trace of sound could be heard. The entire Ya mountain also froze. Everyone was stunned on the spot. After a moment, someone moved, and the entire Ya mountain seemed to come to life. Everyone seemed to have come to life, and was about to move. The sound reverberated through the world, piercing through the sky. Around Ya mountain, the clouds that had been leisurely just a moment ago, were instantly shattered. At this moment, the palace that looked like a bird's nest suddenly emitted a blood-red brilliance, as if a lively heart was beating. The blood-red brilliance seemed to swell as if it was breathing. That brilliance was like a spreading ray of light, spreading in all directions wave by wave. Ah! He did not know how the others were feeling, but at that moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a blood-red vat. Even his breathing became difficult. Just as he was about to circulate his heart technique, a divine sense that was as sturdy as a rock, as vast as the primordial, as majestic as a mountain, as vast as the sea, and as irresistible as the heavens and earth spread out from within the palace. It was as if a god was looking down on all living beings from within the palace. Chapter 1168. The divine sense swept past the crowd rapidly, not pausing on them at all, and continued to travel into the distance. When the divine sense swept past Zhang Xiaohua, it did not stop at all, as if Zhang Xiaohua was a weak little ant. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a completely different feeling. He only felt his heart palpitate, just like when he saw that huge eye in the underground magma of the deserted island. Yes, the palpitating feeling now was 10,000 times more intense than that. This. Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. Could it be that there are immortals in this palace? Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to shift his shocked gaze away from the palace, an incomparably majestic aura emanated from within the palace. Instantly, a feeling of insignificance rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, an incomparable feeling of insignificance, as if he was facing a god that he should be worshipping. An irresistible pressure pressed down on his mind from all directions, and in the face of this pressure, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knelt down. However, just as his knees were about to touch the ground, the dragon-tiger talisman in his Naiwan palace, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly emitted an extremely resplendent golden light, and a faint majestic aura emanated from Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. Although the majestic aura was extremely weak, but it had a supreme irresistible aura, and this irresistible aura was able to withstand the pressure. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua frowned, and a resistance came from the bottom of his heart. His entire body froze in place, and he did not kneel down again. Looking to the side, everyone was kneeling on the ground, and some were even prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to hear a voice coming from afar. It was as if an ethereal voice had entered his heart, and the pressure around him suddenly increased by a lot. A loud sound was heard, and another golden light flashed from the core of Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. A phoenix captive appeared from the core, and that phoenix captive flew one round in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, flapping its golden wings. Those slender and curved phoenix eyes gave off a feeling of looking down at the world, as if it could see through everything and look outside. At the same time, the dragon and tiger captives were also flipping around. One was swimming beside the phoenix, while the other was roaring below the phoenix. The three captives seemed to have formed a mysterious balance, and in an instant, the pressure on Zhang Xiaohua's mind was greatly reduced. Then, the true energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body suddenly surged, and his entire meridian seemed to be about to leave his body. A majestic aura that Zhang Xiaohua himself was also charging towards the source of the pressure. A sound of surprise was heard. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see it, he heard it clearly in his heart. Just as the sound of surprise was heard, a feeling of fear came from the aura. Instantly, the unparalleled pressure suddenly disappeared, and in the naked eye, the blood-red color of the palace suddenly disappeared as well. What replaced it was the colorful brilliance coming from the various decorations above the circular palace. Zhang Xiaohua's head was covered in cold sweat, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. He forced himself to stand up, but his legs gave way, and he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking around, everyone was in a sorry state. They were either lying on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship, or lying on the ground. In short, no one was able to stand in one piece. Wang, wang, wang. The sound of the grinding stones suddenly sounded again. Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to look up, and to his surprise, he found that the circular palace was slowly rotating. At the same time, as the palace rotated, more parts of it were revealed in the air. In the next 2 hours, the palace no longer emitted the blood-red brilliance, and the circular palace also rotated to the other side. A square palace, similar to the one they usually saw, rotated in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. At this time, the sky was already dark, but under the colorful brilliance of the palace, the entire Yao Mountain was as bright as day, and every detail of Yao Mountain could be seen clearly. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to walk forward, and still stayed at the protrusion, sizing up the palace from afar. This palace was somewhat similar to the incense cult's Mo Xian Palace, with carved beams and painted pillars, and a majestic palace gate. It really had a great style. However, from afar, it seemed a lot smaller than Mo Xian Palace. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was only because she was standing far away, and the palace was in the air above Yao Mountain, so it looked small. If it really was compared to Mo Xian Palace, it would be countless times bigger. When the palace gate faced the south side of Yao Mountain, it stopped rotating. There was a plaque above the gate, but Zhang Xiaohua was too far away, so she couldn't see it clearly. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth and formed a hand seal. His figure flashed to the ground, heading straight for the foot of Yao Mountain. When the palace stopped rotating, a black area the size of the palace appeared in the night sky. This black area was even darker than the night sky, and it could be seen with the naked eye. In this red area, there was a flash of lightning, followed by a series of thunderclaps. After the thunderclaps, the black area slowly shrank. At the same time, the palace that was still floating in the air a moment ago emitted a buzzing sound and gradually descended towards Yao Mountain. After last night's battle, all the disciples of the 4 sects left Yao Mountain. There was not a single person left on Yao Mountain. However, just as the palace was descending, on the south side of Yao Mountain, near the waist of the mountain, there was a sudden distortion of light. The trees gradually disappeared, revealing a large open space. On the open space, there were dozens of disciples dressed in Aqua Cloud's uniform. Among these disciples, there were 2 people holding a half-foot-long brocade cloth. The brocade cloth's brilliance had dimmed, as though it was suppressed by the pressure of the palace. When the group of disciples saw the brocade cloth in their hands shrink, they looked at the palace above their heads and cried out in alarm. They no longer dared to stay on Yao Mountain. Each of them used their qinggong to rush down Yao Mountain and ran toward the camp between the clouds and the water. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Bai Yanxiu's expression, she could imagine the embarrassment on Bai Yanxiu's face. Less than an hour later, the heavens and earth began to shake, and the ground began to tremble. Only then did the floating palace, truly land on Yao Mountain. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived near the camp between the clouds and the water. When she emerged from the ground, everyone was staring at the dazzling palace in a daze. No one noticed that a middle-aged man of average height had appeared in front of the camp between the clouds and the water. As soon as the loud rumbling sound was heard, a dozen or so figures flew over from the east and west sides of Yao Mountain. Even more people used their qinggong to gather around Aqua Cloud's camp from the ground. For a moment, the entire south side of Yao Mountain was in an uproar. "Look, there's a flight of stairs in front of the palace," someone shouted, and everyone was pleasantly surprised. They all stopped and looked at the magnificent and gorgeous palace again. Sure enough, at the majestic palace gate, there was a flight of stairs that was only big enough for one person to pass through. It slowly extended down Yao Mountain to the foot of the mountain. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't the only one who knew about the aura that came from the palace. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Everyone thought that when the flight of stairs extended from the palace gate to the foot of the mountain, the palace gate would definitely open, and the immortal who had released the terrifying aura would definitely push the door open. However, when the flight of stairs extended to the foot of the mountain, the palace gate still hadn't been pushed open. Instead, the signboard that had been covered by the seven-colored brilliance was gradually revealed. There were two incomparably huge words that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. These two words weren't ancient words, so no one knew what they meant. They only felt a sense of insignificance in their eyes. On the south side of Yao Mountain, around the palace's flight of stairs, tens of thousands of martial artists stood with their heads held high, silently waiting for something. However, after another hour, there was no change in the palace. At this moment, an old man who was closest to the flight of stairs suddenly stood up. His body straightened, and like a wisp of smoke, he rushed up the stairs. "Li Su, how dare you!" Behind him, Bai Yanxiu and Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water were incomparably embarrassed and angry. Li Su didn't turn around. He channeled all the internal energy in his body to his feet and focused on using his qinggong. With a whoosh, everyone came to their senses. They all mobilized the internal energy in their meridians and prepared to use their qinggong to rush up the stairs. At this moment, a brilliance brighter than the full moon rose from the west side of the stairs. It flew at an extremely fast speed towards Li Su, who was about to step onto the stairs. It was the mola pearl of the Daoist Temple's master Yuan Ming. Seeing this, Li Su was shocked. However, his feet didn't stop moving. His right hand pulled out a dagger from his waist, wanting to block it. Who knew that when his dagger stabbed into the mola pearl, he only felt his hand lighten. He stabbed into empty air. Before he could turn around to look for the mola pearl, he saw a bright light. The mola pearl suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Li Su could react, the mola pearl hit Li Su's forehead. With a pu sound, the mola pearl easily broke Li Su's head. Li Su didn't even make a sound. His corpse fell to the side of the stairs, and his feet were only half a step away from the stairs. Ah! Seeing Li Su's tragic death, those who hadn't moved yet all stopped. However, their internal energy was circulating rapidly in their meridians. They wanted to find a more suitable opportunity. "Bai Zhangmen, please ask your disciples to retreat 10 feet. A voice sounded from the west side of Yao Mountain. It was the Daoist Temple's abbot, Master Changsheng. Ridiculous. Bai Yanxiu sneered. "Master Changsheng, don't forget that the south side of Yao Mountain is where I'm stationed between the clouds and the water. What right do you have to ask us to retreat 10 feet? Chapter 1169. As soon as Bai Yanxiu finished speaking, a small awl flew up from the ground. It was Daoist Hao Feng's lightning awl. The lightning awl flickered with electricity as it flew towards the mola pearl, forming a stalemate with it. Whoosh! The demon-subduing pestle in Daoist Yuandao's hand also expanded, emitting a faint Buddhist light as it flew to the side of the mola pearl. The Daoist Temple only knows how to bully others. A voice rang out from the crowd between the clouds and the water. Daoist Hao Yu's lightning hammer also transformed into a huge hammer and flew into the air to boost their morale. Amitabha Buddha, excellent, excellent. A deafening Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. A 7-colored circle slowly rose from the side of the Dalan temple. In the middle of the circle was a cross-shaped intersection. The intersection formed a corner outside the circle. The 5-colored brilliance was emitted from the surroundings of the circle, while the black and white colors were emitted from the intersection. Wheel of Evolution? A cry of surprise came from Shueyun. Just as the words left his mouth, a series of rapid thunder came from the place where the voice came from. It was also a round object with a faint red glow that suddenly rose up. That object also grew bigger and bigger. When it reached midair, everyone could clearly see that it was a huge drum. Although there was no drumstick, faint drumming could be heard from the big drum. And that drumming was actually the sound of thunder. Sky-shaking drum? The deafening voice laughed. This set of ancient artifacts has indeed been obtained by the Shindao sect. But, even if you have the sky-shaking drum, what can you do? Sure enough, although the sky-shaking drum was very intimidating and had a slightly stronger power when combined with the lightning hammer and the thunder all, it still seemed a little weak under the 7-colored brilliance of the Wheel of Mortal Evolution and the Buddha's light of the demon subduing pestle and the Mola Pearl. What if we add the plain cloud white flag? An old female voice rang out from the incense sect. Then, a small flag flew into the air and unfolded slightly. Countless tiny white lotuses surrounded the sky-shaking drum, lightning hammer and lightning all, blocking the Buddhist light outside of the white lotuses. Master Shu Qing, you. An old monk wearing an ordinary kasaya flew into the air. It was Master Tiangang who had just chanted the Buddhist chant. What about me? Master Tiangang? Nun Shu Qing also flew into the air and said coldly. This immortal mansion has no owner. Anyone can snatch it. Could it be that your Dalan temple wants to bully my incense sect because we have fewer people? Master Tiangang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nun Shu Qing sneered, Dalan temple's plan. You set a trap to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You can kill Sakura and Tenryu sect's vitality. And Inju 10 sect's people. You cans the sect's people, and 10 sect's ants and Tenryu sect's sect has. And you cans sects, you can sects and use. What a perfect plan. This old woman is full of admiration. Shu Qing, what kind of person is this old monk? How can I do such a despicable thing? Shu Jie's matter was just this old monk's negligence. Last night, this old monk also felt guilty and chanted the Sutra of Rebirth 100 times in front of Buddha. Shut up, Master Tiangang. It's useless to say anything. My junior Shu Jie is no longer here. Even if you chanted the Sutra of Rebirth 10,000 times, will she be able to come back to life? Moreover, Dalan Temple made the Shindao sect retreat the moment you came. Yet, you rushed forward. Isn't this clearly showing that you're trying to hide 300 taels of silver here? If it wasn't for your Dalan Temple having thoughts of meddling with the immortal mansion, would you have done this? Since you've done this, then the fall of my junior Shu Jie, wouldn't there be a very good explanation? Nun Shu Qing didn't listen to Master Tiangang's words. Amitabha. Shu Qing, you are determined to help the Shindao sect? Master Tiangang asked. Yes. Nun Shu Qing answered without hesitation. So it's like this. Master Tiangang looked at the steps of the immortal mansion not far away and nodded. Although these steps can only allow one person to go up, it can't be said that only one person can go up. We can all go in, but who can go in first? Won't that person have a better chance? Master Tiangang? Nun Shu Qing mocked. If the Dalan Temple is merciful, seeing that my junior Shu Jie has already fallen, would they let my incense cult be the first to go up? If my Dalan Temple martial nephew Yuanwu hadn't fallen, this old monk would agree. But, martial nephew Yuanwu also fell with Shu Jie last night. Tell me, can this old monk let you go first? Master Tiangang said faintly. Although this old monk is merciful, but, after all, I'm still a monk of the Daoist temple. I have to think of the Daoist temple. Yes, you're right. This disciple also has to think of my incense cult. Nun Shuqing replied. How about this? We'll all retreat 10 feet away for the time being and discuss in detail to see if there's any way to solve this problem. Master Tiangang said again. If we fight until we're not even in the immortal mansion, won't we become a joke? Nun Shuqing looked at the two magic weapons that formed a triangular formation in mid-air and nodded. This disciple has the same intention. Master Tiangang heard this and waved his sleeves, retreating backward. Nun Shuqing saw this and also retreated. Bai Yinxiu had already understood. He waved his hand and everyone between the clouds and the water retreated 10 feet, leaving the 10 feet at the end of the steps empty. But, in the air above the steps, those 7 magic weapons. None of them took them back. Master Tiangang and Nun Shuqing didn't hide their conversation. Nun Shuqing even sent her voice out. The people of the Jianghu who had already gathered far away from the steps all heard it clearly. They naturally understood that whoever could enter the immortal mansion first would have a better chance of obtaining it. Last night, because of the appearance of the immortal mansion, there was already a huge massacre. Now, the steps to the immortal mansion were close at hand. Who could still calm down? If it weren't for the experts of the immortal Tao and the amazing magic weapons floating in the air, wouldn't everyone have rushed up? For a moment, the tens of thousands of people on the south side of Yao Mountain were like a brewing flood. On the surface, they were silent, but the undercurrent was already surging in the dark. Not everyone coveted the steps. At least, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think so at this moment. Zhang Xiaohua was standing in the middle of the crowd. His face was filled with surprise and joy. He was staring at the 2 words on the signboard above the palace gate. From the moment the steps appeared and the plaque above the palace gate could be seen clearly, he had been staring at it. The 2 big words were ancient characters. No one could understand them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know either. But, he had seen it before. It was when he refined the Hao Tian mirror that he knew the 2 words that appeared on the Hao Tian mirror. The words on the palace gate were, Hao Tian. Could it be that the Hao Tian mirror is related to this palace? Zhang Xiaohua instantly thought and said, if not, why are the 2 words Hao Tian? And Shandao sect and incense cult both have a part of the Hao Tian mirror? The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaohua felt that there must be a reason behind it. The idea of seizing the immortal mansion that he had thrown away earlier came back to his mind. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to use it. The Hao Tian mirror didn't record it and Wan Wuxin didn't explain it either. Wan Wuxin wanted to leave the immortal mansion to the Shandao sect and only asked Zhang Xiaohua to bring the news of the immortal mansion to the Shandao sect. He didn't even mention the location of the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Master Tiangang and the others who were gathered in the camp between the clouds and the water. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the old monk sweeping the floor of the sutra depository to be Master Tiangang. The incense cult's Nun Shuqing's cultivation is even higher than Nun Jingyi's. She should be Nun Jingyi's teacher. Since Nun Shuqing claimed to be Master Tiangang's disciple, her seniority is 1 generation lower. There's no need to talk about Master Tiangang's age and cultivation. Even if I can defeat Nun Jingyi, I'm still far from being their opponent. However, if I wait for them to kill each other. With Master Tiangang around, this situation won't happen. The biggest possibility is that they will find a way to compromise and restrain each other so that they can enter the immortal mansion together. If that's the case, I can only blend in with the ordinary men of the pugilistic world and enter the immortal mansion. But, in front of the ordinary men of the pugilistic world, aren't there incense cult, Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water? Even the righteous Tao alliance is in front of them. When I enter the immortal mansion, I won't even be able to pick up trash. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she subconsciously looked at the people from the Righteous Tao Alliance who were using their lightness techniques. She saw Alliance Master Zhang San standing far away. He looked at the stairs in the distance and then at Master Tiangang, who was gathered for a discussion. Finally, he turned back to look at the various weapons on the stairs. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Forget it. Even the Righteous Tao Alliance is in front of I. How can that be? Zhang Xiaohua clenched her teeth and secretly reached into her clothes. She secretly took out the Hao Tian mirror from her money pouch. Unexpectedly, just as she took out the Hao Tian mirror, before Zhang Xiaohua could hold it firmly, the Hao Tian mirror seemed to be pulled by a huge force and immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This place was not far from Master Tiangang and the others. Zhang Xiaohua hid her divine sense and cultivation level so that she could take advantage of the situation. Once the Hao Tian mirror appeared, how could it not attract their attention? However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to grab the Hao Tian mirror, she saw the Hao Tian mirror somersaulting in midair. The front of the mirror rushed towards the palace gate on Ya Mountain. In an instant, the clear sky mirror emitted a faint white, misty brilliance and shone directly at the palace gate. With a buzzing sound, layers of rippling seven-colored brilliance appeared on the palace gate and passed through the brilliance emitted by the clear sky mirror. The brilliance was extremely swift. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, it had already enveloped him. An incomparably powerful suction force pulled him straight towards the palace gates. Ren Xiaoyao? The strange movement of the Hao Tian mirror attracted Master Tiangong's attention from the beginning. However, that brilliance was so fast that it did not give anyone a chance to react. When Zhang Xiaohua was enveloped by the seven-colored brilliance, her transfiguration technique immediately lost its effect. She revealed her original appearance of a tall, thin figure with small eyes and a flat nose. Chapter 1170. Originally, Master Tiangang wanted to mediate between the Daoist Temple, fragrant religion, and between the clouds and the water to reach a tacit understanding so that everyone would be happy. However, when he saw the seven-colored brilliance in the immortal mansion and saw the protector of the incense cult flying towards the palace gate, how could he not know the reason behind it? Master Tiangang shouted, "Fragrant religion! You've gone too far." He flew into the air and waved his hand. The wheel of divination spun rapidly and was about to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying towards the palace gate. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a feather. Coupled with the unparalleled power of the seven-colored light, when the wheel of evolution started to rotate, Zhang Xiaohua's body had already entered the seven-colored ripples above the palace gate. Not even a bit of splendor splashed out, he had already disappeared. Master Tiangang was not the only one who was surprised. Bai Yanxiu, Liang Cangshu, and the others from Shuiyun Club were also shocked when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure. However, the clear sky mirror was in Bai Yanxiu's palace in Shuiyun Club, and the two words, clear sky, did not appear. She also did not associate the two words on the palace door with the clear sky mirror that she had lost. Bai Yanxiu looked at the fragrance cult with a pensive look. The monks of the Daoist Temple, Master Changsheng, Great Master Changgung, Master Changxing, and the Protector's disciples, Kongchan and Kongju, did not go up. They landed on the ground not far from the Righteous Alliance. When they saw the first person they knew enter the immortal abode, they were all stunned. Master Changxing sighed, Amitba, Abbess Jing-yi. She really racked her brains. She actually still had this trick up her sleeve. Isn't that so? We've already agreed that only the masters of the immortal Tao can fight for it. We're all just spectators. How could she let a protector get it first? Great Master Changgung was extremely indignant. Master Changxing murmured, but even if Abbess Jing-yi wanted to do something, why didn't she go in herself? Senior brother, don't be silly. Our Daoist Temple and fragrant religion had an agreement. If she went in herself, wouldn't she be openly violating the agreement? provoking a war between the Daoist temple and fragrant religion? This is disadvantageous to both sections. It's definitely not what Abbess Jing-yi wanted. Priestess Jing-yi is the leader of fragrant religion. Naturally, she would prioritize the inheritance of our sect. It's normal for Abbess Shuqing to fight for immortal mansion. Ren Xiaoyao's move. This old monk doesn't understand. Master Changxing shook his head. Yes, of course, Master Changxing didn't understand. Even Abbess Jing-yi herself didn't understand. She saw Ren Xiaoyao's figure rising in the brilliance and almost groaned. Ren Xiao Yao. Ah. Ren Xiaoyao? Chen Chen had already cried out in surprise and almost jumped up. Ren Xiaoyao. How could it be him? Peacock's heart skipped a beat and her heart was about to burst out. She lost her composure and covered her mouth with her hand. Abbess Jing-yi cried out and couldn't help rubbing her eyes with her hand. She saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure entering the palace gate and said hatefully, Tenryu's sect. It's really pervasive. Immediately, Abbess Jing-yi thought of Master Tiangong's exclamation and immediately woke up as if from a dream. She said loudly, Oh no, Master Tiangang. He's going to misunderstand. Without waiting for her voice to fall, the rapidly rotating wheel of Yen fan above the steps whizzed towards the white lotus laid out by Master Shuqing using the white cloud flag. Abbess Shuqing naturally didn't know Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua rush into the palace gate, she was stunned. But when she heard Master Tiangang call out that person's name and say, Fragrant religion has gone too far, she thought it must be Abbess Jing-yi's trick. Since that person was a disciple of fragrant religion, of course she had to protect her. Seeing the wheel of Yen fan flying over, Abbess Shuqing sneered. Since someone has rushed in first, there's no need for discussion. Let's rely on our own abilities. As she spoke, she waved the plain cloud white flag and countless white lotuses rushed out to block in front of the wheel of Yen fan. However, the wheel of Yen fan was only blocked by the white lotuses for a moment. Then, countless sword-like rainbow-colored lights pierced out from the white lotuses and smashed the countless white lotuses into pieces, turning them into ordinary chi of heaven and earth. The wheel of Yen fan, which had broken through the white lotuses, whistled and rushed toward the plain cloud white flag in Abbess Shuqing's hand. Dong dong dong. A burst of deafening, thunder-like drum beats resounded. Circle after circle of formless ripples resounded from the air not far away, and rapidly rushed towards the mortal evolution wheel. It was none other than Daoist Master Hao Yun of the Water Cloud sect. He leaped into the air, and with a wave of his hand, he picked up the heaven-shaking drum and attacked Grandmaster Tiangang. Hee, you still say? What? This old monk thought you were going against the Daoist temple because of junior sister. Turns out, you already had a plan. Master Tiangang laughed. Since Master Tiangang, Abbess Shuqing, and Master Hao Yun had already made their move, how could Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming be idle? The Buddha's light on the Maomu pearl expanded and smashed toward the lightning hammer like a meteor. The lightning all did not show any signs of weakness. Master Hao Feng pinched a spell and countless lightning bolts appeared from the surroundings, making chi la la sounds as they flew toward the demon-subduing pestle that had been slowly growing in the air. For a moment, above the stairs and in the air, there was a burst of light and sound. The immortal Dao experts were using their supernatural powers to fight. Looking at the ground, the Jianghu people had long been waiting for an opportunity to rush up the stairs of the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua being led into the immortal mansion by the light was the fuse that caused everyone's emotions to explode. Now, everyone had the same thought, oh no, someone has already entered first. This immortal mansion is probably going to be taken by this person. If I can't follow closely behind and that person takes control of the immortal mansion, won't I have no chance at all? Now that the immortal Dao experts are fighting, they don't have the time to care about me. Shouldn't I take this opportunity to rush into the immortal mansion? Once this thought appeared, no one could control their footsteps and rushed up. Even if there was no blood-red light last night, once the human nature was revealed, who could compete with it? Disciples, listen to my order. Surround the immortal mansion and use the talismans as barriers to block the people rushing up. Bai Yanxiu saw the situation and immediately ordered. Then, he looked at the elders of the Daolan Temple, Nun Jing Yi of the Incense Cult, and Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of the Righteous Sects and shouted, "Sect leaders, quickly come and help. If our sect's defense is broken, the ownership of the immortal mansion will be unknown." The sect leaders of the three sects naturally knew the severity of the situation. To be honest, they also wanted to rush up the stairs. However, wherever their divine senses went, there were restrictions on the stairs and they could not fly. They estimated that they could only walk up the stairs step by step. Among the four sects, who went first? Well, no one dared to go first. If one of the sects went first, the other three sects might join forces. It was also possible that they would exterminate their descendants on the spot. Containment, this was containment. Looking at the stairs that were close at hand, no one dared to go first. Hearing Bai Yanxiu's call, the sect leaders of the three sects did not dare to be negligent. They turned around and ordered, quickly, send orders to the disciples. All of you, go to the south side of Yao Mountain and assist the disciples between the clouds and the water. You must block the other sect's disciples. Yes. The disciples obeyed and left. Not long after, many disciples of the three sects came as reinforcements. With weapons in their hands, they rushed towards the disciples of the other sects like a tide. Immediately, flesh and blood splattered everywhere and blood flowed like a river. At this time, Yao Mountain was completely covered by the palace of seven-colored brilliance. However, there were no passageways to the east, west, and north. There was only a dazzling brilliance. Only the south side of Between the Clouds and the water station had a flight of stairs that led to the Immortal's mansion. Everyone who wanted to enter the Immortal's mansion had to first kill their way through the defenses of the three sects of the Immortal's Path and the Alliance of the Righteous Path. Only then would they have a chance to set foot on the stairs. Near Between the Clouds and the water, there was a defensive light barrier last night. However, after being attacked by the crowd last night, it had long since dimmed. In addition, these defensive jade talismans were rarely seen between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanxiu did not have so many talismans between the clouds and the water. Now, the only thing he could do was to send his disciples to the front. Although the disciples of the various sects were highly skilled in martial arts, when faced with the flood of disciples from the various sects, they clearly did not have the advantage in terms of martial arts. A disciple from the Righteous Alliance held a long sword in his hand and stabbed a disciple in front of him to death. A disciple from another sect stabbed a long spear in his hand. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance dodged and grabbed the long spear in his hand. His body leaped forward and the sword flashed, piercing the disciple's throat. However, at this moment, a disciple from the Righteous Alliance who was better at lightness skill had already moved past him and rushed to the back of the disciple from the Righteous Alliance. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance quickly turned around, wanting to chase after the disciple from the Righteous Alliance before he could get too far away. However, just as he knocked away the disciple's weapon and pierced his back, two long swords came from the left and right to his ribs. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance was also very skilled. He quickly leaped and dodged the two long swords. Suddenly, a long rod shot out from between the swords and struck the disciple's dantian. The person who used the long rod was obviously very skilled in martial arts. This rod strike caused the disciple from the Righteous Alliance to spit out blood. Before the blood could fall to the ground, two more long swords came stabbing at the disciple from the Righteous Alliance. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance had just dodged one long sword when the other pierced his chest. Blood flowed out from the long sword and the disciple from the Righteous Alliance fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Beside him, the two outer sect disciples of the incense cult, seeing that there was an opening, immediately raised their swords to block, and once again fought with the two long swords. The blood of the righteous alliance's disciples slowly flowed out, seeping into the ground. The blood of the pugilistic world's disciples that he killed also flowed out, but in a short while, it disappeared without a trace. At this time, although there was no bloody brilliance, but in the bloodthirsty crowd, who would care about such details? The battle on the ground, although it was not as exciting as the battle in the air, but compared to the cruelty, it was 100 times better. In just the time it took to eat a meal, more than 2,000 people had died on the spot. Chapter 1171. Although the disciples of the three sects of the Immortal Path and the Righteous Alliance were stronger than the disciples of the Jianghu sects, there were still casualties. Moreover, the casualties were beyond their expectations, especially the Righteous Alliance, which could not be compared to the three sects of the Immortal Path. In the time it took to eat a meal, 2,000 people had died. Among them, 1,200 were disciples of the various sects of the Jianghu, 300 were disciples of the three sects of the Immortal Path, and 500 were disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Alliance Master Zhang San stood not far away, his face still gloomy as he watched, biting his lips tightly. Beside him, Vice Alliance Master Chai also saw that the situation was not good. He bit Alliance Master Zhang San's ear and whispered a few words. Alliance Master Zhang San nodded slightly, looking up at the sky where Master Tian Gang and the others were fighting fiercely. He then looked at the incense cult, Daoist Temple, and between the clouds and the water, who were watching their disciples kill each other. He circulated his energy and shouted, Master Changsheng, the martial arts of our Righteous Alliance's ordinary disciples are weak. We have already lost a lot of them. If we don't act now, I'm afraid our Righteous Alliance's disciples won't be able to hold on. Master Changsheng also released his divine sense. He had already seen the reason. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Abbess Jing Yi, by Zhangmen, what do you think? He, this old one has been wanting to say this for a long time. Our incense cult's outer sect disciples have also lost a lot. This old one's hands are itching to fight. Why don't we also exercise our muscles? Let the younger generation know how strong we are so that they can learn a lesson and not do things that don't know when to stop. Abbess Jing Yi looked at Bai Yanxiu and smiled. This old one has the same idea. Abbess Jing Yi, you go first. Bai Yanxiu replied. Okay, this old one will go first. Abbess Jing Yi stretched out her hand and took out a small peachwood sword. She said self-deprecatingly, this old one does not have any immortal sword techniques, so I can only control the peachwood sword. This old one has made a joke of myself. With that, he let go of his hand and formed a seal with his left hand. His index finger and middle finger came together, and the peachwood sword that was thrown into the air trembled slightly. At first, it was a little shaky, but then it quickly pierced towards a disciple of the various sects in the distance. That disciple was holding a machete in his hand, chopping towards a disciple of the incense cult who had fallen to the ground. How could he let go of the flying sword? All he saw was a black shadow flashing by. His throat felt cold, and all the strength in his body was sucked out. The machete fell to the ground, and he fell on his back. Seeing that their sect leader had made his move, Abbess Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and the others did not hesitate. They took out their weapons and charged into the crowd. The martial arts skills of this group of inner disciples were much higher than the rest. They were like wolves in a flock of sheep, slaughtering the disciples who were charging at the front. But after all, there were too many people, and there were still many disciples behind who didn't know what was going on. They rejoiced that they were able to charge to the front, but who would have thought that they had entered the Azura field? For a moment, blood splattered all over the incense cult side. Amitba. Grandmaster Longevity sighed. He looked at the disciples around him and said, Go and face the tribulation. The origin returning tribulation is here. No disciple can escape. Yes, disciple obeys. Great Master Changgung, Grandmaster Changxing, and many other disciples who were guarding the Dharma all charged into the crowd with weapons in hand. Between the clouds and the water and the Righteous Alliance did the same. They sent out the last of their elites. Like fierce tigers coming down from the mountains, they charged into the crowd and killed without restraint. In the time it took to eat a meal, there were countless casualties. Corpses were everywhere. Perhaps, in the past year, the number of people who died in the entire Jianghu was not as many as the number of people who died in these 2 hours. However, the killing did not stop. Those who were still alive and wanted to rush up the stairs kept coming up. The disciples of the 4 sects were gradually becoming impatient. At this time, the battle in the air gradually came to an end. It was somewhat similar to the situation last night. Although Grandmaster Tiangang and the others were immortal-like existences in the entire Jianghu, their true cultivation was only at the late stage of the qi refining realm. They were not even in the foundation establishment realm. However, the magic tools they used were the so-called primordial divine tools, which were incomparably powerful. But behind this incomparably powerful magic tool was also a huge amount of true qi. They had held back a little in their fight last night, but today, when they saw the stairs and thought of the benefits of the immortal mansion, they spared no effort. They used all the true qi in their meridians, and the magic tools in their hands shone with a myriad of lights. Their auras were extraordinary. The consequences were obvious. After the time it took to eat 2 meals, the true qi in their meridians was completely empty. The primordial qi they absorbed from the heaven and earth was far from enough to satisfy the consumption of their magic tools. Grandmaster Tiangang's face was slightly flushed. His eyes revealed a stern look, and his fingers that were forming a seal were slightly trembling. He glanced at Senior Nun Shu Qing, who was holding the plain cloud white flag, and clenched his teeth. He waved his hand, and the mortal wheel, which had already dimmed, turned into a flash of lightning and flew in front of him. Grandmaster Tiangang hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the mortal wheel. The essence blood seeped into the mortal wheel, and it immediately shone brightly. Grandmaster Tiangang pointed his finger, and the mortal wheel whizzed towards Daoist Master Hao Yun. Seeing this, Senior Nun Shu Qing sneered. She unfolded the plain cloud white flag in her hand, and also spat a mouthful of essence blood on it. The same brilliance flashed, and countless snow-white lotus flowers with red threads appeared around her and Daoist Master Hao Yun, blocking Grandmaster Tiangang's mortal wheel. Daoist Master Hao Yun also didn't hesitate. He poured the rest of his Fa Li into the heaven-shaking drum, and that invisible wave attacked the mortal wheel. The mortal wheel seemed to have fallen into an invisible quagmire. It slightly swayed, and couldn't move even half an inch. At this moment, the mortal wheel suddenly spun faster, and with a crisp, "pa" sound, the cross, in the middle of the circle suddenly shot out from the mortal wheel. It was even faster than Senior Nun Jingyi's peachwood sword, and it shot straight towards Daoist Master Hao Yun's chest. "Ouch!" Daoist Master Hao Yun shouted. He changed the seal in his hand, and the heaven-shaking drum immediately expanded. Thunder rumbled on the drum's surface, and it blocked in front of him. Puff 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 puff, a series of light, almost inaudible sounds rang out. That cross broke through the wave of the heaven-shaking drum, and attacked the drum's surface. With a huge dong sound, like the sound of heavenly thunder, that cross hit the heaven-shaking drum's surface, and it actually pierced through the heaven-shaking drum. The speed of the cross slowed down a bit, but it still pierced towards Daoist Master Hao Yun's chest. Daoist Master Hao Yun obviously didn't expect the mortal wheel to be so powerful. Only when the cross pierced in front of his body did he come to his senses, and immediately flew backwards. At the same time, he crushed the jade talismans in his hand, and one after another, light barriers rose from his body. Unfortunately, that mortal wheel was so powerful. It pierced through a defensive light barrier, and even after piercing through a dozen of them, the speed of the mortal wheel only decreased slightly. With another "pa" sound, this was the sound of the mortal wheel finally hitting Daoist Master Hao Yun's body. Daoist Master Hao Yun felt pain. He opened his mouth, and with a "pu" sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood into the air, and his body fell from the air. Senior brother, Daoist Master Hao Yu was startled. Just as he called out, the mola pearl that was smashing towards the thunder all made a slight turn, and attacked Daoist Master Hao Yu's back. With a peng sound, a weak light red brilliance flashed from Daoist Master Hao Yu's back. Obviously, it was Daoist Master Hao Yu's defense. However, even though that defense blocked most of the force of the mola pearl, there was still an extremely strong force that attacked Daoist Master Hao Yu's back, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Daoist Master Hao Yu was barely able to stabilize his body. He flew to the side, and caught Daoist Master Hao Yun, who had already fainted. Ouch! You dare to sneak attack me? It was Master Tian Gang's angry roar. Under Master Tian Gang's feet, the peach blossom whip of Chuanxiang cult rapidly flew back to Senior Nun Shu Qing's hand. Master Tian Gang's feet staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. He also fell from the sky. Master Yuan Ming, who controlled the mola pearl to hit Daoist Master Hao Yu, didn't have time to use the mola pearl again. He immediately flew over and caught Master Tian Gang's body. At this time, only Master Yuan Dao, who was holding the demon subduing pestle, and Daoist Master Hao Feng, who was holding the lightning hammer, were left in the air. Seeing this, the two of them also had the intention to retreat. Just as they were about to turn back, they heard a mournful cry from the immortal mansion on Mount Yao. It was the same cry as last night, and it resounded through the entire world. Then, the entire immortal mansion on Mount Yao suddenly turned red, like a burning flame. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi also converged from all directions at the same time, converging around Mount Yao. The red light of the immortal mansion became even brighter. A faint sound of beating drums was heard again, and the red light turned into the color of blood, just like last night. Accompanied by the beating of the drums, the eyes of everyone around Mount Yao faintly lit up. Their eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze, and their faces were also filled with pain and despair. In the air, Master Yuan Dao, who already had the intention to retreat, immediately stopped. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. The demon subduing pestle left his hand and smashed towards Daoist Master Hao Feng like a mountain. Daoist Master Hao Feng did the same, and his lightning hammer transformed into a large hammer to meet the demon subduing pestle. With a loud bang, the demon subduing pestle collided with the demon subduing pestle and smashed towards Daoist Master Hao Feng. At this time, Daoist Master Hao Feng's eyes were also filled with despair. He waved his hand, and the lightning hammer didn't return to save him. Instead, it smashed towards Master Yuan Dao. In a flash, the lightning hammer hit Master Yuan Dao's back, and the demon subduing pestle hit Daoist Master Hao Feng's chest. Both of their bodies flashed with brilliance, and their defenses were broken. With two poo-poo sounds, both of them spat out blood at the same time and fell from the air. This wasn't strange. The strangest thing was that Master Yuan Ming, who caught Master Tian Gang in his arms, also pointed his finger, and the Mao Pearl in the air smashed towards Hao Yu. Hao Yu didn't dodge, and the lightning all rotated to counterattack Yuan Ming. Almost at the same time, both of them were hit by each other. Their bodies slanted, and their hands loosened. All four of them fell from the air. Strangely, the falling Master Tian Gang pointed his finger and the wheel of divination that was floating in the air suddenly became smaller and faster. Before Shu Qing Nun could wave the plain cloud white flag, the wheel of divination hit Shu Qing Nun's back from behind. Shu Qing Nun also fell from the air. At the same time, the red light in the immortal mansion suddenly shone brightly, and a huge suction force came from the immortal mansion. In an instant, it sucked away all the yuan qi of heaven and earth that had just gathered around your mountain. Chapter 1172. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from within the immortal mansion, sucking away all the energy of heaven and earth around your mountain. In an instant, not even a trace of energy remained around your mountain. Because the energy of heaven and earth was sucked away, the the sky was originally clear and boundless. At this time, countless black clouds floated over from afar. Waves of inexplicable hurricanes were born from the 9 heavens, whistling as they blew down. Then, countless floating snowflakes also fell. The hurricanes mixed with the snowflakes, wreaking havoc in the midnight darkness. Only far away, behind the black clouds, the starry sky flickered brightly, as if countless eyes were staring at the astronomical changes on Ya Mountain. The sudden change of wind and clouds, the flying sand and stones were the portrayal of this moment. Countless Jianghu sect disciples were unable to stand firm, almost falling down, unable to even hold the weapons in their hands. The most miserable, of course, was Master Tiangang and the others who were fighting in the air. These people's actions were really puzzling. Not to mention Master Tiangang and Daoist Master Hao Yun. Daoist Master Hao Yun was hit by Master Tiangang's will of expansion, knocking him unconscious and falling into the air. Daoist Master Hao Yu caught Daoist Master Hao Yun. Master Tiangang was attacking Daoist Master Hao Yun successfully, but was ambushed by Abbess Shu Qing with her peach blossom whip. He was also seriously injured, falling down, and was caught by Master Yuan Ming. It was perfectly reasonable for the two of them to be severely injured. It was the result of a normal battle. The other 5 people fell from the air at this time. That was extremely strange. Master Yuan Dao and Daoist Master Hao Feng originally had the intention to retreat, but after hearing the faint sound of the drum and the blood-red light, they boldly attacked again. Moreover, it was a method of mutual destruction. It was really inconceivable. There was also Master Yuan Ming, Daoist Master Hao Yu, Daoist Master Hao Feng, and even Abbess Shu Qing, who was knocked into the air by Master Tiangang. It was against common sense, beyond human instinct. Master Longevity and the others were also the same. Under the light of the blood-red light and the faint sound of the drum, they activated the magic tools in their hands, injuring many people. The hurricane that followed suddenly woke them up. When they narrowed their eyes and looked at the sky, they were all shocked. Although there wasn't a trace of heaven and earth yuan qi, they had long been used to using the levitation technique without heaven and earth yuan qi. At this time, they didn't dare to consider the consumption of qi in their meridians. Master Longevity and the others immediately floated up and reached out to catch the falling Master Tiangang and the others. The Dalan Temple's Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, and Master Yuan Ming were caught by Master Changsheng, Master Changxing, and Great Master Changgung respectively. The Aroma Cult's Master Shu Qing was caught by Nun Jingyi. As for the 3 reverends between the clouds and the water, they were out of luck. It wasn't that Bai Yanxiu didn't have sharp eyes and quick hands, and it wasn't that he didn't pay attention to the battle in the sky. The foundation of between the clouds and the water was the shallowest among the 3 immortal sections. The battle in the sky was of course the key to whether or not between the clouds and the water could enter the immortal mansion first. Therefore, Bai Yanxiu's mentality was still different from that of Nun Jingyi and Master Longevity. Even when he commanded his disciples to resist the attacks of the various sects in Jianghu, he still put most of his attention in the sky. Seeing the 3 reverends that he relied on as a shield falling from the sky, Bai Yanxiu turned pale with fright. He hurriedly disregarded everything and activated the little qi in his meridians, using the levitation technique that wasn't very profound, to meet them head-on. Fortunately, Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun were originally together, and Reverend Hao Feng wasn't too far away. Bai Yanxiu first flew below Reverend Hao Yu, stretched out his hand, and used a move similar to the stellar transposition. Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun, who was in his hands, stopped their rapid descent and changed to a slanted horizontal flight. Liang Zhangxiu, Yu and the others, quickly catch them. Bai Yanxiu shouted. Liang Zhangxiu and the other disciples who were in the middle of killing didn't dare to be negligent. They all used their lightness skills and chased after Reverend Hao Yu's shadow. While they were busy, a gap appeared in the defense in front of them. Like a tide, there were already a few disciples from the various sects of Jianghu who had rushed out from that gap. After Bai Yanxiu saved Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun, he turned around and went to save Reverend Hao Feng. With just this delay, Reverend Hao Feng was already very close to the ground. Bai Yanxiu didn't dare to imagine that the emaciated Reverend Hao Feng, who had fainted, would immediately fall into several pieces. In a moment of desperation, he kicked Reverend Hao Feng's armpit, and Reverend Hao Feng's body immediately flew horizontally. However, as luck would have it, that direction was precisely the steps of the immortal mansion. Bai Yanxiu. What are you doing? Nun Jingyi was the most relaxed. She held Nun Shuqing in her arms and roared angrily. How could Bai Yanxiu think so much? She was just trying to save Daoist Hao Feng in a hurry. Now that she heard Nun Jingyi's reprimand, she rolled her eyes and said loudly, since the masters of the three immortal sects are evenly matched and can't decide the winner on the path of immortality, then the previous plan can't work. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao of the Heavenly Dragon sect has already entered the immortal mansion for a long time. If we don't go in now, I'm afraid there will be an unforeseen event. Plus, there are many disciples of each sect behind us. Although the disciples of our four sects can resist for a while, I'm afraid it will be broken through by others in a while. Instead of that, why don't the three immortal sects go in now, followed by Alliance leader Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance? What do you think? Bai Yanxiu also listened to Nun Jingyi's explanation. Although he said Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect, Grandmaster Changsheng and Nun Jingyi probably knew what he was thinking in his heart. When Nun Jingyi heard this, she knew that Bai Yanxiu had pointed out Ren Xiaoyao and thought that Ren Xiaoyao was her arrangement. If she didn't agree with her suggestion, then she had a guilty conscience. Thus, she nodded and said, "That's what I think too. Let the disciples of our sect hold them back for a while, give us enough time." Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect has already been in the immortal mansion for a long time. There hasn't been any change in the immortal mansion. I'm afraid he hasn't discovered anything. It's not too late for us to go in now. The elders of the Dalan Temple were also secretly angry. They only listened to Nun Jingyi's explanation. Although they were half convinced, they still nodded and said, "But the order in which we go in," Bai Yanxiu had already thought about it. He turned to look at the disciples who were already beginning to falter and said, "Then let's look at our light body technique cultivation. My cultivation isn't high. I'm afraid I'll fall behind the Grandmaster and the others." "Good." Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "It seems like we'll have to rely on our own cultivation. Peacock, you count. When you count to 3, we'll use our cultivation to rush up the stairs." "Yes, I'll follow your orders." Peacock put away her soft sword and leaped to Nun Jingyi's side. "Those of you who have cultivation of the path of immortality, no matter how deep it is, wait for us to go up the stairs. Maybe we'll have some immortal fate," Grandmaster Changsheng said. Bai Yanxiu was displeased. He thought for a moment and said to Liang Cangshu, who had just returned with Daoist Hao Yun, "Yang Cangshu, wait for us to go up the stairs. Help Daoist Hao Feng up from the stairs. If they want to go up after they wake up, then accompany them into the immortal mansion." "All right, your humble disciple will start counting." Peacock received Nun Jingyi's gaze and started counting. As soon as she said 3 words, Grandmaster Changsheng, Nun Jingyi, and Bai Yanxiu all moved quickly. They turned into shadows and rushed up the stairs of the immortal mansion. As soon as the 3 of them left, Alliance Master Zhang San was just about to lift his leg when he saw Dalan Temple Great Master Chang Gung and Grandmaster Chang Xing also float up. They completely ignored Alliance Master Zhang San and flew straight to the stairs. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned. His face turned extremely gloomy. However, all he could do was stomp his feet and follow the 2 great masters up the stairs. Where was the Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect that Nun Jingyi, Grandmaster Changsheng, and Bai Yanxiu spoke of? A place that Yu Mingxin, Yang Haoya, and Wan Wuxin couldn't figure out even if they racked their brains. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror and a rainbow-colored brilliance was projected from the palace door. It enveloped Zhang Xiaohua, and a powerful suction force pulled Zhang Xiaohua into the palace door. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like a stone that fell into the water. Only a layer of ripples was left behind and he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the immortal mansion. Just as he raised his head, he was shocked by everything in front of him. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a long while, he slowly regained his senses. He had seen Misty School's ethereal palace, incense cult's Mo Xian Palace and Huayu Palace, but those so-called palaces, compared to the immortal mansion in front of him, were really too simple. Too small. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the exterior of the immortal mansion at the foot of Ya Mountain. He didn't think it was that big, but when he stood in the immortal mansion himself, he realized how majestic this immortal mansion was. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was an extremely wide passage made of purple jade. The jade in the passage looked like a piece of land without any gaps. The jade passage was about 1,000 feet long. At the end of the passage was a huge palace that was 1,000 feet tall. This palace was like the top of a pagoda. From Zhang Xiaohua's angle, he could only see a little of the decoration at the top of the palace. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Behind him was the palace door that he had just entered. He saw that the palace door was also 1,000 feet tall. Wasn't it also 1,000 feet wide on both sides? He didn't know what material it was made of, but the entire palace door emitted a faint golden light. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the somewhat blurry archway at the top of the palace door and felt dizzy. Standing in front of this palace door, he was not much bigger than an ant. Casting a spell, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to soar into the air, but after flying 3 feet, he fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't fly in the immortal mansion. Oh no, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself and immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, his divine sense could only extend 3 feet, and couldn't go any further. Sigh. Why, is there a restriction in the immortal abode? As Zhang Xiaohua thought about this, he took out the chasing dream sword and stepped into the jade passageway. Bang! A huge force was emitted from the passage, and Zhang Xiaohua's figure was sent flying into the air. Chapter 1173. This. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground with a gloomy face. It won't let me in. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. Sure enough, there was an extremely mysterious fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth above the jade stone passage. The fluctuation was different from the fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was completely beyond Zhang Xiaohua's knowledge. He tried a few more places, but was bounced back by the jade stone passage every time. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously felt a little anxious. He knew clearly that he was just relying on the Hao Tian mirror and was drawn in by the fairy's mansion of vast heaven. Outside Yao Mountain, once the Daoist Temple, the cult of fragrance, and the seniors of the Way of Immortals who were fighting between the clouds and the water reached a consensus, any one of them could easily kill him. If he couldn't find the treasure and escape in advance, he was afraid that his end would be extremely tragic. What made Zhang Xiaohua most afraid was that he had exposed his true identity in the light emitted by the Hao Tian mirror in front of Nun Jingyi and the others. In the future, the identity of Ren Xiaoyao would bring him more trouble. Touching his chin with his hand, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. By the way, this jade stone passage can't be used. What about the open space beside the passage? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He ran to the right without hesitation and then tried the ethereal steps. Lightness skill of martial arts could be used here. Sure enough, the purple jade stone passageway disappeared after 100 zhang. However, the jade stone passageway wasn't empty space above. Instead, there was a flowing river. The river was dark green and abnormally clear. However, although it was clear, the bottom couldn't be seen. There weren't any fish in the water, nor was there anything else. Zhang Xiaohua tried to release his divine sense. A burning and indescribable feeling came from his divine sense, which made him quickly withdraw his divine sense. As soon as his divine sense left the water, the strange feeling disappeared immediately. It seemed that there was also a prohibition on the water. The water was also very wide, about 100 feet. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't fly, so naturally, he couldn't cross it. Fortunately, when he looked to the right, there seemed to be another passageway. Zhang Xiaohua immediately used ethereal steps to run another 100 feet or so. Indeed, across the water, there was a blue jade passageway that was narrower than the purple jade passageway he had seen previously. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to step on the passage rashly. He only put the tip of his foot on it. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, a force pushed his foot to the side and did not let him step on it. However, Zhang Xiaohua feel that this force was a little weaker than before. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Thinking about it, he did the same thing as when he was in the purple jade passage. He stepped on it and was immediately sent tumbling in the air by the force. Ha ha ha, it's really like that. Zhang Xiaohua thought and didn't stay any longer as he ran to the right. Beside the blue jade stone passage, there was also a quiet flow of water. It wasn't any different from what he saw just now. Zhang Xiaohua didn't look anymore and directly came to another green jade stone passage. Just like the test just now, Zhang Xiaohua once again discovered that the force of this green jade stone passage was weaker than the blue jade stone passage. Don't tell me, there are other colors at the back? Also, with the difference in color, the force will become weaker? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and concluded. Then, he looked at the majestic palace door that was very far away. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and kept running down. Next, there were green, yellow, orange, and red jade stone passages. Unfortunately, even when he reached the red jade stone passage, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't put his foot on the passage. Although the force of this red jade stone passage was very weak, but there was a needle hidden in silk. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stand steadily on that passage. Strange, don't tell me this jade stone passage is taken by different people? Is there a difference in cultivation level? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, but, in front, seems to be 100 feet tall blood-red barrier. I can't pass through it either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his true energy to his foot and stepped on the red passage. As expected, this time, the force of the passage was much weaker. Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the passage with one foot. As expected. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua silently channeled the true energy in his meridians and put his other foot on the passage. That foot was steady, but Zhang Xiaohua felt that the force of the second foot was stronger. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua staggered forward for about 10 steps. The force of the passage became stronger and stronger. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't take it anymore. He was pushed back to his original spot by a force that he couldn't resist. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, his hands had the strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, so his feet should have the same amount of strength. But, on the 7-colored jade passageway, he was defeated, and the thing that was defeated was the strength that he was so proud of. If I can't pass through this passage, Nanjing Yi and the rest may not be able to pass through. Zhang Xiaohua began to compare himself. Then, he looked at the blood-red light screen in the distance and rushed over again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked from the center of the palace gate to the right. Was it not more than 2,000 feet? His position had deviated from the front of the palace. But when Zhang Xiaohua walked another 5,000 feet and came to the side of the blood-red light screen, he saw that the palace in the distance was still facing him. Luckily, there was a black and white jade stone passage near the blood-red light screen. This passage was only about 10 feet long and was much narrower than the previous one. The black and white jade squares were pieced together to form a passage. If it doesn't work, I really have to think of another way. Zhang Xiaohua thought and stepped on the passage. Out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, this black and white jade stone passage didn't have much force. After walking so far, I can finally enter the palace. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted and was about to execute the ethereal steps. But just as he increased his speed, he immediately felt the fluctuation of energy under his feet. It seemed that the strange force was about to appear again. Do I have to walk step by step? Zhang Xiaohua could only stop the ethereal steps and walked forward slowly. Indeed, as long as he walked slowly, the force would only increase slightly. I didn't do anything wrong, right? When Zhang Xiaohua had walked halfway, he already felt that from the black and white jade stone under his feet, there was an obvious force that was obstructing his footwork. There's really no other choice. I only wanted to go in and take a look to see if I could pick up 1 or 2 treasures. Why is it like this? Since you don't allow people to pass through the passage, why did you send this immortal mansion out from the void? Zhang Xiaohua grumbled inwardly. Suddenly, he thought of the terrifying aura that had spread out from the immortal abode. He broke out in a cold sweat. I came all the way here to look for treasures, not to throw my life away. This passageway is full of mysteries. If I go in, won't I be courting death? Zhang Xiaohua stopped and raised his head to look at the palace in the distance. It was really mysterious. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the blood-red light screen, he felt that he was facing the front of the palace. Now that he had walked halfway through the passage, he realized that he had deviated from the center of the palace by a lot. Why don't I just take a look at the palace and return immediately? Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself. Since I've come so far, the aura has not appeared. Moreover, I was brought in by the Hao Tian mirror. I didn't really want to come in. Zhang Xiaohua was obsessed with money and found a lot of excuses for himself. In a while, the people from the Aroma cult, the Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water will all come. I'm afraid that the aura won't be able to handle it. Maybe it won't be dangerous if I sneak in. It was not Zhang Xiaohua's fault. At the foot of Yao Mountain, countless people risked their lives to come to the immortal mansion to try their luck. They had already forgotten about the horror of the blood-red light screen. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had entered the immortal mansion, how could he return empty-handed? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua continued to move forward. The second half of the passage was not as easy as the first half. The closer he got to the palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the force under his feet was increasing. He could only move forward by using his heart sutra to continuously send vital energy to his feet. Otherwise, he might be bounced into the flowing water on the side. The flowing water was also strange. When he stepped into the passage, he only saw that the water was about 10 feet long. But after walking for a long time, the flowing water was still at the side of the passage. It looked like it was still about 10 feet long. Zhang Xiaohua could not see through the flowing water. However, he strongly believed that if he fell into the flowing water, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, he took out a small primordial stone and absorbed the vital energy of heaven and earth from it as he continued to move forward. Before long, he was only about 10 feet away from the palace. Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was already far away from the center of the palace. He was almost at the leftmost side of the palace. Moreover, there was no obvious door to the palace. There was only a huge purple light screen in the center, and then there were blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red light screens. These light screens were of different sizes. As the colors changed, they became smaller and smaller. To the right of Zhang Xiaohua, next to the red light screen, there was a pale white light screen that was a head taller than Zhang Xiaohua. Maybe that white light screen is the black and white passage, the door to the palace? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. At this moment, on the black and white passage, there was another strange change. The force that was going up suddenly reversed and suddenly went down. A huge force pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua from above. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about how to get in and out of the palace. This change was completely unexpected. He staggered and almost fell into the flowing water. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua shouted angrily. He quickly stabilized his body and used a little strength to stabilize himself. When Zhang Xiaohua stood properly, the force did not decrease. It was as if there was 1,000 pounds of mountain pressing down on him. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1174. The pressure on Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely heavy, probably more than 1,000 jin. When Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the end of the passage, the pressure had increased to more than 10,000 jin. Luckily, this weight was still considered light for Zhang Xiaohua. When he stepped out of the black and white passage, the pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was the pale white light curtain. His left hand clenched tightly on Chasing Dream. Zhang Xiaohua did not move to the side. He knew that since he could not walk through the red passage, then he could forget about the red light curtain that was opposite the red passage. When Zhang Xiaohua easily passed through the white light curtain, an extremely strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a divine sense that he could not detect scanning his entire body. A feeling of nowhere to escape also arose spontaneously. But before he could think carefully, he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. This was an incomparably huge space. At the top, there were the sun, moon, and stars. Thousands of stars were shining brightly, and these stars were moving and shining. It was no different from the usual starry sky. The orbit of the sun, moon, and stars faintly matched with Zhang Xiaohua's sky Daoist starry sky. Looking at the bottom, there was a passage paved with 7 colored clouds. That passage was like the clouds. Below the passage was mountains, rivers, grasslands, deserts, etc. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be standing on top of the 9 heavens, standing on top of a white cloud, looking down at the earth. After standing in a daze for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally regained his senses. It was not that he had not flown in mid-air before, but his flying technique was limited. The heaven and earth elemental chi was also limited. It was impossible for him to fly to an extremely high altitude. Although he had long enjoyed looking down from above, but that height could not be compared to this. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the sky Dao and the union of heaven and man, he also had this feeling. But that was because his consciousness was constantly increasing. The deepest impression was of the sky Dao. He was afraid that he would not be able to remember such details. That's 5 Claws Peak in Yaoshan. In the middle of the faraway sky, there was a huge throne. It was shining with 7-colored brilliance. Just below the throne, there was a small hill. At this moment, under the hill, there were countless thin things that looked like ants. They were wriggling non-stop. Beside the hill, there was a peak that looked like 5 fingers. Zhang Xiaohua wiped his eyes and cried out in disbelief. Just as he was about to take a step forward to take a look, the white cloud under his feet moved and slowly flew forward. The closer he got to the 7-colored throne, the bigger it got. Yao Shan could finally see it clearly. However, when he reached a certain distance, the white cloud could no longer get any closer. No matter how much he tried to move forward, the white cloud would slip to the side and move in another direction. Near the left side of the throne, there were many clouds of various colors floating leisurely. So that's how it is. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could see some clues. Although there were many clouds of different colors, they all followed a certain pattern. The purple clouds were at the front, very close to the huge throne. Beyond that, there were blue, green, yellow, orange, and red clouds. On Zhang Xiaohua's side, there were only some faint white clouds. On the other side of the throne, there were some dark clouds. The clouds are also divided into levels. Just like the passageway outside the palace, the higher the level, the closer to the center. In this palace, the closest to the throne in the center. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, he suddenly realized that 4 ancient words had appeared out of thin air above the throne. The words were actually formed from dragons and phoenixes. When Zhang Xiaohua looked at them, he really felt that the 4 ancient words were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing in the air. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua did not recognize any of those 4 characters. They were different from Haotian. Seeing that there was nothing to gain in this palace, Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously looked around. In front of him, behind the throne in the center, there was a white light screen. Zhang Xiaohua controlled the cloud and flew towards the light screen. When he arrived at the light screen, he reluctantly turned his head back. To his surprise, he discovered that the huge throne was facing him. Isn't that so? From the moment I entered the palace, the throne was in the center, and it was facing me. I followed the cloud and walked very far, but the throne was still facing me. After passing through the light screen, Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about the magical scene just now. The immortal Dao is really magical. How do they do it? Zhang Xiaohua muttered as he raised his head to look ahead. This seemed to be a side hall of the palace, and there were many doors that were similar to the light screens. In front of these doors, there were passageways of different colors. Zhang Xiaohua looked down and saw that there was a black and white passageway under his feet that led to a small hall that was flashing with a white light screen. Zhang Xiaohua followed the black and white passageway and entered the small hall. This small hall was very different from the main hall. It was very ordinary, with only a few ordinary decorations. It looked empty, and the floor was also made of black and white jade. Zhang Xiaohua walked on it and did not find anything strange. In front of this small hall, there was a long table with nothing on it. In the middle of the small hall, there were a few green praying mats placed randomly. In addition, in the 4 corners of the small hall, there was an identical incense burner. At this time, the incense burners were empty, and there was not even a speck of incense ash. Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and released his divine sense to scan through everything. Other than a few praying mats that were similar to the ones in his money pouch, the rest didn't have any fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi. Most likely, they were just ordinary items. After putting the praying mats into his belt, Zhang Xiaohua came out from another exit of the small hall. The exit of this small hall was facing a round arched light screen, just like a moon door. And in front of this moon door, there was only a black and white passageway. Maybe only people in the black and white passageway can walk through? Zhang Xiaohua thought, but he immediately came to a realization. Perhaps anyone who could walk in any other color would be able to walk through the black and white tunnel. The passageways were divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The further one went, the higher the level, and the lower the color passageway or the palace door formed by the light screen, the higher the level. And people who walked through the lower colored passageway could not walk through the higher colored passageway or palace door. After passing through the white moon door, there was a huge open space in front of him. The open space was divided into many small individual pieces. In the small pieces, there seemed to be soil of different colors, and there were extremely different restrictions. In the middle of the open space, there was even a round pond. Is this a vegetable garden? Zhang Xiaohua walked all the way, looking left and right. To be honest, the layout of this open space was extremely similar to the vegetable garden of a certain family in the Guizhuang house. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua thought so. When he walked to the pond in the middle, his divine sense saw that the water in the pond was rich in qi of heaven and earth. It was not inferior to the mountain spring in the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua then understood. Could it be that this place is used to grow herbs? Poor Zhang Xiaohua. Ever since Huanxi Manor, he had been tending to medicinal plants. Even after he came to the aroma cult, he was still planting medicinal plants. But he had never seen how the Tao of immortals planted medicinal plants. The soil was of different colors, and the primal energies of heaven and earth were different. Furthermore, they were protected by seals. Naturally, he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could not find a single medicinal herb even after looking through the entire plot of land. Furthermore, each small piece of soil had an extremely powerful restrictive spell on it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the soil away, there was no way for him to do so. But Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Without delay, he looked at the light screen on the other side of the open space and went out of the light screen. Out of the light screen, there was a place like a corridor. This light screen was in an inconspicuous corner of the corridor. Next to the corridor, there was a passage that could only allow one person to pass through, and halfway down this corridor, there was another corridor that was connected to this one. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the narrow black and white passage. When he reached the intersection of the two corridors, the black and white passage came to an abrupt end. It turned out that the other corridor did not have any color. It was just a gray passage that cut off the corridor, and at the other end of the corridor, various colored passages reappeared. Where does it lead to? I don't know if I can walk through it. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the intersection of the two corridors. He did not dare to move forward. He looked left and right. The left seemed to lead to the back of the big palace. Zhang Xiaohua tried to step on the ground. The gray ground did not produce any force, and the ground was soft. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the ground, the meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body trembled. The true qi in the meridians was also rapidly circulating. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling that her meridians had a life of their own. This life of meridians seemed to have felt that there was something on the left that attracted it. Is there a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua was frightened. What was behind this palace? It could actually attract the true qi in the meridians? Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not believe that the meridians had a life of their own. She only thought that the true qi was attracted by the thing behind the palace. Should I follow the black and white passage? Or should I take the risk and walk on this gray path? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but ponder. Needless to say, just by looking at the small hall that Zhang Xiaohua could enter just now, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the black and white passage was the lowest color in this immortal mansion. The places that one could go to were the lowest level places. The possibility of there being good things in these places was really too small. Let's go. Even if I don't go now, when Master Longevity and the others come, they will also go. I'd better walk in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua quickly made up her mind. The gray passage could not be penetrated by divine sense. It looked strange, but walking on it was different from the smooth black and white passage. It was rough, and it was no different from walking on a normal mountain path. Chapter 1175. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how long he had walked. It seemed that in this gray passage, he couldn't feel the passage of time. Perhaps it was a cup of tea, perhaps it was a meal, perhaps it was several hours. The scenery around him kept changing. With every step he took, he felt that he had arrived at a new place. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look around, until an ordinary stone staircase appeared in front of him. At the top of the staircase was a diamond-shaped hut similar to a Buddhist shrine. Moreover, that hut actually had an open door. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This immortal abode was full of strange things that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure out. Suddenly, an ordinary thing appeared, an ordinary hut. How could he not be shocked? Holding Chasing Dream in his left hand, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his foot on the staircase. The staircase didn't have any reaction, and the hut didn't move either. Zhang Xiaohua then put his foot on the second step. Until he reached the door of the hut, there was no reaction. Looking at the empty door, it was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything. When Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, sure enough, that ordinary-looking door also had a restriction that blocked Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, his divine sense didn't find anything special about this restriction. It was similar to other restrictions that he had seen in other places. Zhang Xiaohua first pierced Chasing Dream into the door. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he flashed in. Sure enough, that restriction didn't change. It didn't have any intention of stopping Zhang Xiaohua. However, when Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut, before he could see clearly what was inside, a huge force pressed down on him from all directions. It was more than 100 times stronger than what he had encountered in the black and white passage. Damn, I knew it. Zhang Xiaohua had just thought of this when his body unconsciously became sluggish. He felt as if there were countless mountains pressing down on him. His entire body couldn't move. Luckily, this was Zhang Xiaohua. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they have been crushed into meat paste? Crack. Crack. That was the sound of Zhang Xiaohua's bones being pressed down by a huge force. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians seemed to be shackled and she couldn't move a single bit. Raising her head with great difficulty, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also moved with great difficulty. Only then could she clearly see everything in this small house. This small house was completely empty. There was nothing inside except for a door in front of him that could be vaguely seen. Strange patterns appeared on the diamond-shaped walls and the pointy roof. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen these patterns before, but they were similar to the patterns around the Hao Tian mirror. However, those patterns didn't flash with any brilliance. It didn't seem to be directly related to this huge force. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She wanted to release her divine sense to see what was wrong with these patterns. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua realized that her divine sense was also tightly pressed down in her Naiwan palace. She couldn't release it at all. Weird. Zhang Xiaohua only had this word in his mind. He really didn't know how there could be such a huge force in an empty room. Could it be that the floor of this hut was the same as the jade passage outside? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head. The floor was also gray and was similar to the passage outside the hut. She couldn't see anything strange. Zhang Xiaohua tried to lift his leg and take a step forward. However, just as he lifted his leg, an even heavier force pressed down on him, trying to stop him from lifting his leg. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and lifted his leg up forcefully. On the crystal-clear bones in his leg, there was a faint glow that was almost invisible to the naked eye. There were a few more thin red lines. Zhang Xiaohua finally lifted his leg and took a step forward. Then, with a loud pang, he landed heavily on the ground. What is this? Just as Zhang Xiaohua's foot landed on the ground, a purple thing suddenly appeared from the gray ground. Then, like a nimble fish, it twisted its body and disappeared. It's probably something good, right? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, he lifted his leg again and took a step towards the place where the purple object disappeared. This step was as difficult as before, but Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little easier than before. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He put Chasing Dream into his embrace with much difficulty. Then, he took a stance and started to use the Big Dipper magical fist. Today, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry. When he woke up early in the morning, he didn't use it consecutively. Now that he saw such a heavy force pressing down on him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that he suddenly had the idea of using the Big Dipper magical fist. Sure enough, under the pressure of 1,000 caddies, using the Big Dipper magical fist was not an ordinary kind of effort. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was extremely familiar with the 108 moves, this fist technique might have been full of mistakes. Although it was extremely difficult to execute the Big Dipper God Fist, the effect was obvious. The cool stream that came from his left foot had never been so slow in his life, nor had it been so thick. After finishing a set of Big Dipper God Fist, Zhang Xiaohua was so tired that his forehead was covered in sweat, but the bones in his body were tight and comfortable. He opened his mouth and almost moaned. Then, Zhang Xiaohua started a second set. When the second set started, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his fists and feet seemed to be lighter. The cold flow also became faster. Could it be that it's really useful? Zhang Xiaohua thought and focused on honing his bones. What Zhang Xiaohua didn't know was that as the cold flow flowed, the redness on his bones increased. After finishing the Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did it again as usual. In the end, a surprise finally came. The Big Dipper magical fist that Zhang Xiaohua had been practicing for a long time leveled up again. A new round of bone-honing cold flow rose from the soles of his feet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, let's not talk about other things. My Big Dipper magical fist hasn't improved for a long time. To be able to level up in this inexplicable place, it's already not a waste of time. Zhang Xiaohua did it 4 more times, and the cold flow also appeared 4 more times. Until the 5th set, the cold flow didn't appear. However, by the 5th set, Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist was already strong and vigorous. It wasn't any different from when he used it outside. The strength that was as heavy as 1,000 caddies earlier was also much smaller now. Although Zhang Xiaohua's movements were still a little sluggish, it couldn't be compared to when he couldn't move an inch earlier. It's coming out again. Zhang Xiaohua had just stopped his fists and feet when the purple thing flashed past his ear. Could it be the dense purple gas? Zhang Xiaohua saw it more clearly this time. It was a wisp of purple gas, similar to the purple gas he saw when Byron was born. This is good stuff. Why would it appear here? Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation where he used Chasing Dream to absorb the dense purple gas and then used Chasing Dream to break the array. The nameless part of his left arm didn't flow out for a long time now. He was helpless against many arrays. If he could absorb this dense purple gas, wouldn't Zhang Xiaohua have more confidence in this immortal abode's arrays? As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out Chasing Dream. His eyes searched left and right. That wisp of purple chi was extremely agile, appearing in different parts of the house from time to time. There was no pattern to it at all. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream for a moment before stopping. He stood quietly in the middle of the house, his eyes darting around as if he was waiting for a rabbit to appear in a tree stump. Sure enough, not long after, that purple gas passed by Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua used Chasing Dream and used the nameless swordsmanship to stab at the purple gas. Although this dense purple gas was very agile, it was originally a dead thing. How could it know how to dodge? Zhang Xiaohua's sword pierced through. That purple gas was sucked into the small sword like water by Chasing Dream. Then, it flowed along Zhang Xiaohua's left arm and disappeared into the nameless place. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and kept Chasing Dream. Looking left and right, he didn't find any other purple gas. Only then did he walk towards the door on the other side. The door on the other side was also open. It was similar to the door Zhang Xiaohua had entered through. There was only a layer of restriction that isolated divine sense. When Zhang Xiaohua walked out of that door, he was welcomed by a wave of blood. A gray passage led to a round palace. That palace was the first one that had appeared when the immortal abode had first appeared. Only at this time, that nest-like palace was glowing even more brightly. As for Zhang Xiaohua's true energy, it had been quiet the entire time, but as soon as it emerged from the hut, it began to seethe with excitement. It was almost as if it were challenging Zhang Xiaohua to continue onward through the gray passageway, all the way to the circular palace. That's strange. What could be in that palace? Could it be the immortal who emitted such a strong aura from before? Zhang Xiaohua was very hesitant. After walking for so long, she hadn't met any immortals. If there were any, it would most likely be in this round palace. Should I go or not? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. Right at this moment, an extremely clear and melodious cry of a bird resounded from within the round palace. After that, there was no movement within the palace, and even the red light had vanished. But the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians was still rushing, as if sensing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation. Ai's character has always been good. Why don't I go and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. I'll just go to the door and take a look. If there's any danger, I'll run. It should be fine. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua walked towards the round palace. The gray path from the small house to the round palace was extremely long. Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had walked for a long time before reaching the front of the palace. Only when she reached the front of the palace did Zhang Xiaohua realize that this round, nest-like palace was actually bigger and taller than the palace directly opposite the entrance of the immortal abode. Moreover, this palace didn't have stairs. An incomparably large red light screen towered in front of Zhang Xiaohua. It was abnormally smooth. Obviously, this was the only entrance to the palace. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1176. Not to mention that the round palace was enormous, even the blood-red light screen in front of Zhang Xiaohua was beyond her imagination. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach very far. Just by looking at it with her naked eyes, she could tell that the light screen was at least a few hundred feet wide. It was even taller than Ya Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was like an ant standing in front of the light screen. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. The two sides of the light screen were very far away. If she went to check, she would have to waste a lot of time. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to see if there was any restriction on the light screen. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she couldn't see anything in front of her. That light screen, that palace, didn't even have any signs of existence. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. In the past, she had encountered restrictions that couldn't be seen with the naked eye but could be seen with the divine sense. This was the first time she had seen a restriction that couldn't be seen with the naked eye but couldn't be seen with the naked eye. As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out a light red fire talisman and hid it on the light screen. A small flame burned on the light screen, but the light screen didn't move at all. The flame slowly disappeared on its own. Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror and pointed it at the light screen. She shook it again and again, but the light screen and the clear sky mirror didn't have any reaction. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Her divine sense couldn't see the light screen, so naturally, she couldn't break the restriction on the light screen. The fire talisman hit the light screen, but it couldn't pass through. Obviously, it was blocked, which meant that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't enter at will. This blood-red light screen looked a little dizzy, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to try it herself. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes darted around as she pulled out the Crimson Spirit Protection and Dragon Binding Hoop. The Crimson Spirit Protection appeared above her head, protecting her entire body. With a pinch, the Dragon Binding Hoop flew out and slammed into the blood-red light screen. With a pang, it was as if it had collided with something extremely hard. The Dragon Binding Hoop bounced back. Thankfully, the light screen didn't have any resistance. Sigh, looks like I can only use my last move. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and reluctantly pulled out the Chasing Dream sword from his chest. He had just obtained the flowing qi from the nameless part of his left arm. That was something that Zhang Xiaohua needed to save his life. He was indeed reluctant to part with it. Why don't we take a look around? Who knows what's inside the bird's nest? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitating with the small sword in her hand. Without a wang sound, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians began to tremble again. The true qi in her meridians began to boil, and her true qi began to circulate uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. As she circulated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to regulate her true qi, she muttered to herself, What's going on? My true qi has never experienced such a situation before. Why does it seem like there's life here? It feels like this is a protest? A demonstration? As if it's showing off? Perhaps it's because I don't have a master to guide me in my cultivation, and this cultivation has gone awry? Or perhaps it's the so-called unstable foundation, and the precursor to qi deviation? Thinking about qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. Her heart palpitated, and her previous hesitation was swept away. If this round palace could solve the problem of her cultivation, even if she had to take some risks and waste some of her true qi, then it would be worth it. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua's left hand slashed with Chasing Dream, and the nameless sword technique pierced out. The true qi that had not been seen for a long time flowed out from Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, and directly entered Chasing Dream. When the tip of Chasing Dream's sword touched the light screen, it was like a piece of metal, hard and difficult to pierce. But when the true qi entered the sword tip, the light screen instantly softened, like a thin film, and with a single slash, it opened up. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. When the opening was wide enough for a person to pass through, he immediately jumped in, not even daring to retract the crimson spirit shield above his head. But when he entered the palace, he did not suffer any attacks. Instead, everything in front of him left him flabbergasted. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua, whose mouth was wide open, shook his head as if he had just awoken from a dream, and laughed bitterly as he lifted his feet. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? The interior of the palace was rather big, so big that it exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Even though he had already seen the exterior of the palace, the interior was many times bigger than the exterior. Unlike the previous palace, this time Zhang Xiaohua was standing on the ground, and in front of him was a ground that was a mixture of gravel and bare primordial stones. A bleak wind blew past, and Zhang Xiaohua's hair fluttered. Looking at the endless wasteland, an ancient aura hit him in the face, making him feel incomparably weathered. As he breathed, there was a faint smell of blood, and in this smell, there seemed to be a kind of restlessness, a kind of dullness, and a kind of speechless suffocation. And these were not what shocked Zhang Xiaohua. What shocked Zhang Xiaohua the most was that he saw a few wild beasts in the wasteland that he had never seen before. One of them was a wild beast that looked like a cow in the Guozhuang house, but only had one horn and one leg. Another was round like a hedgehog, except that there were only 3 spikes, and each spike was extremely long, and even shone with a cold light. There was another one that flew in the air, thin and long like a thick tree branch, without wings, only a long tail. These wild beasts, not only did they look strange, their physiques were also incomparably huge. Although they were far away, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that each of these wild beasts was 10 times his size. What is this place? Zhang Xiaohua laughed bitterly as he lifted his feet and took a step forward. It seems like. Walking into the wasteland, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that his feet were not really stepping on the ground, and it seemed that he could use his divine sense. But the divine sense that he was so proud of in the pugilistic world, at this moment, in this incomparably huge wasteland, it seemed really insignificant. Wah! A strange cry, deafening to the ear, almost shook Zhang Xiaohua to the ground. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw that in the distance, the bull-like thing seemed to have seen something afraid. One of its feet stamped on the ground, and its cumbersome body jumped forward. This jump was actually very far. But at the same time that the bull-like jumped, a wild beast that was much smaller than the bull-like flew from the horizon. This wild beast also had a slender body, with a snake-like head, and 4 small wings on both sides of its body. With a flick of its thin tail, it drew a wonderful arc in the air and flew to the sky above the bull-like. That bull-like seemed to have sensed the arrival of the snake. Seeing that it could not escape, it turned around and jumped again. Its body was in the air, and its head was raised to the sky. With a loud, sizzling sound, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as the mouth of a bull was formed from the horn, and it zigzagged towards the flying snake in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar, and was already shocked. He had attracted the heavenly lightning before, but the lightning above the 9th heaven did not seem to be so thick. However, the flying snake didn't seem to care at all. It shook its tail lightly and dodged the attack with its slender body. The lightning swept past the flying snake's body. A faint black light flashed across the flying snake's body. It didn't seem to be injured at all. That bull-like seemed to have panicked. It jumped again, and its horn shot out another bolt of lightning, but this time the lightning was much weaker. That flying snake did not even care about it, and did not even bother to move its body. When the lightning struck the flying snake, only a sizzling sound was heard, and a faint black light appeared, but it was immediately extinguished. Looking at the flying snake again, the flying snake raised its head, as if it was about to shoot something. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open his eyes wide, to see what kind of supernatural power this flying snake had. Unexpectedly, the flying snake raised its head. Its slender mouth did not emit any light. Instead, its entire body shot towards the cow like a bolt of lightning. The cow was extremely frightened. Its body kept twisting and turning. Its single leg was also jumping left and right on the spot. It was trying its best to escape the attack of the flying snake. But it was obvious that the speed of this bull-like was much slower than that of the flying snake. The flying snake's tail turned nimbly, and its slender head directly pierced into the bull-like chest. At the same time, the bull-like body of the bull-like lightning flashed, and many arcs of light flashed out, but this was not enough to stop the flying snake. The flying snake's entire body made a sizzling sound, and the bull-like immediately fell to the ground, rolling around in pain, its single leg in midair. In just a moment, it turned sideways, and did not move anymore. Large puddles of blood flowed out from the bull-like mouth and nose. In a moment, that flying snake flew out from the bull-like body, and shook off the blood in the air, before flying away. Not far away, that hedgehog-like wild beast, and that slender, wingless wild beast in the sky, completely ignored it. This, even lightning cannot hit it. That flying snake, even if it was hit, the flying snake did not seem to be afraid. This flying snake does not seem to have any special magic, just relying on its speed, and its hard head. It was actually able to drill into the bull-like body. Although the bull-like body had a defense, it was unable to stop the flying snake from eating the bull-like body. What does this mean? Could it be that magic is actually not as strong as a hard body? Zhang Xiaohua saw the scene just now, and could not help but fall into deep thought. Caw, a bird's cry, and the entire wasteland shook. The hedgehog and the unknown bird were greatly shocked, and looked towards the center of the wasteland, and immediately fled. Zhang Xiaohua's inner qi was boiling. Zhang Xiaohua awoke from her deep thoughts. Why am I thinking so much? I have not even finished cultivating this immortal Dao divine ability. Who cares which one is more powerful? It's better to solve my own problem first, and see what exactly is causing my inner qi to move so wildly. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, and walked. I can actually use the flying spell again? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1177. Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and flew in the direction of the bird's cry. Along the way, although Zhang Xiaohua felt that he was flying very high, but, compared to the huge rocks in the wasteland, he was simply too small. This made Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously think of the summer world where Wan Wuxin was. That was also a rock. When he walked closer, that rock had already turned into a huge mountain. Could it be that this place also has the same magic? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, suddenly, an incomparably old aura descended from the sky. An incomparably huge black shadow also blocked Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. His heart thumped wildly. He immediately stopped and looked up. My goodness, isn't this the flying snake that I saw in the distance just now? Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he hurriedly descended from the sky and stood there obediently. He took out Chasing Dream in his hand and carefully guarded. Just now, he was far away and only knew that this flying snake was huge, but he didn't have a direct impression. Now that he was under the flying snake, he really knew how big this flying snake was. That flying snake, its slender head was as big as the peak of Ya Mountain. On top of its head, there seemed to be a crown that was about the size of 5-claw peak. It was black and white. Those black eyes without eyelids were as big as Jinchi Lake. Its entire body. Zhang Xiaohua was already unable to estimate. It seemed that only the remnant body of the dragon vein that he saw at the bottom of Jiuhua Peak could be compared to it. The flying snake was already so huge. How big was the cow that the flying snake drilled into just now? Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to think to know. Zhang Xiaohua was very nervous. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his body, but he could only stand there quietly. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the flying snake and bring an unexpected disaster to himself. It was unknown if the flying snake had noticed Zhang Xiaohua, but its huge body was hovering above Zhang Xiaohua's head. The stench coming out of the flying snake's mouth and nose made it hard for Zhang Xiaohua to breathe. She held her breath and didn't dare to look at the flying snake's eyes. She only stared at the sky and observed with her peripheral vision. Zhang Xiaohua's other hand had already formed a spell. She was just waiting for an unforeseen event, and she would immediately fly back regardless of everything. However, the flying snake continued to hover above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Its mountain-like aura made it hard for Zhang Xiaohua to breathe, but the flying snake refused to leave. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua tried to look directly into the flying snake's eyes, but the flying snake turned a deaf ear to her. Could it be that this flying snake can't see me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, it was normal. Who would pay attention to a small ant for no reason? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua tried to take 2 steps forward. Once there was a sound, the flying snake would be alarmed and the stench from its mouth and nose would come towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. While scolding himself for being rash, he immediately sat cross-legged and faced the sky. Sure enough, once he calmed down, the flying snake lost its target again. It looked left and right. Many times, its gaze swept past Zhang Xiaohua's body, but it just ignored her. Fine, Zhang Xiaohua saw this and decided not to move. He just sat there and waited for the flying snake to leave. Since he was bored, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to circulate the Carefree Heart Sutra in his body. But just as he released his spiritual awareness and wanted to draw qi into his body, he was immediately sensed by the flying snake. This scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that he didn't dare to make any more movements. Not knowing how long had passed, the flying snake seemed to have lost its patience. It swung its tail and flew in the air. After a few turns, it flew towards another direction. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was relieved. Then he thought to himself, could it be that this flying snake can't see me? Is it because I'm really too small? But this question needed to be asked to the flying snake. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a definite answer. Then, Zhang Xiaohua got up and continued to fly forward. During this period, he met a few huge bird beasts. But perhaps it was as Zhang Xiaohua guessed. He was really small and those bird beasts were huge. None of the bird beasts paid any attention to Zhang Xiaohua. How long have I been flying? Why, can't I see anything? Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered. The entire immortal abode is on top of Ya Mountain and this palace is in the immortal abode. I've been flying, for so long. I don't know how far I've flown. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling depressed, a huge collapse appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua's qi was boiling even more, as if it was about to fly out of his body. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to circulate his qi, he couldn't suppress it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss, a thunderclap came from the top of the collapse. It was even more shocking than the previous bird cry. Then, a pale white brilliance scattered down and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. A sacred feeling rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart and the qi in his meridians immediately stopped flowing. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the source of the white light, he saw several things spinning above the 9 heavens. The white light seemed to be coming from there. It was too high and he couldn't see clearly. When the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body stabilized, the white light disappeared. Could it be that there's something strange in the depression in front? Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and wanted to fly into the depression. But after flying for another 10 feet or so, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. And this barrier was even more strange. Not only was it invisible to the divine sense, even the naked eye couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and his divine sense easily passed through the barrier. It was as if it didn't exist. He stretched his hand forward and there didn't seem to be anything blocking him. But, when his hand reached a certain point, it couldn't go any further. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in his left hand and stabbed forward. That barrier blocked Chasing Dream and he couldn't pierce it at all. When Zhang Xiaohua switched hands with Chasing Dream and tried to use his hand again, that barrier couldn't stop Zhang Xiaohua's hand. His hand still couldn't go any further after reaching a certain point. Strange, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and lifted his leg to kick over. That leg also went past the barrier but was blocked again after reaching a certain point. But when Zhang Xiaohua tried to move his body forward, his thin and long body couldn't go any further. He lowered his head and looked at himself. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Could it be that it's like this? Zhang Xiaohua felt enlightened. He took off the robe that he got from Venerable Fiery Dragon and stretched his hand out again. Ha ha ha, it's really like this. Zhang Xiaohua's entire arm actually went through the barrier without any obstruction. But his waist was blocked again. It should be the problem with the belt. Zhang Xiaohua took the belt and then took out the money bag. In the end, he successfully went through the barrier without any problems. Then, Zhang Xiaohua squatted down and stretched out his hand. He went past the barrier and picked up the money bag. Indeed, the hand that was holding the money bag couldn't be retracted no matter what. It seems that this barrier is able to block all Dharma artifacts. Anything that has the qi of heaven and earth will not be able to enter. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood, but, this bracelet of mine, how can it enter? Zhang Xiaohua touched the bracelet on his left arm and thought to himself. There weren't any traces of humans in the wilderness. But, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't feel at ease leaving his things outside. After passing through the barrier, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use his little sword to dig a hole to bury the things. But, he didn't know what was wrong with the ground. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to find a crack in a huge rock and stuff the things in. He then used a jade talisman to set up a restriction. Only then did he feel at ease and walked into the barrier. Not far from the barrier, there was a depression. It was like a huge basin that was prepared to contain something. Zhang Xiaohua flew into the basin and released his spiritual perception. He searched around to see if he could find anything. At this moment, a loud bird's cry sounded from above Zhang Xiaohua's head. That bird's cry was filled with grief and despair. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He raised his head and saw that an incomparably huge phoenix had appeared in the air above his head. That phoenix was more than 100 times bigger than the flying snake that Zhang Xiaohua saw just now. Oh no, why am I here? Zhang Xiaohua panicked. He made a hand gesture and was about to fly away. But at this moment, the phoenix cried out 3 times. Its entire body that was covered in rainbow feathers suddenly emitted 1,000 feet long rainbow light. Then, the light was annihilated. From within the phoenix's body, there was a dark red blood color. This blood color was so bright, it was like a burning flame. It was fire. Small flames ignited from every inch of the phoenix's body, drowning the phoenix's entire body in dark red flames. A tragic cry sounded again, resounding through the heavens and earth. This phoenix was actually undergoing nirvana. At the same time, in the huge basin, there was also a dark red flame that shot up into the sky. From below, it rushed towards the wailing phoenix. Zhang Xiaohua was above the basin. He had just used the power of flight and had not flown more than 10 feet. A heart-wrenching pain came from his feet. Before Zhang Xiaohua could cry out, he immediately fainted and fell asleep. Indeed, it was midnight. Zhang Xiaohua had fallen asleep. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was screaming, a strange wave came from his body. Then, countless starlight shone through the immortal abode, through the obstacles, and onto his body. However, this wave and the starlight could not stop the flames that shot up into the sky. In an instant, all of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes, as well as the hair and flesh on his body, turned into nothingness. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1178. What kind of flame was the flame used for the phoenix's nirvana? Wasn't it one of the best flames in the world? Wisps of flame appeared out of nowhere from every inch of the phoenix's flesh, incinerating every inch of the phoenix's flesh. At the same time, the flame appeared from all directions in the void, burning towards the phoenix that was about to undergo nirvana. Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary person. How could she resist this innate flame? Zhang Xiaohua's body was instantly incinerated into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the flame. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not an ordinary person. Although this flame was rare in the world, there were some things in Zhang Xiaohua's body that this flame could not incinerate. Zhang Xiaohua floated silently in midair. Her complete skeleton from head to toe glowed in the crimson flame. Her skeleton was not an ordinary grayish-white color. Instead, it was sparkling and translucent like jade. On the jade-like skeleton, close to 50% of it was covered with thin, blood-red threads. As the crimson flame burned, not only did the skeleton not melt, the thin, blood-red threads on it extended even further. Only when they covered 60% of it did they gradually slow down. Looking at the surroundings of the skeleton, there was no longer any blood on the blood vessels that were flowing with blood. Only faint golden threads continued to circulate along the previous path, gathering at the location of the heart. At the location of the heart, there was a large ball of golden threads slowly rotating. The place where the internal organs used to be was no longer the same as before. There were only strands of golden threads that followed the circulation of the blood vessels, forming a ball of golden threads. One could still vaguely see the original outline. When he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, his original meridians had been completely incinerated. Only the dragon meridians that had been sucked into his meridians and stuck to the inner walls of his meridians were still intact. They were even growing stronger in the flames. Zhang Xiaohua's vital energy was still circulating slowly because it was in the dragon vein. The starlight that had formed a cocoon used to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's body. Now, it was wrapping around Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Following the circulation of the vital energy, it slowly seeped into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. What was even more convenient was that under the burning flames, the starlight was also refined into pure qi of heaven and earth, which was directly absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's head, the Naiwan Palace was also a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the golden essence of elixir was even more dazzling. With the slight rotation of the innate divine seal, the blood jade elixir refining technique was triggered again. The flames in the sea of fire were directly refined into an essence of elixir by the innate divine seal. In the center of the innate divine seal, the essence of elixir that had not changed for a long time began to expand slowly. Although it was very slow, it was still an improvement. Somewhere behind her head, there was a small, invisible place that looked a little strange in the flames. When the flames burned this place, it was immediately absorbed by this place. Hence, a black spot in the sea of fire was formed. Most of the flames in the surroundings were absorbed by this small black spot. However, in this sea of fire, Zhang Xiaohua was already like an ant. That small black spot was even more insignificant. The delusion breaker Dharma eye on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was also opened. The silver eye was still emotionless. Whenever the blood-red flames burned through the delusion breaker Dharma eye, it was absorbed by the Dharma eye. There were already two things in the delusion breaker Dharma eye. One was the thunder pearl, and the other was a human-shaped stone statue. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the stone statue, constantly refining it. At this moment, the flames were also sucked in, surrounding the entire stone statue and burning it continuously. The fire used by the phoenix's nirvana had the ability to shape. At this moment, the human-shaped stone statue's facial features and limbs gradually began to appear. The only thing that didn't change was the bracelet on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It was still black and still warm. It didn't heat up at all because it was in the sea of fire. Above Zhang Xiaohua's arm, at an unknown distance, the gigantic phoenix was surrounded by blood-red flames. Its entire body was gradually turning into nothingness. Only 13,200 bright spots were left to form the outline of the phoenix. Immediately after, these 13,200 bright spots were annihilated at the same time, turning into 13,200 nothingness. Then, a powerful suction force was generated, sucking in all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. These 13,200 bright spots appeared out of thin air again. However, they weren't as bright as before. They were abnormally dim. Once these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they immediately became 13,200 origin points that absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. However, when these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they had already sucked in all the yuan qi in the surroundings. Where would the yuan qi come from now? Instantly, these 13,200 bright spots dimmed a little. With a ga sound, an indistinct and weak cry sounded. The suction force of the bright spots suddenly increased several times. Countless cracks appeared from these 13,200 bright spots, splitting the entire space apart. The surrounding scenery was like a reflection in a bronze mirror. Along with the bronze mirror, the cracks expanded infinitely, extending from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to an extremely far place. The scene was chaotic. The entire wasteland, the space where the wasteland was located, was shattered into pieces, turning into pure yuan qi, which was absorbed by the 132 million bright spots. These bright spots had absorbed so much yuan qi of heaven and earth, and gradually grew in size, turning into 132 million pieces of phoenix flesh. The original space of the wasteland had turned into nothingness, leaving only the bowl-shaped basin under Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. At the edge of the basin, there was a cylindrical light shield that shot upwards. The phoenix that was born from nirvana was within this light shield. Looking up, above the phoenix, at the end of the light shield, there were 8 different shaped Dharma artifacts that formed a profound array that enveloped the phoenix. These 8 Dharma artifacts were bell, sword, axe, pagoda, guqin, cauldron, seal, and a stone. These 8 Dharma artifacts formed a light array that emitted a faint white light that protected the entire space. This white light was the light that sprinkled down from the 9 heavens when Zhang Xiaohua's meridians moved. At this time, the entire space returned to its original state. It was a piece of nothingness, and only the 8 Dharma artifacts and the basin below remained. However, within this space, there was very little yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only the 13,200 points of phoenix flesh that flickered with blood-red flames had stopped growing. After a moment, the phoenix's silhouette let out a mournful cry. This cry was filled with panic and grief, as if it was a kind of doomsday, a kind of reincarnation. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh increased the suction force once again. The entire space no longer had a trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was just outside the space. Inside the immortal mansion, outside the immortal mansion, and at the peak of Ya Mountain, not a trace of yuan qi was sucked in. In the middle of the 132 million pieces of flesh, an almost illusory soul essence with the outline of a phoenix gradually appeared. The soul essence had a sharp beak and long phoenix eyes. Those phoenix eyes were incomparably arrogant, but now, they were filled with despair. The phoenix's eyes turned slightly, and an unparalleled aura swept across the entire space. Although it was incomparably weak, it was abnormally arrogant. Then, the phoenix's eyes noticed the cocoon of light that was enveloped by starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. In this space, only the faint amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth in this cocoon of light was being refined and absorbed by the dragon vein. The phoenix's soul essence let out a long cry. It was extremely unwilling and disdainful. With a flap of its invisible wings, the phoenix's soul essence descended from the heavens. In an instant, it was above Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh also fell and landed on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood landed on the skeleton and coincidentally covered the entire skeleton. There was no longer a trace of emptiness. The cocoon-like starlight gradually merged into the dragon vein and was absorbed by the phoenix's flesh and blood that landed on the skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood expanded little by little. After an unknown period of time, the flesh and blood became extremely plump and gradually, a body was formed. However, because the flesh was attached to Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton, it formed a human body. Not only the flesh on the skeleton, even the internal organs and blood in the blood vessels were all Zhang Xiaohua's original appearance. Ga. 9 consecutive cries sounded. The flesh on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton wriggled, as if it was about to change into another shape. The phoenix's soul essence was also a little anxious inside Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. However, the flesh wriggled a few times, but in the end, it did not succeed. The skeleton that was attached to it did not move at all. The blood that was attached to the golden threads boiled a few times, but the golden threads remained the same as before. When the phoenix's soul essence saw this, it knew that its wishful thinking had gone wrong. It spread its wings again, wanting to take flight again. Unfortunately, no matter how the soul essence struggled, the 13,200 phoenix flesh that had already fused with the skeleton and golden threads could no longer move with the phoenix's soul essence. Furthermore, as the starlight increased, the flesh became even more plump and could no longer be separated from the golden threads and skeleton. The phoenix's soul essence wailed for the last time, as if it had fallen into a desperate situation. At this moment, at the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, a desolate dragon's roar sounded, echoing the phoenix's wail. The phoenix's soul essence was surprised and hesitant, but, when it looked around, it was empty space without any heaven and earth yuan qi. The phoenix's flesh was also gradually growing from the fire. It was actually that person's body. With no other choice, it spread its wings and flew towards the black spot behind her head. When it got close, the black spot suddenly produced a strange attractive force, and the phoenix's soul essence was instantly sucked into it. Chapter 1179. When the phoenix's soul was absorbed by the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, the 13,200 pieces of flesh of the phoenix were controlled by Zhang Xiaohua's bones and golden threads. They gradually swelled and became plump. Another Zhang Xiaohua was slowly born. There was no sense of time in the chaos. Similarly, there was no sense of time in the void. After an unknown period of time, the cocoon-like starlight slowly faded away. A brand new Zhang Xiaohua was reborn once again. Looking at the skin all over her body, a faint fiery red was faintly discernible. When Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes, 2 unusually bright flames flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This. Zhang Xiaohua woke up and seemed to recall what happened last night. She stretched out her hands and looked at her intact hands. Then, she lowered her head and looked. Ouch, she exclaimed. Needless to say, her body was exposed. There was nothing on her body. Carefully covering her vital parts, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked around. Where is this? Last night. Didn't I reach a depression in the wilderness? Why? This seems to be the void that Senior Huan mentioned. There's nothing here. I can't see anything. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and looked up, down, left, and right again. Under my feet. It seems to be the same as before. It's like a basin. Could it be? I'm still in the depression? Zhang Xiaohua recalled the feeling before she fainted last night. She thought to herself, but what about the wilderness? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her back almost broke out in cold sweat. Could it be, the entire wilderness is an illusory formation? Yesterday, I encountered flying snakes, cows, and hedgehogs. Were they all things in the illusory formation? Looking up, the 8 magic weapons of different shapes had fallen a lot. She could see their shapes clearly. These 8 magic weapons. What are they for? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, ouch, the phoenix. Yes, these 8 magic weapons are used to suppress the phoenix. But where did the phoenix go? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to scratch her head, she couldn't free her hands. Forget it, forget it. Don't worry about anything else. Let's put on the robe first. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she felt fortunate that she had placed Venerable Fiery Dragon's robe outside the light shield. Oh my baby. Zhang Xiaohua was just rejoicing that she had placed all her treasures in the light shield and had not been destroyed by the blood-red flames. Immediately, she thought of the void outside the light shield. The wilderness that used to be an illusion array had long disappeared. Would her treasures still be there? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately soared up and was about to fly over the light barrier. However, the moment he touched the light barrier immediately flashed with white light and blocked him inside. What? Don't let me go out? Wasn't it easy to get in just now? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He tried to get out again, but he was still trapped inside. I can't get out. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. She didn't know if the dream-chasing sword was still outside the light shield. Even though her left arm was flowing with energy, she didn't know if she could break the light shield. Zhang Xiaohua regretted her decision and punched the light shield. With a loud bang, the light shield shook slightly. Another ray of milky white light shone down from the array formed by the 8 magic weapons in the sky. That milky white light enveloped Zhang Xiaohua tightly. It paused for a moment, then swept 8 times in a row. It seemed uncertain. After the last sweep, the milky white light suddenly dispersed into specks of fluorescent light. Then, above her head, there was a thunderous sound, shaking Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the basin, left and right. Then, there was another earthquake. The basin under Zhang Xiaohua's feet began to shake violently. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped up. When she looked down, the basin slowly shrank into the shape of a teapot lid, floating under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. The demon refining pot? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this teapot the same as the lid of the demon refining pot in Bai Yanqiu's hands? The lid of the demon refining pot rotated under Zhang Xiaohua's feet and immediately flew up again. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw that the 8 different types of immortal treasures that he had seen earlier were all floating in the air. They were no longer in the same tight formation as before. When the lid of the demon refining gourd flew forward, the 9 immortal treasures began to spin. Then, in a flash, they flew in all directions and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the light shield around Zhang Xiaohua, there was no trace of it. The array, was broken just like that? I didn't seem to have done anything. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her chin, looking quite innocent. Suddenly, she thought, oh, I should have caught a few magic weapons. If they are of the same level as Bai Yanqiu's demon refining pot, how can they be bad? Maybe the demon refining pot in Bai Yanqiu's hands is a fake, and the one in here is the real one. However, at this time, the 9 magic weapons were all gone. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find them, it would be very difficult. A belt? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua had yet to release his divine sense when he saw a belt and a money pouch floating in the air not far from him. With a wave of her hand, the money bag and the belt appeared in her hand. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did was to take out a long robe from the belt and put it on. This feeling of nakedness was really awkward. Just when she put away the money bag and the belt, there was another rumbling sound under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. Before Zhang Xiaohua looked down, she saw that in the place where the demon refining pot was, from the void, there was a crystal-clear stone tablet. Around the stone tablet were 7 circular grooves. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She made a hand seal and flew to the stone tablet. Just as she was about to get close, she was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. Why is it this kind of restriction that is invisible to the naked eye and divine sense again? Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. She looked up and down with her divine sense and naked eye, but did not see the same array as the 9 magic weapons just now. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and raised her hand to scratch her head. Oh, where is Ai's hair? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was not a single strand of hair on her head. She was like a monk in the Daoist temple. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua touched her head and took out the Hao Tian mirror from the money bag. She looked at her head and was surprised. Not only was there no hair on her head, but her flat nose was also much taller and her small eyes were much longer than before. Of course, she did not have any eyebrows or eyelashes. Oh my! What happened? I don't think I used any transfiguration technique. How did I become so charming? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and did not know what to do. At this time, the Hao Tian mirror in her hands suddenly trembled. Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to grab the Hao Tian mirror with her left hand and put it into the money bag, the Hao Tian mirror disappeared with a flash of silver light. When it appeared again, it was 10 feet high in the sky and disappeared with a flash of silver light. Zhang Xiaohua immediately used the first level of the Hao Tian mirror to refine the Hao Tian mirror. However, she could feel that the Hao Tian mirror was in the void, but she could not retract it. Annoyed, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the top of the stone tablet and kicked the invisible barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier didn't budge. Instead, Zhang Xiaohua's foot was shaken to the point of pain. This is the Big Dipper? Zhang Xiaohua was beside the stone tablet and above the 7 grooves. She could see the positions of the 7 grooves clearly. They were exactly the same as the Big Dipper in the alchemy room of the Misty School. Could it be? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became excited, as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. These 7 cauldrons, yes, there were 49 cauldrons in total, from the Fragrant Cult, the Godly Knife Sect, and the Misty Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was just greedy, so he collected them one by one. As for what they were used for, he didn't even know. At this moment, seeing the 7 cauldrons in the shape of the Big Dipper, he couldn't help but understand. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out the 7 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces and placed them in the grooves one by one according to what she saw in the alchemy room of the Misty School. When the last alchemy furnace was placed in the groove, a loud roar sounded from the 7 alchemy furnaces. Then, 7 rays of rainbow light rose from the alchemy furnaces and surged into the air. They formed a rainbow ball of light in the air. The ball of light spun a few times and became a bright dot. The light dot was extremely bright. Then, the 7 alchemy furnaces in the grooves flew into the air like bullets. There was another thunderous sound, and the bright dot disappeared. What appeared in the air was a huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was different from the previous 7 alchemy furnaces. An ancient and distant aura came from this furnace. It was even stronger than what Zhang Xiaohua felt when she was in the wasteland. Although Zhang Xiaohua had refined the 7 alchemy furnaces by dripping her blood on them, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that these alchemy furnaces seemed to have an extremely weak connection with her mind. It was not as clear as before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She used the spell to control the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The alchemy furnace whined and rumbled, but it did not fly down. At this moment, a small black dot flew over from the horizon. In a moment, it flew above the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was the lid of the devil refining gourd that had flown away just now. That lid, then, slowly fell. With a soft clang, it covered the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Suddenly, the connection Zhang Xiaohua had with the alchemy furnaces disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1180. Don't tell me, this is the devil refining gourd? Zhang Xiaohua could not be sure. After all, he had only seen the small teapot in Bai Yanxiu's hands and the enlarged lid, as well as the devil refining gourd that Wan Wuxin had mentioned. However, the devil refining gourd in front of him seemed to be different from Bai Yanxiu's teapot. As Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual connection with the cauldron disappeared, the cauldron let out a cheerful cry and turned into a black dot in an instant. It flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. What a loss! Zhang Xiaohua watched as the cauldron flew away. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was extremely regretful. He lowered his head and looked at the surroundings of the stone tablet. The 7 grooves had disappeared and it was now very flat. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew towards the stone tablet again. As expected, the stone tablet was no longer protected by an invisible barrier. Zhang Xiaohua easily approached the stone tablet. He placed his hand on the stone tablet. A warm feeling came from his fingers. Following that, a heartbeat came from the stone tablet. Is this stone tablet alive? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual awareness, he found that the stone tablet was different from the one at Lingxiang Peak. There were no talismans on it. There were no strange patterns on it. All he could feel was an ancient aura. Refine it. Zhang Xiaohua only had one thought. To deal with this stone tablet, Zhang Xiaohua could only refine it. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and placed his hand on top of the stone tablet. He silently circulated his true qi and used the method that Huan Wuxin had taught him to refine the stone tablet. He slowly transferred his true qi to the stone tablet. Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped out of the air when he silently circulated his vital energy. This happened again? Could it be that when I was unconscious, there were countless lightning bolts in this wasteland? Did I attract lightning when I was unconscious? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. She thought to herself, but, even if I guided the lightning into my body and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, it's still impossible. All of a sudden. Qi refining. Late stage of the 16th level. This jump is really too big. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to refine the stone tablet anymore. She sat down cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra from the first level all the way to the later stages of the 16th level. The true qi flowed smoothly in her meridians, and there wasn't a trace of obscurity. Obviously, she had successfully mastered the 16th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Furthermore, there weren't any hidden dangers, nor were there any after effects. Zhang Xiaohua once again scratched his bald head. He was both surprised and frightened. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could jump several levels in a row. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After a short moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, could it be that this is some sort of immortal fate as well? Second brother only had to kowtow a few times, and he could set foot on the path of immortality. Did I run into some bullshit luck too? But I didn't kowtow much. I finally understand why the immortal seniors from the Daoist Temple, the School of Fragrance, and Between the Clouds and the Water all want to come to this immortal mansion, even if they have to risk their lives to be the first. This place, there really is an opportunity. If Nun Jing Yi was here and encountered an opportunity like mine, wouldn't she be able to reach the legendary foundation establishment stage in a short time? She would be able to catch up with Fire Dragon Immortal. I'm only at the late stage of the chi refining stage because of my low level of cultivation. Compared to the others, I'm nothing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down when he thought of the people in the Immortal Mansion. It would be strange if there weren't any fortuitous encounters in the Immortal Mansion. The Daoist Temple's master Tiangang, the School of Fragrance's nun Shu Qing, and the School of Between the Clouds and the Water's Daoist master Haoyun wouldn't have to come out of seclusion and fight with the others for the Immortal Mansion. Suppressing the surprise of his cultivation advancement, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again. He placed his hand on the stone tablet and began to refine it. After a long time, an extremely thin layer of gold appeared on top of the tablet. Zhang Xiaohua's face paled. It seemed that the consumption of true qi was too great. At this time, a powerful consciousness came out of the tablet and directly attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. The consciousness was hidden so deeply and the attack was so fast that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to react. The consciousness attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace and directly hit the essence of herbalism. Bang! The vibration in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace made Zhang Xiaohua's face pale. The essence of herbalism wrapped in the golden essence of herbalism was shaken by the consciousness. It shook slightly and then stabilized. What is this? An old and weak voice faintly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's essence of herbalism slightly paused. With a flash of golden light, the dragon, tiger, and phoenix talismans formed a mysterious connection and slightly rotated. The rooster talisman, the three-legged golden crow talisman, and the rabbit talisman also emitted golden light and slightly moved. What is this? When the consciousness realized that it couldn't control Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, it wanted to escape. However, the rabbit talisman, which appeared first, immediately dispersed and 360 small talismans surrounded the consciousness. The consciousness panicked and tried to escape, but it couldn't. A weak voice came from Zhang Xiaohua's heart again, "Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I was just like you. I wanted to come to this immortal mansion, to seek the immortal fate. Unexpectedly, my body was destroyed by the phoenix suppressed here." Before the consciousness could finish its words, the three-legged golden crow spat out a faint flame, which hit the consciousness. The consciousness screamed and then went silent. The rooster talisman opened its mouth and absorbed the unowned consciousness scattered in the Naiwen Palace into the essence of herbalism. With every rotation of the golden divine restriction, a trace of the consciousness was refined and absorbed by the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism also grew little by little. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses and snorted coldly, "Are you trying to control me? You want I to be your puppet? What a good plan. Even if I can control this innate divine restriction, I will still refine you. Those who kill will be killed by others. If you didn't have evil thoughts about how could I kill you? But, this place suppresses a phoenix. Who suppresses it? A phoenix? The phoenix I saw just now seemed to be in nirvana. Rising from the ashes? Yes, it should be. I accidentally touched it. I was lucky enough to escape. The phoenix must have succeeded in nirvana and is hiding somewhere. Unfortunately, this is not anyone's person. It was burned by the three-legged golden crow too quickly. I only heard one sentence. If only I could ask more. Then, Zhang Xiaohua became more careful when she was refining the tablet. But, she didn't touch the consciousness hidden in the tablet again. But, even if she didn't encounter any accidents, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refine the tablet smoothly. She didn't know if it was because Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was too low or because the tablet was too difficult to refine. Zhang Xiaohua used up all her true qi and only refined the tablet as much as a finger. She took out a vitality stone and absorbed the qi of heaven and earth while refining the tablet. But she only refined about 10% of the tablet. She couldn't refine more. After trying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and put away the vitality stone. Then she spat a mouthful of essence blood on the tablet. She slapped her hand and shouted, "Quick!" The tablet flashed with a golden light and immediately shrank until it was the size of a palm. It flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Hee, my cultivation is limited. If I could refine it completely, it could become a small dot or be absorbed into my body. But now, it can only be this big and can't be absorbed into my body. I still have to put it in my purse. What a pity, what a pity. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the tablet in her hand and said thoughtfully, "So this tablet is the spiritual tablet of the immortal mansion. If I want to control this immortal mansion, I have to refine it. Once I refine the entire immortal mansion, which is as large as the entire immortal mansion on Mount Yao, I'll be able to control it completely. I'll be able to make it as big as I want it to be, and even shrink it down to the size of a speck. Even if it fuses into my body, it's normal. If I want to move it away, I can put it somewhere else, even in the void or in midair. Good heavens, this is really a godlike method. I never dreamed of this. But my cultivation is limited and I can only refine 10%. Although I can't completely refine the tablet, 10% is enough to control part of the immortal mansion. Although I can't change it endlessly, it's enough to carve a large Zhang character on the immortal mansion." Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh loudly. With a point of his finger, a ray of light flashed from the mansion guarding spirit steel. 10 thin strands flew into the air. Not long after, each strand was attached to an immortal artifact. Those immortal artifacts were all humming slightly. Unfortunately, in this immortal abode, they could only bow their heads and listen to orders. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the 10 Dharma treasures disappeared in the blink of an eye. She put them all into her money bag. Even though the immortal mansion belonged to Zhang Xiaohua now, and the 10 Dharma artifacts would not run away even if they were placed in the palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt that he could only be at ease if he kept them in his money pouch and in his arms. Okay, I've put away the Dharma treasures. Now, it's time to chase away those robbers who came to my house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he held the mansion guarding spirit steel in his hand. He pointed at it, and a rainbow appeared under his feet and flew into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to do anything, but his figure flew along the rainbow into the distance. At the foot of Yao Mountain, in the immortal mansion, Master Chang Xing of the Daolan Temple, Nun Jing-yi of the incense cult, and Bai Yanxiu of Between the Clouds and the Water were all shocked when they saw that the immortal seniors of the various sects had been killed together and reached another agreement. They ordered their disciples to guard the steps of the immortal mansion while they relied on their own abilities. Whoever climbed the steps first would enter the immortal mansion first. Chapter 1181. When it comes to rushing up the stairs, the older the wiser. As soon as Peacock counted down to 3, Master Changsheng, Nun Jing-yi, and Bai Yanxiu took off at the same time. Each of them performed the levitation technique and floated towards the stairs. They were no longer stingy with the little amount of genuine qi in their meridians. Just by using the levitation technique at the start, the difference in cultivation between the 3 of them was immediately obvious. Needless to say, Bai Yanxiu had only taken a few steps when she fell behind Master Changsheng and Nun Jing-yi. At first, Master Changsheng and Nun Jing-yi were running neck and neck with each other. They were about the same distance from the steps. However, when she was about 20 feet away from the stairs, Abbess Jing-yi took a deep breath and silently used the incense sect's secret technique. Her figure suddenly sped up and she stepped onto the stairs before Grandmaster Changsheng. Just as Nun Jing-yi's foot landed on the stairs, a loud rumbling sound came from the stairs. Nun Jing-yi's heart sank. She looked up and immediately realized what was going on. On Yao Mountain, the previously tightly shut palace gate was now making a loud noise and slowly opening. Rays of light shot out from the immortal residence. Good, this is the style of an immortal residence. Nun Jing-yi thought to herself. Her feet didn't stop at all and she was about to fly up the stairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped on the stairs, although she could still use Xinqi, she couldn't use levitation techniques anymore. Restriction. Nun Jingyi was stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Her incense sect's other techniques might be on par with the Daoist temples, but this light technique was a woman's specialty. She couldn't use levitation techniques here and could only use lightness techniques to climb up. How could she not leave Master Longevity behind? Without thinking, Nun Jingyi used her top-notch lightness technique. Like an old swallow, she flew up the stairs and towards the open palace gate. Seeing Nun Jingyi suddenly abandon levitation techniques, Master Longevity behind her was stunned. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he immediately understood. He used the Daoist temple's secret technique, crossing the river on a reed, and followed closely behind Nun Jingyi. Just as Nun Jingyi expected, Master Longevity was inferior to her in terms of lightness techniques. It didn't take long for him to be left behind. Behind Master Longevity was, of course, Bai Yanxiu. At this moment, Bai Yanxiu was extremely depressed. Her levitation techniques were much slower than the two of them, but when she climbed up the stairs, her lightness techniques were slightly better than Master Longevity's. By the time she climbed halfway up the stairs, she was already behind Master Longevity. Seeing that Nun Jingyi, who was at the front, was already 80% of the way up and was gradually approaching the palace gate, she became anxious. She exerted strength in her feet and floated over Master Longevity's head. Bai Yanxiu chased after him. With Master Longevity's cultivation, how could he not know? Just as Bai Yanxiu's figure leaped up, Master Longevity's sleeves flung back. A huge force surged from his sleeves and attacked Bai Yanxiu. You. When Bai Yanxiu saw this, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. In a panic, she clapped her hands together to meet the huge force from the sleeves. With a bang, the two forces collided. Bai Yanxiu felt like her hands were clapping on cotton. The cotton had infinite strength, but it was all internal and couldn't be stimulated. Suddenly, just as Bai Yanxiu's strength was exhausted, another force came from Master Longevity's sleeves and collided with Bai Yanxiu's palm. Bai Yanxiu staggered and fell down the stairs. Ouch! Bai Yanxiu's face was ashen. But at this moment, with a Ba chant, Master Longevity rolled up his sleeves and grabbed one of Bai Yanxiu's hands. Bai Yanxiu borrowed the force and floated up, landing lightly on the stairs again. Master Longevity didn't even look at Bai Yanxiu, who was secretly rejoicing in his heart. In a low voice, he said, "Bai Zhangmen, as a person, you must know your place. Don't overstep your boundaries." "I understand." Bai Yanxiu had no choice but to answer like this. Although he was secretly cursing in his heart, why didn't they just say that they would fight for the immortal mansion based on their own abilities? Why did they stop him now that they were here? With Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu's delay, Nun Jingyi had almost reached the palace gate. Behind them, Great Master Chang Gung and Master Chang Xing were also much closer. Bai Yanxiu felt a little regretful. He was weak to begin with. For no reason, why did he fight with the Daoist temple, who was now the strongest force? Fortunately, Master Longevity was merciful and didn't beat him down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, went up the stairs. Then, the disciples of the Daoist temple carried Master Tiangang, Master Yuandao, and Master Yuanming and followed. They were all very strong. These three old monks were as thin as firewood. They almost didn't feel much. Behind them were the disciples of the incense cult. Peacock carried Nun Shuqing in her arms. Chen Chen, Yuyan, Nun Shuezhen, and the others followed behind them. Behind them, Liang Zhangshu and the other disciples between the clouds and the water also carried Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters, and followed closely behind them. Of course, the Righteous Alliance, which didn't inherit the immortal path, was at the back again. Deputy Leader Chai and the others, with ashen faces, followed behind the dozens of young people, and went up the stairs. They had just stepped onto the stairs when they heard a series of sharp screeches from within the divine abode. In mid-air, the colorful brilliance was replaced by a blood-red brilliance. This time, the brilliance was somewhat different from before. It was like a faint burning flame. The snowflakes floating in the sky suddenly turned into raindrops, dripping down bit by bit. Raindrops were supposed to sober people up, but when the raindrops fell on their faces, it actually made them crazy. Looking at the ground, there was already blood seeping into the ground. And, as more blood seeped in, the originally ordinary soil gradually emitted wisps of black gas. The black gas was very thin and couldn't be seen clearly. Now that it was night time, no one could sense it. This black gas was also very strange. It only extended a few inches out of the soil and didn't spread or condense. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the disciples of the three immortal sects and the righteous alliance who were qualified to go up the stairs had all gone up. The disciples guarding the bottom of the stairs slackened and prepared to retreat a little. According to the orders of the sect leaders, they retreated to the stairs. At this moment, a knife light flashed from the disciple between the clouds and the water. The target of the knife was the Daoist temple disciple. You. The Daoist temple disciple was caught off guard and a deep cut was made under his armpit. Blood dripped down, dripping into the black gas at his feet. The black gas absorbed the blood and suddenly expanded, seeping into the disciple's blood vessels. Instantly, the Daoist temple disciple's face froze. Without another word, he raised the cudgel in his hand and struck the disciple between the clouds and the water. Of course, the disciple between the clouds and the water was prepared and met the attack with his padao. After a few rounds, the disciple between the clouds and the water was no match for the Daoist temple disciple. With a poochie sound, the disciple's head was smashed by the Daoist temple's cudgel. His body fell to the ground, surrounded by a formless black gas. Not long after, all his blood was sucked dry. Monkey na! How dare you beat my junior brother to death? The other disciples between the clouds and the water could not take it anymore. With weapons in hand, they attacked the Daoist temple monk. The Daoist temple monk did not say a word. With a wave of his cudgel, he struck another disciple between the clouds and the water. Thus, the disciples between the clouds and the water and the Daoist temple disciples fought each other. Not long after, the disciples of the incense cult and the alliance of the righteous Tao joined in. In an instant, the scene at the bottom of the steps was chaotic. Everyone was crazily killing each other, regardless of whether they were from the three immortal sects or other sects of the pugilistic world. Of course, in the midst of the chaos, there were also many strong disciples who took the time to step onto the steps and head straight for the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. Jing was the first to finish the steps. She turned back to look at Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu, who had only reached 70% of the steps. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Then, she raised her head and quickly glanced at the incomparably huge palace gate. When she looked inside again, there was only emptiness. She could not see anything. Behind the palace gate, there shouldn't be anything powerful. Jing hesitated for a moment, then regretted it. She had already come this far and had finally reached the palace gate. How could she still hesitate? Even if the palace gate was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, could she not go in? Immediately, Jing drew a soft sword from her waist. Her figure leapt, and she rushed into the empty palace gate. Needless to say, after entering the palace gate, Jing was just like Zhang Xiaohua. She was shocked by the incomparably huge palace in the distance. Jing Shirtai was the leader of the incense sect's immortal Tao inheritance. She wasn't someone that a country bumpkin like Zhang Xiaohua could compare to. She was shocked and thought about the origin of the immortal abode. She wondered if there was anything in the immortal abode that could be of great use to the incense sect's immortal abode. When she came back to her senses, she immediately leapt up and stepped on the purple jade stone passage. A huge force suddenly appeared, and Jing Yi's figure was thrown back into the air. What kind of restriction is this? Nun Jing Yi was slightly taken aback. She looked left and right, then quickly moved to the left. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, Nun Jingyi looked at the stagnant water with slight ripples. How could she not know the danger? She didn't dare to cross it carelessly and hurriedly ran to the blue jade stone passage. Who would have thought that? The force here was also extremely strong. Abbess Jingyi suddenly understood and didn't stop. She didn't look at the few colors in the middle and directly ran to the outermost black and white jade stone passage. It had to be said that in this aspect, Zhang Xiaohua was far inferior to Jingyi. When Jingyi ran to the black and white passage, Master Changsheng and Bai Yanxiu also went up the stairs. However, they did not have to worry about the restriction of the palace gate. They rushed in directly. At the same time, the two of them were also shocked by the palace in the distance. This. Bai Yanxiu groaned and turned to look at Master Changsheng. Master Changsheng also seemed to be on guard. He turned to look at Bai Yanxiu. When their gazes met, they both looked away. Together, they looked at the purple jade stone passage. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1182. At that moment, Nun Jingyi had already run to the side of the black and white jade passage. She had long disappeared. Master Changsheng came to his senses and immediately floated up. He also jumped onto the purple jade passage. Bai Yanxiu didn't dare to move ahead, but he definitely wouldn't fall behind. He followed closely behind Master Changsheng. The result was needless to say, the two of them were sent flying by the purple jade passage. Oh! Master Changsheng was slightly stunned. He looked at the purple jade passage in disbelief, as well as Nun Jingyi, who had long disappeared. Then, he looked left and right, as if he had seen something. Without saying a word, he flung his sleeves and floated up. He ran straight to the right side of the purple passage. Master! Bai Yanxiu had just opened his mouth when he realized something was wrong. He didn't say anything else. Yes, this was an immortal abode. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities to see their own opportunities. Whatever Master Changsheng knew, he definitely wouldn't tell her. If she asked, she would be lowering her status for no reason. When Bai Yanxiu's gaze fell on the place where Master Changsheng had flung his sleeves, his eyes lit up. Of course, on the right side of the purple jade passage, there was a small picture of a Buddhist staff imprinted on the ground. The top of the staff was pointing to the place where Master Changsheng had left. Sigh. Bai Yanxiu sighed softly. He looked to the left and jumped up almost without thinking. He was right behind Master Changsheng. When Bai Yanxiu got up, he also didn't know what to do. A small picture of a teapot also appeared on the ground. After that, other than Alliance Master Zhang San, who still tried to step onto the purple jade passage, the others all looked for the sect leader's picture and went to the black and white passages on the left and right. Alliance Master Zhang San also looked at the picture. After thinking for a while, he naturally followed the fragrance cult's footsteps. When Master Changsheng saw the secret mark left behind by Nun Jingyi, she had already stepped onto the black and white jade passage. Nun Jingyi's experience was incomparable to Zhang Xiaohua's. When she stepped onto the black and white jade passage and didn't see any rebound, she knew that she had made the right choice. She was delighted. Then, she held her breath and steadily walked forward step by step. More haste, less speed. In the decades that Nun Jingyi had been in charge of the fragrance cult, she had encountered many situations like this. Of course, such a strange jade passage could only be safely passed through by remaining still. Since Nun Jingyi's heart had already calmed down, and since Zhang Xiaohua could pass through the following jade passages, Nun Jingyi wouldn't have any problems either. Although the force that came at them at the end was extremely strong, the person who set up the restriction probably didn't know about the so-called martial arts after the immortal puppet, much less the existence of internal force. Although the force wasn't terrifying, Nun Jingyi knew how to use her Jinqi to imitate internal force. Once she realized that she couldn't use her Jinqi, and that she couldn't use her levitation technique but her lightness technique, how could she not quickly imitate her internal force to resist the force of over 10,000 jin? When Nun Jingyi passed through the jade passageway, she also saw a black screen of light. The black screen of light made Nun Jingyi feel very uncomfortable, but Nun Jingyi already knew that red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black and white made up the 7 colors. Since the black and white jade passageway was located at the outermost area, it was the lowest level. And since the screen of light was black, it should be the lowest level as well. Most likely, it was also the one she could enter. Furthermore, Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect had already entered before, but his corpse wasn't here. If he hadn't fallen into the water beside the jade passage, then he must have entered this black screen of light. Since Ren Xiaoyao was fine, how could Nun Jingyi have a problem? Therefore, the software in Nun Jingyi's hand trembled slightly, and she still stepped into the palace. First, she was attracted by the incomparably shocking scene of heaven and earth. Then, she fervently looked at the high and mighty throne in the middle of the palace. There's no need to ask. This throne must be the center of Immortal Mansion. If I can sit on it, I'll definitely know the secrets of Immortal Mansion like the back of my hand. As for the throne, how do I get to it? Nun Jingyi urged the black cloud under her feet to the place closest to the throne. She looked at the faint red cloud next to her and hesitated. She was in the air below her feet. If she couldn't stay on the faint red cloud, she might fall off the cloud. If she really fell from such a high place, there would be nothing left of her. Of course, Jingyi was no longer able to determine whether or not there was an illusory array in the hall. She also knew that even if there was an illusory array, Yao Mountain was right beneath the hall. However, the immortal Dao had countless methods to move a person from the illusory array to the air outside of Yao Mountain. Although she had casually jumped off Yao Mountain, it was very likely that she would fall outside of Yao Mountain. After thinking for a moment, Nun Jingyi put away her soft sword and took out a small sword with a thin transparent thread. She casually waved it, and the small sword flew toward the red cloud next to her. However, the red cloud seemed to be transparent, and Nun Jingyi's small sword didn't exert any force. It simply sliced through the air and flew back into Nun Jingyi's hand. Nun Jingyi's brows furrowed even tighter. She looked at the huge throne in the distance, which seemed to be the closest to her. She estimated the thin thread in her hand and flicked her wrist. The small sword flew over with a whoosh, but the high and lofty throne in the center was like the moon in the mirror or a flower in the water. The small sword sliced through the air above the throne and still fell. Nun Jingyi wasn't surprised by this. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly turned her head. She seemed to have sensed the footsteps of Master Longevity and the others outside the palace. Then, she clenched her teeth and leaped up, about to leap onto the faint red cloud. However, as soon as she moved, the faint black cloud rose with her. Just as Nun Jingyi's figure was about to approach the faint red cloud, a weak but unparalleled force appeared and blocked her to the side. That faint black cloud didn't leave the bottom of her feet for even a moment. Nun Jingyi was stunned. Just now, she had already prepared for the worst, but she had forgotten the simplest thing. This color was different, but it was completely different. She didn't have the slightest chance to practice it. Nun Jingyi was about to make another move when she saw some brilliance flickering in the distance. Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu each stepped on a faint white cloud and slowly flew over. Alas! Seeing this, Nun Jingyi sighed in her heart. She knew her advantage of being the first to enter Immortal Mansion had disappeared, and she hadn't discovered anything. What about Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect? Nun Jingyi looked at the faint black light screen in the distance and couldn't help but hesitate. She wanted to go in and take a look, but she was afraid that Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu would do something and discover the secret of the throne in the center. If she could stay here, she might have a chance. If she left, then she definitely wouldn't be able to get anything. Amitba, Nun Jingyi, is this the center of Immortal Mansion? Obviously, Master Longevity was also attracted by the throne. Looking at the strange scenery under his feet and sighing about the wonders of the immortal Tao, he immediately urged the white cloud under his feet to come to the closest place to the throne. At this time, although the three of them were far away, Nun Jing-yi could hear Master Longevity's words clearly. Yes, Master, this should be the center of Immortal Mansion. If we can get this throne, I'm afraid Immortal Mansion will be in our pockets. Nun Jing-yi said calmly, by the way, may I ask Master, on the way here, did you see Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryas sect? Master Longevity shook his head and replied, no, there was no trace of young benefactor Ren along the way. Nun Jing-yi, could it be that there's some kind of restriction here, that we can't pass? Bai Yinxiu followed behind Master Longevity and asked in shock. Hee, if it wasn't for some kind of restriction, would I wait here for you? Nun Jing-yi's anger flared up in an instant. Hearing Nun Jing-yi's unfriendly tone, the corners of Bai Yinxiu's eyes twitched. He turned his head to look at the central throne facing him, and ignored Nun Jing-yi. Nun Jing-yi, if there's anything strange here, please tell me. Since we've come here together, before we find a way to break the restriction, it's better for us to work together, Master Longevity said in a deep voice. Don't you think so, Bai Zhangmen? Yes, I've been following behind Master all this time. Master, I'm already very satisfied that you've tolerated me. If I discover anything, I'll definitely tell you. Bai Yinxiu said with a smile. Sigh. Nun Jing-yi let out a long sigh. She looked at the throne and said with a bitter smile, I've only just arrived here. Before I could do anything, Master and Bai Zhangmen arrived. I was even a little ahead of time, but I didn't even have the slightest advantage. Master Longevity put his palms together and stood quietly. He didn't look at the throne, but at the many little ants around Ya Mountain. It wasn't clear whether he was thinking about Nun Jing-yi's words or looking for a way to get close to the throne. Bai Yinxiu couldn't help but whisper, Master, if you don't do anything, I would like to try. Master Longevity seemed to have woken up from a dream. He looked up at Bai Yinxiu and said kindly, if Bai Zhangmen wants to do it, you can. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I'd also give it a try. Then I'll be rude. Bai Yinxiu stepped forward, and the white cloud under her feet floated forward for a while. She passed by Master Longevity and raised her hand. In her palm was the treasure of her Shindao sect, the demon refining gourd. Oh, this is bad. I forgot, you can't use magic tools outside the palace, but that doesn't mean you can't use them inside the palace. Nun Jing-yi was secretly regretting. When she entered the palace, she still followed her previous idea. As long as it was immortal methods, this immortal mansion would be restricted. Only martial arts methods could be used. Now that she saw Bai Yinxiu take out the demon refining gourd, she couldn't help but realize. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1183. Bai Yinxiu wasn't a fool. She took out the demon refining gourd and secretly glanced at Nun Jing-yi. The slight remorse on Nun Jing-yi's face calmed her down. Nun Jing-yi silently circulated her true qi and made a hand seal. The demon refining gourd rose into the air and flew past many barriers, gradually approaching the central throne. Seeing this, Nun Jing-yi's eyes flashed fiercely, and her left hand unconsciously reached into her clothes. Master Longevity did the same, and the prayer beads in his hand also spun very quickly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Before Bai Yinxiu could make a hand seal to open the lid of the demon refining gourd and suck the central throne into the gourd, the horizontal board hanging above the throne exploded, and an extremely thin purple lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, hitting the demon refining gourd in midair. With a sizzling sound, the demon refining gourd, which was regarded as the most precious treasure of the Shindao sect, didn't even last a second under the purple lightning bolt before it turned into nothingness. Ah! Bai Yinxiu, who was controlling the demon refining gourd in the distance, didn't even have time to feel a trace of joy before she let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She clutched her chest and collapsed in the depths of the white clouds. Seeing this, Nun Jingyi and Master Changxing both let out a long sigh of relief. They felt extremely lucky in their hearts. Looking at Bai Yanxiu's appearance, not only was the sect's most precious treasure, the devil refining gourd, destroyed, even her heart and lungs had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. It was likely that she could no longer do anything in this immortal mansion. Thank goodness. Nun Jingyi was even more afraid. If she had used the immortal Dao's remarkable power as soon as she entered, wouldn't she be the one lying on the ground now? But, the demon refining gourd is an ancient divine artifact. How could it be so easily destroyed by lightning? Could it be that, this central throne, is more important than an ancient divine artifact? This immortal mansion, has an even more unknown secret? Nun Jingyi thought to herself. At this moment, several rays of light flashed at the entrance of the immortal mansion in the distance. The other disciples of the 3 immortal Dao sects and Alliance Master Zhang San of the righteous Dao quickly followed into the main hall. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before their eyes, and they stood dumbstruck at the entrance. Abbot. After Great Master Chang Gung and Great Master Chang Xing came to their senses, they immediately lifted their feet. The white cloud automatically sent them to Great Master Chang Sheng. Junior brothers, let's take a look first. We can't use Dharma treasures or immortal Dao divine abilities here. Do you have any way to obtain the central throne? Grand Master Longevity looked at the 2 huge ancient characters above the throne and asked in a low voice. Hierarch. Peacock, Qinshan, Yuyan, and Nun Shuezhen were all there. Nun Shuezhen was holding Nun Shuqing, who had woken up and had taken the secret elixir of the fragrance cult. Come over here. Abbess Jingyi's eyes lit up when she saw Peacock and the others. When Peacock came closer, Nun Jingyi said in a low voice, "You don't have to stay here. Look for an opportunity later and pass through the black light screen behind the throne. Go to the back and see what's there. This is the center of all the sects and I've already tried. I'm afraid there are many twists and turns. Even if you succeed, you'll have to pay a lot. Why don't we take advantage of him first?" "Yes, Hierarch." Peacock nodded. "Hierarch. Have you seen that damn Ren Xiaoyao?" Chen Chen looked around and asked in a low voice. Nun Jingyi's face was filled with hatred. Who knows where that bastard went? Maybe he's already inside? He doesn't know the importance of this throne or he's afraid of bumping into us. He's probably inside to try his luck. Chen Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San had also walked to the front of the throne. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He looked around and leaped toward the throne, while everyone was looking at Alliance Master Zhang San, Peacock and the other 2 stealthily flew towards the back of the throne. Just as Nun Jingyi and the elders had expected, Alliance Master Zhang San was also blocked by the restriction between the black and red clouds. He fell to the ground in a very bored manner. At this time, there were a few more balls of light. More disciples from various sects and the vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance rushed in. "Chang Sheng, have you found anything?" Master Tiangang, who had already awakened, had also taken the elixir made by the Dalan Temple. He could already walk on his own. "Master, I haven't." Master Changxing looked ashamed. "Master, how's your injury?" "It's fine." Although Master Tiangang's words sounded fine, his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Nun Shuqing in the distance. However, when Master Tiangang looked at Nun Shuqing, he noticed that Peacock and the other 2 had already left. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to Kong Chan and the others beside him and said a few words. Master Changxing saw this and also noticed that something was wrong. He looked at Nun Jingyi meaningfully. Nun Jingyi seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. She stood beside Alliance Master Zhang San and listened to the Righteous Alliance's affairs with great interest. What? Vice Alliance Master Chai fell into the water? Alliance Master Zhang San's face darkened again. Yes, Vice Alliance Master Chai only had one arm. When he was passing through the Jade Stone Avenue, he was suppressed by the huge force. He couldn't control his body properly and fell into the water. Vice Alliance Master Yen said with lingering fear. That water was really strange. When Vice Alliance Master Chai fell, it was as if he melted and disappeared without a trace. Alliance Master Zhang San, I hope Alliance Master Zhang San will punish me. I didn't take good care of Vice Alliance Master Chai. Sigh, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. I was almost defeated at that time as well. How can I blame you? Alliance Master Zhang San waved his hand and asked in a low voice, what about the other sects? Vice Alliance Master Yen stole a glance at Nanjing Yi. Other than the Righteous Alliance, Incense Cult was walking on the left. Alliance Master Zhang San was asking about Incense Cult's casualties. Reporting to Alliance Master Zhang San. Many of our disciples, because their skills are limited, they couldn't pass through the Jade Stone Avenue. Especially Vice Alliance Master Me. He went up the stairs with me, but when he passed through the Jade Stone Avenue, he also encountered difficulties. He was guarding outside and couldn't enter. Vice Alliance Master Yen said in a low voice, however, the other sects aren't much stronger than us. At the beginning, many of their disciples passed through, but later, they were all blocked outside the Jade Stone Avenue. In fact, many of their disciples fell into the water. After hearing this, Alliance Master Zhang San's face relaxed a bit. He raised his head and looked at the central throne. He said in a low voice, just wait and see. How can we get the central throne? Or, if we can pass, that would be good too. Yes, I will give the order now, Vice Alliance Master Yen nodded with a smile. Compared to the Righteous Alliance, between the clouds and the water, the situation wasn't much better. Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters also woke up. Each of them was supported by a disciple between the clouds and the water. In the end, just as they entered the main hall, they saw Bai Yanxiu lying on the ground with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Liang Xiangxiu and the others helped Bai Yanxiu up and fed him a secret pill. Only then did Bai Yanxiu's face gradually become rosy. Seeing that 4 of his sect's people were seriously injured, Bai Yanxiu couldn't help but feel sad. He also saw that there were many people in the Daoist temple. They were gesticulating and discussing, wanting to get the central throne. Knowing that the possibility of him between the clouds and the water obtaining this throne was very small, he turned his gaze to other places. When she saw that Kong Chan and the others were about to disappear, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She immediately gave a look to Liang Xiangxiu and the others and used her mouth to point to the back of the throne. Liang Xiangxiu and the others also turned their heads and finally saw Kong Chan and the others' backs. They nodded slightly to Bai Yanxiu, lifted their feet, and quietly flew to the back of the throne. The leaders and elders of the 3 immortal sects all stayed in the main hall. The outstanding disciples of the sects all quietly left. Only the Righteous Alliance, relying on their advantage in martial arts, stayed in the main hall. They didn't notice that someone had secretly left. Peacock, Qinshin and Swift held hands as they snuck out of the main hall. They passed through the black light curtain and came to a corridor. The corridor was extremely short, only about 10 feet long. At the end of the corridor was a light curtain that glowed milky white. On the floor of the corridor, there were 6 different colored passageways that led to the light curtain. Let's go, Peacock glanced and said, it seems that the levels in Divine Mansion are separated by color. Our cultivation is low, so we can only go through the black and white passages. With that, he took the lead. Chen, who followed behind, was a little disapproving. He secretly stretched out his foot and kicked the space between the 2 passages. There was a bang, as if he had hit an iron plate. Ouch! Chen cried out in pain and jumped up holding his foot. Who told you to mess with the prohibition of divine mansion for no reason? Didn't you see that by Jiangmen between the clouds and the water was injured by the prohibition of divine mansion? Peacock stared at her angrily. Let me try. Chen had no choice but to stare fiercely at the prohibition that she couldn't see. After walking through the short corridor and passing through the milky white light curtain, the three of them raised their heads and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. They were standing on top of a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was surrounded by endless celestial clouds. Within the celestial clouds, they could faintly see a few palaces and towers. Some of them were exposed on the roof, while some were exposed on the side. The shape of each palace was different, and each palace was magnificent and magnificent. In front of them, there were dozens of different colored praying mats, floating in the sea of clouds. Senior sister. Should we go back and inform the sect leader? Yuyan woke up from the shock and asked Peacock first. Peacock pondered for a moment and shook her head. Many disciples in the hall are attracted by the central throne. Our leader sent us here to search for the treasures of the celestial path. If we turn back now, we will definitely disturb the others. If we attract their attention, won't we lose our chance? Yes, we will listen to Senior Sister Peacock. Yuyan nodded. Let's go, I want to see the remnants of the Tenryu sect. In which pavilion? Chen shouted and stepped onto a black and white praying mat. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1184. Just as Chen stepped onto the black and white cattail hassock, there were a few shrill cries from far away. The cries were filled with despair and it blew away the clouds in the sea of clouds, revealing the faces of all the palaces in the sea of clouds. There were as many as 9 of them. Each palace had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. The cattail hassock under Chen's feet was also affected by the cries. After a few swings, Chen almost fell off. Fortunately, Peacock was quick enough to pull Chen off the cattail hassock. When Chen's feet touched the ground, his vest was already soaked. After that, Chen and the others did not dare to act rashly. After waiting for a moment and hearing no more movements, Peacock smiled and said, "Let's go. If we don't go now, there will be people behind us." After that, she stepped onto the cattail hassock that Chen was standing on just now. The black and white cattail hassock immediately glided into the sea of clouds. Chen and Swift did not dare to delay. They each chose a black and white cattail hassock and followed Peacock. The cattail hassock glided very quickly and very steadily. There seemed to be some kind of restriction. The 3 of them didn't feel any breeze on their faces. After only half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them arrived in front of a white palace. How is this a palace? Chen jumped down from the cattail hassock and looked at his feet and then at the open palace door. He could not help but groan, this floor. The palace door and the entire palace. It's all piled up with white jade, there's no gap at all. Is this what flawless refers to? Peacock was also very surprised. There were many palaces on the incense cult's Lingxiang Peak, but compared to this palace, it paled in comparison. Let's go in and have a look. Peacock nodded slightly, holding the soft sword in her hand. She raised her head and entered the palace. The palace was huge and there were no illusions. It was not much different from a normal palace except that there was something similar to a Buddhist shrine at the head of the palace. There were curtains, incense burners, and a jade table. The only thing missing was the head of the table, the object that was supposed to be enshrined under the curtains. Look, Sister Peacock. Over there. Is that a jade scroll? Swift's eyes were sharp. When Chen saw the table, she had already noticed several shelves placed casually at the foot of the hall on the left. Chen was also attracted by Swift's words. When he turned to look, he clapped his hands and smiled. Great, we've finally gained something. That's not all. Look over there. Peacock was as calm as ever. She pointed at the other end of the hall opposite the jade scroll. There were no shelves there, only long and narrow supports. On each of the supports, one could vaguely see a strange-looking weapon. Artifact? Swift blurted out. Probably. Peacock nodded. She looked to her left and right and ordered, "My two junior sisters, it's only right that we take the lead. We must act now, do not return empty-handed." "Yes, I will listen to senior sister's arrangements." "Then. Let's start from this jade scroll and see if we can get anything good," Peacock said as she walked to the front of the shelf. The shelf looked like an ordinary shelf, but it was milky white in color. There were many jade scrolls on the shelf. However, when Peacock reached out to pick up a jade scroll, her hand was pushed to the side by a soft barrier. She could not touch it at all. This. Peacock frowned and raised the soft sword in her right hand without hesitation. She channeled her true energy and a 3-feet-long sword light appeared. Peacock squinted her eyes and raised the sword. Let's go. The three of us will split up and search through everything in this hall. Let's see if there's anything we can get our hands on. After Peacock gave her orders, she took the lead and left. Chen Chen and Swift also went in different directions. However, when the three of them met at the other end of the main hall, they were all empty-handed. They did not get anything. "There's nothing?" Peacock frowned. "That. Senior sister, there are a few cattail hassocks in the corner, they look nothing special." Chen Chen heard this and said hesitantly, "Go get them quickly." Peacock shouted, "Everything that can be taken from here, we must take it. Who knows, there might be something good. We don't have divine sense, we can't tell. Getting them is the most important thing." Chen Chen responded and quickly turned around. Not long after, he came back with 4 emerald green cattail hassocks in his hands. "Let's go and take a look at the back of the main hall." Peacock looked at the door not far away. Although the door was wide open, they could not see what was outside. The three of them walked quickly out of the main hall. When they looked up, they were stunned. Chen Chen said hesitantly, "Senior sister. Did we go the wrong way?" "This. Behind the main hall. Why is there such a huge lake?" What the three of them saw was an enormous lake. At this moment, there were no ripples on the surface of the lake. A gentle breeze blew past, and the surface of the lake rippled. However, there was no sunlight or moonlight. There were no folds of light. There were also no mountains to be seen. There were no reflections of the mountains. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful lake. However, not far from the main hall, by the lakeside, there were a few small pavilions hidden in the greenery. "Let's go, maybe in those pavilions, we'll find something," Chen Chen shouted. Peacock thought for a moment and turned to Yuyan. "Sister Yuyan, I'll have to trouble you. Please wait at the front. If there's anyone who's not skilled enough to barge in, just stab him to death with your sword. If you can't stop them." Before she could finish, she shook her head. Forget it, forget it. If it's just a normal person, the leader might not care. If it's the great master Chang'eng and the others, the leader will definitely see them. You're useless here." Then, she pointed at the small boats on the lake and smiled. "I thought that the divine mansion was filled with immortals. I didn't think that even immortals have the mood to enjoy their leisure time." Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed as if they had forgotten that they were in the divine mansion. They used their qinggong to jump down from the main hall and rushed to the small boat by the lake. Who knew? When they got on the boat, the three of them realized that the boat did not have any paddles. It was just a wooden plank. How are we going to steer the boat? Peacock and the others looked at each other. When they were in the main hall, there were black clouds under their feet. As long as they lifted their feet, the clouds would fly by themselves. Could it be that this boat was the same? But when they walked back and forth a few steps, the boat did not move at all. Essential energy, Peacock seemed to understand and whispered. Maybe, it's like internal energy. Let's try using essential energy. Sure enough, when the three of them sent essential energy into the boat, it swayed slightly and really moved. The direction was not anywhere else but the pavilion by the lake. Hee hee, alright. Other than the three sects, don't even think about the Righteous Alliance and the other martial arts sects. Chin Chin did not forget to gloat. That's right. If we didn't get the inheritance at Lingxiang Peak and have some essential energy in our meridians. I'm afraid that even if we got on the boat, we wouldn't be able to come here. Yiyan nodded. I don't think so. If there were paddles or something like that, maybe we could steer the boat. Peacock looked at the lake and smiled. Who would come to a mortal abode for paddles? Chen Chen snorted. It's better to bring more weapons. That's right, the other two laughed. While the three of them were talking, the boat quickly approached the shore. There were many large trees planted on the shore. The leaves were lush and green, but Peacock and the rest had never seen these trees before. They could smell a strange fragrance but they could not see where it came from. After walking for 100 feet, they saw a rather large pond in a spacious area. There were some things that looked like lotus leaves in the pond. There were about a dozen budding lotus flowers standing upright. Beside the pond, there were about a dozen pavilions of different styles. They were clearly separated on both sides of the pond. Peacock and the rest glanced at the things in the pond and focused on the pavilion at the front. This was a small 3-story building. Its style was similar to the pavilions at Lingxiang Peak, but the decorations were very ancient. Many of them were things that Peacock and the rest had never seen before. Please vote, please keep, please tip. Chapter 1185. The door to the house was left ajar. From the outside, they could not see what was inside and did not know if there was anyone inside. Although Peacock knew that it was unlikely that there would be anyone inside, she still cautiously called out a few times before pushing the door open. Oh right, Senior. Chen Chen suddenly spoke. Ah. Peacock was caught off guard and jumped in fright. She quickly retracted her hand and asked, What's the matter? Oh, Senior. I want to ask. How long have we been in a mortal abode? What time is it now? Chen Chen saw that he had startled Peacock and asked apologetically. You. Peacock let out a long sigh and said impatiently, We came in after midnight. It's almost Cho hour now, why? Why are you suddenly asking about the time? Oh, I just remembered. When we entered Immortal Abode, it was pitch black outside. When we arrived at Immortal Abode, it was bright. I really don't know where this light comes from. There's no sun in the sky. Chen Chen still had the leisure to think about this at this time. This was interesting. Peacock and Swift heard this and came to a realization. They looked up at the gray sky. Although there was no sun, it was still bright and they could not see where the light came from. If we live in a mortal abode, there's no difference between day and night. How are we going to sleep? Chen Chen said with groundless worry. Senior. You're thinking too much. Swift smiled and said, We usually meditate at night. If it's daytime, won't we be cultivating for a long time? We can't wait to rejoice, why would we worry about sleeping? Ah, Junior. You don't sleep. Chen Chen was stunned. Why? Senior. You have to sleep at night? Swift was even more stunned. Peacock heard this and said impatiently, Chen Chen sleeps for 4 hours every day. You're brilliant, Senior. Swift smiled and gave her a thumbs up. It was not sure if they were talking about sleeping at the entrance of the house. When the three of them entered the house, they realized. In this house, all the furnishings, things, showed that this was just a place to stay. Peacock led the way and looked at the entire third floor of the house. She rolled her eyes at Chen Chen more than once. Chen Chen was also innocent. He only curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. As for what was said, only Chen Chen himself could understand it. The three of them searched the entire building like robbers, but they didn't find anything useful. The three of them didn't dare to delay. They immediately went downstairs and went straight to the small building next to them. Although the style of the small building next to them was different, the furnishings inside were also ordinary. Chen Chen, Yuyan, let's split up. We'll each look for a different place. Peacock said anxiously as she peered through the window of the small building and looked at the tall palace in the distance. Yes, senior sister. Chen Chen and the other two replied and were about to leave. By the way, anything that can be taken, other than the tables and chairs, take them all. Peacock did not forget to remind him, especially the jade hairpins, cinnabar hairpins. Don't worry, we have the purple phoenix hairpin in the fragrance cult. If I don't even know this, how can I survive in the fragrance cult? Chen Chen patted his chest and promised. When Peacock heard the word survive, she was speechless. She waved her hand and said, go on, who knows? The disciples of the Daoist temple and between the clouds and the water might be here soon. The three of them split up. After nearly 2 hours, the three of them had searched all the small buildings. The disciples of the Daoist temple and between the clouds and the water did not come. The three of them gathered by the pond. Peacock smiled and said, how was it? Did you find anything? Hee, senior sister, watch me. Chen Chen smiled as well. He held a large brocade handkerchief in his hand, wrapped in a bunch of bulging items, showing them off in front of Peacock as if he was presenting a treasure. Peacock said exasperatedly, open it and see. Sure enough, Chen Chen's haul was bountiful. In the brocade handkerchief on the ground, there was a jade scroll, 2 jade hairpins, 3 beaded flowers, and several other accessories. Peacock herself could not tell what they were used for. What are these? Peacock pointed at a few of the items and asked, puzzled. A rattle drum, a tobacco pipe, and this. I think it's a small jade bottle. Chen Chen pointed out excitedly. What are you holding a tobacco pipe for? Peacock could tell at a glance that this tobacco pipe, although it was different from the ones used in the secular world, but it was obviously an ordinary item. Senior sister, didn't you say? I had to take everything I could, I had to find this big brocade handkerchief to take all these items. Chen Chen said, feeling wronged. All right, that's good. Peacock smiled and said, whether they're good or not, we'll know when we bring them back and let the leader and the Grand Elder have a look. After that, Swift also took out the items. Swift did not have much, just 2 jade scrolls, a few golden hairpins, a jade rui, and 7 or 8 small beads. After looking through Swift's items, Chen Chen asked anxiously, senior sister, what about you? Did you find anything good? Hee, look. Peacock also took out the items she had put away. There were also a few jade scrolls, a plate-like item, a jade flute, a string of beads, and 2 small mirrors. Nothing much. Chen Chen said curiously, look at senior sister. You seem to have found some treasure, these. They look ordinary too. Hee, these are all things we don't know the use of. Peacock smiled and said, I found this on a table in a small building. Which one? Where? Chen Chen widened his eyes and looked at Peacock. Peacock smiled and kept the items. She reached out with her right hand and pulled out a soft sword from her waist. Soft sword? Swift was also stunned, there was jealousy in her eyes and said, senior sister. You're really lucky to have found such a good item. Hee, it was a coincidence. Peacock did not hide her pride and smiled. There was a straight rope on the table. I thought it was strange. I only knew it was a sheathed soft sword when I picked it up. If I was careless, wouldn't I have missed it? Oh, senior sister. Chen heard and ran away. He shouted as he ran, wait a minute, I saw a rope too. There really is one. Peacock and Swift were stunned. Not long after, they saw Chen waving a soft sword in his hand and running over with a smile on his face. There must be a mistake. There really is one. This time, Peacock and Swift were completely petrified. This soft sword was casually thrown on the dressing table. I thought it was a rope. Chen said embarrassedly. Peacock and Swift looked at each other and said in unison, there's no one here, let's search again. Chen was of course willing, so the three of them searched together again. Sure enough, after half an hour, when the three of them met by the pond, they had more than 10 items in their hands. Oh, someone's coming. Chen eyes were sharp and saw several figures leaping down from the top of the palace. He could not see their faces clearly from afar, but they did not look like monks from the Daoist temple. And over there's a small boat coming, they look like monks from the Daoist temple. Peacock pointed. Not far away, on the other side of the lake, there were also 2 small boats coming to the shore. Let's go. Peacock urged, there are many monks in the Daoist temple, I'm afraid we're no match for them. If they have evil intentions, it'll be troublesome. Chen waved the soft sword in his hand and said, I'll let them have a taste of my power. Peacock had already taken 2 steps forward. She turned back and scolded, let's go, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. However, when she turned around, she saw the lotus leaves in the pond from the corner of her eyes. The edges of the lotus leaves were inlaid with faint golden threads, and the edges of the budding lotus flowers were also faintly flashing with golden threads. She sniffed carefully. That fragrance. Wasn't it emitting from the lotus flowers in the pond? Peacock immediately came to her senses and turned to look at the small boat that was getting closer and closer. She also saw the figure that had just reached the side of the small boat. She clenched her teeth and pulled out her flexible sword. She whispered, my 2 juniors, we have all misjudged. Quick, pluck all the lotus flowers in the pond. When Chen and Swift heard this, they too turned back and did not dare to dawdle. They immediately used their qinggong and leaped to the surface of the pond. There was indeed something strange about the lotus flowers. When Peacock and the other 2 tried to pluck them together, the soft sword in Swift's hand could not cut off the stem of the lotus. Only the soft sword that Peacock and Chen obtained from the small building could pluck the lotus flowers. Swift tried a few times and returned to the shore, looking at the 2 with envy. There were more than 10 lotus flowers in the pond. Peacock and Swift spent a lot of effort to pluck them all. Chen did not forget to pluck a few large lotus leaves to hold the lotus flowers. When Peacock got to the shore, she looked up and saw that the monks of the Daoist temple and the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had already arrived at the shore. There were also many disciples gathered around the palace. They could not see clearly from afar, but there were many dressed in palace attire. They must be the disciples of the Daoist temple. Let's go. Peacock did not hesitate, she dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen and the others also knew the importance of this and did not say anything. They followed Peacock and disappeared into the forest after a few ups and downs. Peacock and the other 2 were dressed in palace attire. They had already been spotted by Kong Chan of the Daoist temple and Liang Zhangxiu of Between the Clouds and the Water. They urged the small boat under their feet, wanting to get to the shore quickly to see what kind of opportunity there was. When they got to the shore, Peacock and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the dozens of small buildings. The 2 groups had a tacit understanding. One group walked side by side and searched the small buildings one by one. When they entered the small buildings, Peacock and the other two quickly used their qinggong to reach the shore and hurriedly boarded a small boat. The little vital energy in their meridians was stimulated and the small boat was like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the palace. Chapter 1186. At this time, there were many people gathered below the palace, wanting to cross the lake by boat. However, none of them had the vital energy of immortality and could not move the boat. Just as Peacock had said, no one had brought a paddle with them, so they could only look at the lake and sigh. Just as the crowd was envious of the monks from the Daoist temple and the disciples from between the clouds and the water, they saw another boat coming back. They were all shocked. When the boat came closer, several disciples dressed in palace attire cheered as if they were welcoming the victorious return of the victors. These female disciples held weapons and stood guard by the shore. One of them quickly ran back to the palace. When Peacock and the other two reached the shore, more than 10 female disciples came to receive them. As soon as Peacock and the others left the shore, the disciples from the Daoist temple and between the clouds and the water who were searching the building noticed them. However, the boat had already entered the lake and they could not catch up. Although they knew that Peacock and the others had been here before, they still suppressed their thoughts and searched for them slowly. Peacock and the others on the boat kept looking back, fearing that the monks from the Daoist temple would really come after them. When the boat reached the shore, they finally felt relieved. Senior Sister Peacock. A few of the aroma cult's inner disciples called out to her affectionately as they cleared some space on the shore. Where's the leader? Are you here as well? Peacock asked anxiously when she heard this. No, the leader is still in the front hall. Master Longevity and I of Between the Clouds and the Water are all here too. A disciple replied. Another disciple whispered, after Senior Peacock left, the monks from the Daoist temple also left. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't know at first, but later on, they also left quietly. Only the Righteous Alliance didn't know about it. Later on, when more and more people came to the front hall, people noticed the light curtain at the back. However, everyone knew that the center of divine abode was the throne in the middle, so very few people came here. Later on, the leader asked the Grand Elder to bring us to the back hall. The restriction of the back hall has been broken? Chen Chen was shocked. It's not that easy. A disciple smiled bitterly and said, the Grand Elder has tried everything, but she still can't break it. Her meridians are also lacking true qi. There are many spells that she can't use. Maybe it's not about the magic formula. Just now, the great master Chang Gung of the Daoist temple, Between the Clouds and the Water, also came. It seems that the great master Chang Gung didn't participate in the battle just now. He also can't break it. A disciple continued. Come, let's go up first. Peacock eyes glanced at the small package in Chen Chen's hand and whispered. Yes. All the disciples had already seen the small package. They surrounded the 3 senior sisters and used their qinggong to rush towards the palace. At this time, the palace was crowded with people. Not to mention the Xianghism and the Righteous Alliance, even the disciples of the Daoist temple and Between the Clouds and the Water had come. There were even disciples from other sections. They must have fought their way up from the bottom of Yaoshan Mountain. The Xianghism's palace attire was very conspicuous. In a corner of the palace, a few female disciples with long swords surrounded a shelf. When they saw Peacock and the others approaching, they opened up a gap for Peacock, Chen Chen and Swift to enter. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Peacock bowed respectfully. Peacock, wait a moment. At this moment, Senior Nun Shu Qing was frowning. She released her divine sense and carefully studied a restriction on the shelf. After a while, Senior Nun Shu Qing seemed to have gained something. She took out the plain cloud white flag and waved it at the restriction. 4 to 5 small lotus flowers floated over. However, when the lotus flowers touched the restriction, they flashed a few times and then disappeared. Cough, Cough. Senior nun Shu Qing wanted to wave the flag again, but another strand of blood flowed out of her mouth. Sigh. Nun Shu Qing let out a long sigh and put away the plain cloud-white flag. She turned to look at Peacock and whispered, "Peacock. I heard that the three of you went to the other side. What did you find?" "Grand Elder, look." Chen Chen picked up the small package in his hand and was about to open it. "Don't open it yet." Shu Qing Nun used her divine sense to scan it and her face lit up with joy. She said, "This handkerchief is a good treasure. It can block out divine sense. Just this handkerchief alone is worth it." "Ah." Chen Chen was stunned and mumbled, "This. I picked it up from the ground." "Hee hee, little Chen Chen's luck is not bad." Shu Qing Nun said lovingly, "Take this package first. We'll talk about it after the owner of the immortal mansion is settled." "Yes, Grand Elder." Seeing that he had obtained something good, Chen Chen was overjoyed and replied with great pleasure. Reporting to Grand Elder, I and Junior Chen Chen each got a soft sword. Peacock smiled and presented the soft sword. Shu Qing Nun took it and looked at it for a while. She nodded and said, "This is an immortal weapon, not an ordinary weapon. I don't know how to use it. We'll study it in detail when we get here." Shu Qing Nun sniffed and closed her eyes. In a moment, her face lit up with joy and she whispered, "Where did this fragrance come from? Is it the lotus leaf in your hand?" "Yes, Grand Elder is wise. There are several lotus flowers in the lotus leaf." Swift nodded and said. Shu Qing Nun carefully opened the lotus leaf and looked at the lotus flowers inside. She was shocked and mumbled, "This. Could it be the 9 Heavens Black Lotus?" 9 Heavens Black Lotus? What's that? Peacock and the others were stunned and asked curiously. Lower your voice." Shu Qing Nun was seriously injured and had to be careful. She whispered, "Chen Chen, open your handkerchief and put these lotus leaves and lotus flowers inside." "This. Will it work?" Looking at the lotus leaves that were much bigger than the handkerchief, Chen Chen was confused. "Try it." Shu Qing Nun smiled. Chen Chen said as he unfolded the handkerchief. Peacock was also puzzled as she placed the lotus leaf that was wrapped in the handkerchief into the corner of the handkerchief. An incredible scene unfolded. The lotus leaf that was much larger than the handkerchief was instantly placed inside the handkerchief. Ah! Everyone who saw this was shocked. "Put it in quickly," Shu Qing Nun urged. "Hao Feng and Chang Gung are already looking over here." Chen Chen and Swift quickly put the rest of the lotus leaves in. Hao Fengzhenren also walked over. "Shu Qing Nun, may I ask? What is this fragrance? Why does it smell so comfortable, as if it has some benefits for eyes injuries?" When Shu Qing Nun heard this, she also raised her head and sniffed a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, "I don't smell any fragrance. You should go to the Daoist temple and ask." Hao Fengzhenren still did not believe her. He looked again and again before leaving. After Hao Fengzhenren left, Chen Chen could not help but ask in a low voice, "Grand Elder. This handkerchief. What is it? How can it store so many things?" I don't know what it is exactly. I only know that in the ancient records of the sect, there was a record of something called a storage bag. A very small bag has a space the size of this hall, and it can store a lot of things. When I was young, I even went out to search for it according to the records in the ancient records. Did you find it? Chen Chen could not help but ask. How could it be that easy? The ancient records only recorded that a certain immortal in that place had this item. Whether it is there or where it is unknown. I didn't even find that place, let alone such a miraculous treasure. Shu Qing Nun smiled bitterly. Some of the handkerchiefs refined by the immortal Tao have the auxiliary effect of storing things, so I let you try it. Auxiliary? When Chen Chen heard this, his eyes lit up again. He almost said loudly, "Then what else can it do?" Haha. Seeing Chen Chen's inquiry, Xu Qingnan laughed. Maybe it can be used for defense, maybe it can be used for attack, and so on. It all depends on your own fate. Then, she looked around and said, you all guard this shelf and don't let anyone get close. Also, find a place to encircle the magic weapons over there. In a while, the Daoist temple and between the clouds and the water will do the same. The 3 sects of the immortal Tao will each occupy a shelf and leave the rest to others. It's not too overbearing. Yes, we understand. A few disciples of the incense cult quickly went over and found a shelf without the Daoist temple and the disciples of between the clouds and the water. They chased away the disciples of the various sects who were surrounding it and trying various methods. The disciples looked indignant but did not dare to say anything. They could only go to other shelves. Daoist Temple, Shuiyun Club, and even the Alliance of the Righteous Tao saw this and immediately came to their senses. They quickly organized their disciples, and each sect took over 1 disciple. Fortunately, there were many shelves in the hall, and there were quite a few left for others. More importantly, no one was able to break through the restrictions, so, the others did not have much of an opinion. Peacock and the others followed Xu Qingnan back to the front hall. At this time, there were already many people in the hall. However, although there were many people, the hall did not seem crowded at all. It was as if, no matter how many people were in the hall, even if all the people from the Jianghu at the foot of Ya Mountain came up, the hall would still be able to accommodate them. Jingyi Nun was already some distance away from the throne in the middle. She did not get very close. With a cold face and squinted eyes, she looked at the many people in front of her. Each of them had their own methods and went up one by one to try. However, it had been more than 4 hours and the throne in the middle was still as transparent as ever. It was impossible to touch. Sigh. The methods of martial arts did not work and the methods of immortality cannot be used. How can I sit on the throne? Jingyi Nun scratched her head. Leader. Xu Qingnan came to Jingyi Nun's side and smiled. Still no progress? Jingyi Nun shook her head. No. However, looking at Grand Supreme's happy face, what did you gain from it? How could I have such an immortal fate? It's your disciples who gained a lot of benefits. Is that so? Jingyi Nun's furrowed brows relaxed a little. Chapter 1187. Chen Chen was the most restless. He held the small package in his hand and showed it off in front of Nun Jingyi as if he was presenting a treasure. She knew that this was a mortal mansion and everyone was looking for a way to control it, so she was not overjoyed and only spoke in a low voice. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Nun Jingyi was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she lifted the handkerchief and smiled. If it really is the 9 heavens black lotus, there's no need to refine it into an elixir. The Grand Supreme's injuries will be healed if he takes it directly. Not to mention that you've also obtained 2 soft swords, and many, miscellaneous things. The 3 of you have contributed the most to this trip to Immortal Mansion. Chen Chen smiled sweetly, but then Nun Jingyi sighed. It's a pity, our cultivation is too low. We've only touched the threshold of immortality, or even seen the threshold. There are many treasures hidden in Immortal Mansion. If we can't take the central throne and control the entire Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid we'll return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures. Seeing that Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, Nun Jingyi looked at the throne that was still in full swing in front of her and explained to Chen Chen, don't think that you've already obtained a lot of good things. Even this brocade handkerchief is rarely seen in the world, but the place you're going is only the place where the lowliest disciples in Immortal Mansion, or the place where the lowliest handymen can go. The pavilion you're going to, I'm afraid, is just the place where those handymen live. Not only Chen Chen, but Peacock and Swift were also stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Sect leader. It's impossible. In that pavilion, there are many jade slips and magic tools. Even the Grand Supreme and the Great Master Changgung can't break them. Do the servants of Immortal Mansion have such cultivation? When Qin Shen heard that the treasures he had obtained were from the servants of Immortal Mansion, he was very anxious. Alas, the ancient path of immortality. How can we speculate? Nun Jingyi sighed again. She pointed at the 7-colored cloud under her feet and said, "Look at the 7 colors in the hall. The black and white colors are at the edge, the furthest from the throne in the center. Even if you have something to say, if you don't say it loudly, the person on the throne might not be able to hear it. Look again, outside the door, there's a 7-colored jade passageway. The black and white passageways are at the side, and the entrance to the hall is also at the side. If they're not servants, they're also the lowest ranked people." Peacock and the others felt dejected. Also, according to what you said earlier, there is a lake, a lotus pond, and a dozen or so small pavilions in the White Pavilion. If they aren't servants, how could they live so close to each other? Furthermore, one side is for men and the other side is for women. Isn't this where the servants live? But Qin Shen was a little speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "If he is a handyman, why are there jade slips and magic tools in the main hall of the White Pavilion? Handymen in Immortal Mansion also need to have cultivation. Can ordinary people be handymen in Immortal Mansion?" Nun Jingyi smiled. Peacock nodded slightly. That was right. The black and white jade passageway could even be used by martial arts masters. If it wasn't for the handymen, who could it be? Qin Shen pouted and was a little unhappy. He tried to find a topic and said, then, "Sir Hierarch, at the Dalan Temple, did you find a place for the handymen to live?" "Huh, no. How could they be as lucky as you?" Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "When the monks of the Dalan Temple left the temple, they found a large hall. However, there was nothing inside, so they had to go out and find another place. In the end, they found a room that looked like a Buddhist shrine. It blocked the middle of the passageway and they couldn't go in. Their so-called guardian disciples went in one by one, but they were all driven back by the endless pressure inside." Then, she looked at Master Changxing in the distance and said in a low voice, "Later, our sect also sent the inner disciples out of this hall. They went back to the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out from the Dalan Temple. They also wanted to go through that room, but they were blocked by the monks of the Dalan Temple. But, according to what you said, the monks of the Dalan Temple also went to the White Pavilion. I think they also have a passageway there." At this point, Nun Jingyi looked at the top of the hall and said, "I'm afraid it's going to be dawn soon. This Immortal Mansion, the central control is still not under control. Maybe, the 3 sects of Immortal Dao have to think of other ways." Then, she looked at the many people in the hall and frowned. "I don't know if the fighting at the foot of Yaoshan has stopped. Looking at the situation, even if we let the people at the foot of the mountain up, there won't be many who can enter the hall." "Sir Leader," a disciple said in a low voice, "I just passed by the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out to take a look. At the foot of Yaoshan, there were heavy casualties and many of our outer disciples were injured. The key point is, the disciples of the 4 sects were in a mess. When I looked out, the disciples of the 4 sects were killing each other." Why is that?" Nun Jingyi was surprised. "Sir Leader, since the monks of the Dalan Temple can go to the White Pavilion, want to go to the Buddhist shrine. If I can go there, maybe there's a cave behind it." Peacock said in a low voice. You go and wait. Maybe there's an opportunity." Nun Jingyi nodded. "Qin Shen, give the brocade handkerchief to us. After this is over, we'll reward you according to your merits." "Yes, I understand." Qin Shen gave the item wrapped in the brocade handkerchief to Nun Jingyi. The 3 of them were about to leave. At this time, outside of Yaoshan, the sky was bright. The killing of the inner disciples of the incense cult had stopped and the faint black gas on the ground had disappeared. There were only countless bleeding corpses lying there quietly. On the stairs, there were still many disciples climbing up to Immortal Mansion. Occasionally, there were a few who came down. The disciples of the three immortal Dao sects and the righteous Dao alliance who were in charge of defense were all exhausted at this time. They casually held their weapons and stopped to rest. However, when they thought of how they had lost their minds and killed each other, they all felt a lingering fear and distanced themselves from each other. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Above Immortal Mansion, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The seven-colored brilliance gradually gathered and in a flash, it formed a huge figure. This person was bald and wore a long robe. His nose was straight and his eyes were thin and long. He looked very young, about 15 or 16 years old. A monk from the Daoist temple? The disciples of the incense cult, between the clouds and the water, and the righteous alliance were all stunned. At this time, the person spoke and his voice was like thunder in the sky. In the main hall of Immortal Mansion, everyone saw a different scene. Just as Peacock, Chen Chen, and Swift were about to go out, in the main hall, a leader of an unknown sect threw out a rope-like object. He wanted to wrap it around the throne in the middle. However, just as the rope was about to wrap around the throne suddenly bloomed with a strong seven-colored light. Ah? The leader was overjoyed and laughed. This throne is mine. Before he could finish rejoicing, a human figure similar to the one outside of Yao Shan appeared on the throne. Ren Xiaoyao? Nun Jingyi was the first to recognize him. Her voice was full of hatred. Master Changsheng, Master Tiangang, and Bai Yanxiu and Bai Zhangmen who were guarding the main hall all cried out in unison. Ah! Peacock and Chen Chen were also attracted by the strange scene on the throne. They almost groaned. Ren Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao? However, Chen Chen suddenly realized. No, when did this guy's nose become tall and straight? His eyes became slender too. This can't be Ren Xiaoyao. But Peacock and Chen Chen were so familiar with Ren Xiaoyao that they were very familiar with him. Therefore, they were very sure that this person was Ren Xiaoyao. Although this Ren Xiaoyao did not have any hair or eyebrows. In the main hall, on the throne in the middle, Zhang Xiaohua slowly sat down. He looked down at everyone and smiled. Hello everyone, good morning. At the same time, his voice was also above Immortal Mansion. It was like a thunderclap, speaking to the people below Yao Shan. You. Who are you? The leader who thought he had the throne asked angrily. Who am I? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. It's this guy. There's no doubt about it. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and groaned. This nose. Did he touch it with his hand? I am Ren Xiaoyao from Beidou School. I think. Everyone has already seen that I am sitting on the throne in Lingxiao Palace. What does this mean? There's no need for I to teach everyone. This Immortal Mansion. It's now Beidou Schools. You're talking nonsense. What right do you have to say that this is Lingxiao Palace? What right do you have to say that this Immortal Mansion belongs to Beidou School? Immortal Mansion is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can occupy it. What right do you have? How dare you live here? The leaders seemed to be reminiscing about the brilliance of the throne. Only Nun Jingyi from the cult of incense, Master Changsheng from the Daoist temple, Bai Yanxiu from between the clouds and the water, and the leader of the righteous alliance, Zhang San, remained silent with gloomy faces. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and pointed up. Take a look, what are the two words on the throne? You don't even know the name of Immortal Mansion. I really don't know who taught you. If you can't, I know a gentleman who knows how to enlighten you. The fee is reasonable. I can introduce him to you. The leader was so angry that he almost jumped up. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, Immortal Mansion is naturally a gift from the heavens. My beta school follows the heavens and wants to use Yaoshan Immortal Mansion to establish a school. Of course, I am the most virtuous person. According to what you said, I have no virtue. Are you virtuous? Should I hand over the Yaoshan Immortal Abode to you? You sitting on it is the most natural thing in the world. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of talking to people like you? You can go now. Don't appear near my Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, I won't be stingy with my methods. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved her sleeve. A ray of light flashed and carried the leader out of the main hall. It directly sent him out of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Chapter 1188. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Although they had seen Zhang Xiaohua appear on the throne, they still had some expectations in their hearts. They wanted to use the power of the entire Jianghu to confront Zhang Xiaohua. The three sects of the Immortal Path had several seniors with profound cultivation. They had seen with their own eyes that they might be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In addition, there were tens of thousands of martial artists. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to stop them. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's godlike methods, their hearts sank. Seeing that everyone was trembling, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. I have always been reasonable. This guy really made me angry, so I treated him like this. I have appeared here and announced something to the martial arts world. How can I act rashly? Everyone calmed down, but they didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua was going to say. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I have a strange background. I don't belong to any of the sects in the Jianghu. I used to be a guardian disciple in the incense cult, but I didn't learn any of their moves. During the incense cult martial arts convention, I was expelled from the incense cult by Nun Jing-yi herself. It's him, Ren Xiaoyao. He defeated the disciple between the clouds and the water with a copper rod during the martial arts convention. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say it herself, the people who had a vague impression of him came to a realization. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Many people even looked at Nun Jing-yi, whose face was a little pale. I also wanted to learn from the incense cult and hold a martial arts convention. But since we have this immortal's mansion and the entire Jianghu is at Yaoshan, I ask everyone to be witnesses. From today onwards, Beida School is officially established in Yaoshan. In the future, Beida School's disciples will roam the Jianghu. Please take care of them. At this moment, all the people present at the ceremony would clap their hands to express their congratulations. However, at this moment, everyone had not yet recovered from the role of snatching the immortal abode. How could they clap their hands? The entire hall was completely silent. Looks like no one wishes for my sect to be established. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, then I can only celebrate by myself. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves again. Above the great hall, Yao Shan's seat shone with a seven-colored brilliance, like fireworks during a festival. It was abnormally bright. Amitba, young benefactor Ren. Seeing that everyone was silent, Master Longevity stepped out of the crowd and pressed his palms together. Young benefactor Ren, are you a cultivator of the immortal Tao? Grand Master Longevity, if I wasn't a person of the immortal Tao, how could I have obtained the immortal mansion? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Young benefactor Ren, you have kept us in the dark. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Master Tiangang and said, young benefactor, you said that you were establishing the Beida school and not the Tenryus sect? Young benefactor. I know about your relationship with Monk Gu of the incense cult and the Tenryus sect. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Master Longevity was worried about. She nodded and said, the sect I established is indeed the Beida school. It has nothing to do with the Tenryus sect. As for the relationship between I and the Tenryus sect, that is I's private matter. I don't need to explain it to you clearly. Indeed, there is no need. Master Longevity muttered and nodded slightly. Bai Yinxiu looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He gritted his teeth and covered his chest with his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Xiaohua frown and say in a low voice, "Everyone, please wait a moment." Then, her figure disappeared from the throne. Wow! When the crowd saw that Zhang Xiaohua had left, they immediately became noisy and whispered to each other. Peacock and the others did not go out. They returned to Nun Jingyi's side. "Leader, this Ren Xiaoyao. What's going on?" Nun Shuqing asked in a low voice. Her face was full of shock. "Sai, this is a long story. Let's talk about it later. If you want to know, you can ask Chen Chen. She knows best." Nun Jingyi sighed and said. Not to mention the other sects, even the inner disciples of the incense cult lowered their heads in disgust. Zhang Xiaohua broke into the incense cult with a sword. It was one of the interesting stories of the incense cult for many years. Only then did the incense cult undergo a great change, followed by the martial arts convention and then Yaoshan. Many people did not know about the whereabouts of Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. Now that they saw that the affectionate young man had obtained Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was going to establish a sect, who could hold back their excitement? "Leader." Peacock whispered very sensitively, "Great Elder Jing Gang." Nun Jingyi nodded slightly, then shook her head slightly. The two different actions seemed contradictory, but Peacock understood Nun Jingyi's difficulties. She sighed and nodded slightly. 3 people stood in the corner of the hall. One of them was Valley Master Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley. The other 2 were Si Yakong of the Weapon Forging Sect and Jin Xian of the Weapon Refining Sect. All 3 of them were injured. The other 3 people of the Jade Foundation Alliance were not present. The Jade Foundation Alliance was a very famous alliance in the martial arts world. However, they were not known for their martial arts. The 6 sects of the Jade Foundation Alliance should not have come to the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, they had seen Zhang Xiaohua slay the people of the Longting Villa and knew the power of immortality. Since Yao Shan had the opportunity to set foot on the path of immortality, how could they resist? The leaders of the 6 sects had come and brought many disciples with them. They wanted to get their hands on the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion was truly tragic. Before they could set foot on the steps of the Holy Realm Dwellers, Zhua Xiqing of the Viburnum Horse Farm, Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm and Ing Zhizhu of the Garrison Horse Farm died under a flurry of swords. As for Valley Master Nya, if not for the Crimson Flame pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua which increased his cultivation by several years, he would have died on the spot. Even so, the 3 of them supported each other. Although they were severely injured, they found a gap among the Righteous Alliance disciples and stepped onto the steps. However, by the time they reached the top of the hall, there were already many people inside. They knew that their martial arts were not good enough, so they did not dare to step forward. They hid in a corner, hoping to take advantage of the situation. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the 3 of them had an interesting expression on their faces. Valley Master Nya was pleasantly surprised, relieved, regretful, and disappointed. Si Yakong was filled with pure regret. He almost wanted to slap his own face. Jin Xian's eyes were filled with surprise. He was even more surprised than everyone else. After all, he knew this Ren Xiaoyao. Moreover, they had drunk together before. Second brother, we're rich, we're rich. Jin Xian could not suppress his joy. He nudged Valley Master Nya with his elbow and said in a low voice, "This Ren Xiaoyao has a history with your Rejuvenation Valley. You, Sai, 4th brother, you don't know, when Rejuvenation Valley was attacked, didn't Ren Xiaoyao come? At that time, I thought it was Ren Xiaoyao who brought the disaster. I was extremely disrespectful to Ren Xiaoyao and offended him." Valley Master Nya said with extreme regret. "Bah, how is that called offending? I was the one who had eyes but could not see." Si Yakong gritted his teeth and said, I took back the things I gave him. I completely offended him. Hee, Jin Xian said in a low voice, Big brother, second brother, it's not that serious, is it? How can someone from the immortal Dao lower himself to our level? Moreover, second brother, didn't our niece reject the immortal Dao expert and join this beta school? Oh. Isn't that right? Valley Master Nia's eyes were filled with joy. I forgot. Little Yu is an in-name disciple of Beidou school. He established a sect in this immortal abode and set up the Beidou school in this immortal abode. Doesn't that mean little Yu is a disciple of this immortal abode? Congratulations, second brother. Jin Xian smiled. From now on, our Jade Foundation alliance will depend on little Yu. Sigh, isn't that so? If we had known this would happen, why would we have gotten involved in this mess? Third brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother wouldn't have had to. Si Yakong felt a wave of sorrow. Speaking of the three brothers who had lost their lives, Valley Master Nia and Jin Xian were also very sad. They could not help but sigh together. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. That was exactly how it was. Just then, an unusually tall figure fell from mid-air in the Great Hall, landing right in front of Master Tiangang. Kongju? Master Chongqing was stunned. Abbot? Kongju was also surprised to see Master Chongqing. He stood up, rubbing his head. He looked left and right in confusion, then said loudly, Why am I back? Naturally, I dragged you back. A voice came from the throne again. Ren Xiaoyao? You? Why are you sitting there? Kongju clearly did not know what had happened in the Great Hall. He asked in surprise. Kongju, this Yaoshan immortal abode now belongs to my beta school. It's fine if you want to look for things inside, but you don't have to tear down my beta school building. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this monk and said with a smile. Kongju rubbed his bald head and said embarrassedly, There's nothing in your building. I thought I'd find something good if I tore it down. It was only then that Kongju came to his senses. He said in disbelief, What? This immortal abode is already yours? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua ignored Kongju and turned to the crowd. The Yaoshan immortal abode's restriction is an ancient one. It's not something you can break. You should send your disciples to call back those who are searching for treasures inside. Then, she looked at Nanjingyi, Peacock, and Chen Chen. She said, Before I came here, you've already found things. That's your own fate. I won't pursue it. If anyone tries to take things from Beidou School's immortal abode again, don't blame me. I won't hold back. Leader. Peacock said in a low voice. Without waiting for her to finish, Nanjingyi waved her hand and ordered, Send 2 groups of disciples in 2 different directions. Call back all the disciples of the fragrance order. Peacock nodded and turned to instruct a few disciples. A dozen of them hurried off. Also, send someone out and ask them to stop. Nanjingyi thought of something. Seeing the actions of the fragrance order, the Daoist temple also sent out enough people to leave the main hall. Only the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water and the Righteous Alliance were hesitant. After a while, several disciples left. Young benefactor Ren. Master Tiangang of the Daoist temple took a step forward and said in a low voice, When I saw young benefactor Ren, I was the first to be led to Yaoshan immortal abode. But, all the places that we can go to, the disciples of the 3 sects have already gone to. I wonder, where is young benefactor Ren? How did he gain control of the central throne? Master, by right, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your guidance. I should answer your question. However, this involves the secrets of the Beidou school. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid. How could she tell anyone about this? Amitba. It's fine if you don't say it. I'm just curious. Master Tiangang laughed. Everyone, the reason why Beta School is established here and has invited all of you heroes to be our witnesses is to establish good relations with all the sects in Jianghu. My Beta School does not intend to be enemies with any sect, especially the Fragrance Order and the Daoist Temple. I have some connections with them. I hope that in the future, everyone will treat my Beta School's disciples well. If my Beta School is able to do so, we will also cooperate and develop together. Hearing this, Nanjingyi took 2 steps forward and smiled. If that's the case, I, Fragrance Order, congratulate Beta School on its establishment today. I hope that Headmaster Ren's Beta School will last for thousands of years. Thank you, Nanjingyi. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped her hands. My Daoist Temple also congratulates Beta School on its establishment. I hope that Beta School and my Daoist Temple will work together in the future and develop together. Thank you, Elder Nun. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands again. Although Bai Yanxiu wasn't very happy, he still cupped his hands and congratulated Beta School on its establishment. After that, the Righteous Alliance and all the other sects in Jianghu cupped their hands and congratulated them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even bother cupping her hands for some of the sects that came later. She only smiled and nodded. Jade Foundation Alliance congratulates Headmaster Ren on his establishment of Big Dipper. Valley Master Nia and the other 2 said in unison and bowed. Jade Foundation Alliance? Zhang Xiaohua saw Valley Master Nia and nodded slightly. She cupped her hands and thanked him. Thank you, Valley Master Nia. Wow. Many people came to a realization. Wasn't Rejuvenation Valley's 3rd miss from the legendary Beta School? Everyone looked at Valley Master Nia with fervent and jealous gazes. After everyone finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Everyone, my Beta School has always been about winning people over with virtue. We don't bully others. However, if some people don't listen to I and challenge I's bottom line, then I will have nothing to say. As she spoke, she flung her sleeves and stood up. She said loudly, Disciples of all sects, this immortal abode is already the private property of my Beta School. Immediately stop all actions of breaking the restrictions. You have the same amount of time as an incense stick to burn and return to the main hall in front. If you don't listen, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although Zhang Xiaohua was speaking in the main hall, her huge figure had already appeared above the lake of the White Pavilion, inside the White Pavilion's palace, in the corridor, and in front of the small Buddhist shrine. Seeing some hesitation on Bai Yanxiu's face, Daoist Master Hao Yun stepped forward and said a few words in a low voice. Bai Yanxiu had no choice but to wave his hand. Several disciples immediately flew out, as if to pass on the order. Only Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned his head to give the order. Several disciples also quickly left. However, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 disciples from the Aroma sect and Daoist Temple returned. More than 10 disciples from between the clouds and the water returned. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, only a few disciples returned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1189. Seeing that the time limit was about to be up, Alliance Master Zhang San stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Leader Ren, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are not from the Celestial Sect. Many of them went and they were scattered all over the place. Also, we can't inform them in such a short time. Please be lenient, Sect Leader Ren. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Alliance Master Zhang San coldly and nodded slightly. Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Since Alliance Master Zhang San asked and today is the auspicious day of the Beidu School's opening, we should be lenient. Alright, I will give the Righteous Alliance another 15 minutes. With that, she waved her hand and a burning 15 minutes appeared in the main hall. Seeing this, Chen Shen was extremely surprised and asked in a low voice, Grand Elder. This Ren Xiaoyao. Is he really an immortal? How did the incense appear just like that? And it was lit? Shu Qingnan smiled bitterly. Silly child, this. How would I know? However, based on my guess, perhaps. Ren Xiaoyao borrowed the power of the immortal mansion to leave the main hall. I'm afraid that he might not succeed. Oh, I see. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder. This guy's martial arts are a mess, but now he's so good. It turns out that he obtained the power of the immortal mansion. 15 minutes passed quickly, but only a few people from the Righteous Alliance had returned. Zhang Xiaohua's slender eyes narrowed even more. Just as she was about to speak, Alliance Master Zhang San smiled apologetically and said, Sect Leader Ren. Sigh, please. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. No need to say more. Do you still need some time to be lenient? I don't dare. It's just that there are hundreds of disciples in the Righteous Alliance, including Deputy Alliance Master Yen. I have no intention of challenging Sect Leader Ren's bottom line, but... You have to ask I to raise my hand. Zhang Xiaohua continued. That's right. Please forgive me, Sect Leader Ren. Alliance Master Zhang San said in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua coldly stared at him. With a wave of her hand, a circular light screen that was as tall as a person appeared in the hall. The light screen flickered a few times before it became clear. Inside the light screen was a place beside the shrine where two people were talking. Both of them were disciples of the Righteous Dao Alliance. One of them was the one who went out to send the message earlier. The person who sent the message lowered his voice and said to the other disciple, Su Kun, go and inform the other disciples. Tell them to ignore any strange scenes. Those are all fake. Someone is hiding somewhere in the immortal mansion, pretending to be mysterious. But, that person called himself Ren Xiaoyao. He said that this immortal mansion already belonged to their beta school. Disciple. Su Kun hesitated. Nonsense. Ren Xiaoyao said that this immortal mansion belongs to beta school. Does it really belong to beta school? Alliance Master Zhang asked me to tell you that he has been in the front hall all this time. He didn't see anyone get the central throne. Ren Xiaoyao's sudden appearance must be because he secretly did something somewhere in the immortal mansion. Alliance Master Zhang has seen Ren Xiaoyao before. He's just a martial artist, and his martial arts aren't very high. Since he can get control of the immortal mansion, you can naturally do the same. As long as you catch this guy and kill him, this immortal mansion. Wouldn't it belong to our Righteous Dao Alliance? Besides, the old immortals of the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and between the clouds and the water didn't have the ability to get this immortal mansion. How can Ren Xiaoyao get it? Can't you tell such a small thing apart? Also, Alliance Master Zhang will buy time for you in the main hall. Try to catch Ren Xiaoyao within this period of time. Otherwise, when we leave the immortal mansion, how will we get the chance? Today, he's the founder of some Beidou school. Killing someone is unlucky. Don't worry, Alliance Master Zhang will definitely guarantee your safety. Su Kun seemed to be persuaded by that person. He nodded slightly and left with his lightness skill. The person who sent the message was in the main hall. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his face turned ashen. How was it? Alliance Master Zhang. Did you enjoy watching this? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the light screen disappeared. She raised her head and asked with a smile. Sect Leader Ren, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. We're in the immortal mansion of Beidou School. What can I say? Alliance Master Zhang San said without changing his expression. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. At this moment, the incense stick had burned to its end. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the incense stick disappeared. Since that's the case, then, all of you can stay here. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Killing people as a sacrifice to the flag is also a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, and a few rays of light flew out from her hands and disappeared in an instant. These are hundreds of lives. How can you be so cruel and merciless? Alliance Master Zhang San said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Just now, you solemnly vowed to get along with the various sections. Now, you're so cruel. How can you win the trust of the various sects in the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang San as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned and walked away. She sneered and said, in order to win the trust of all of you, I have to give up my principles. You're so naive. Do you think that you can use the so-called trust of all the sects in the Jianghu to force I to submit? I already knew about your plan. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense and a half, I checked all the hundreds of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Which one of them didn't have the blood of innocent people on their hands? Even all of you who came to Yaoshan killed many people in the nearby villages. How can I be afraid of dirtying my hands by killing these people? And you? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. You actually ordered your subordinates to destroy the piece of Beidou school in front of I. If I don't kill you, how can I, sect leader Ren? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the elder Changxing of the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy and asked, Master, what do you want to say? Cough cough, sect leader Ren. I want to plead for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang. Master Changxing was a little embarrassed, but it seemed that he had to plead for leniency, so he had no choice but to appear. Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. She asked curiously, as far as I know, the Daoist temple and the Righteous Alliance, Amitba. Sect leader Ren, this has nothing to do with the relationship between the two sections. Master Changxing smiled. Today is the opening day of your sect. There was blood just now, so it's really not good to kill again. Moreover, Alliance leader Zhang has been in this hall all this time and didn't leave the hall. Naturally, he didn't violate sect leader Ren's kill order, so, sect leader Ren, after hearing this, I also want to ask sect leader Ren for a favor. Nanjing Yi also took a step forward and said with a smile, for the sake of Mount Yao Immortal Mansion, who knows how many Jianghu disciples have died at the foot of Mount Yao. Now, the Jianghu's vitality has been greatly damaged, and the Righteous Alliance is one of the 4 great sections. If Alliance leader Zhang loses his life, the Righteous Alliance will be like a plate of loose sand, and in the Jianghu, won't there be more waves? Sect leader Ren, since you've already obtained the Immortal Mansion, why don't you show mercy? For the sake of the entire Jianghu, the Jianghu can no longer afford to be harmed. Moreover, for the sake of the Beidou school's disciples when they travel the Jianghu in the future. Sect leader Ren, please reconsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Master Changsheng and Nanjing Yi were pleading for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang San. If other people were pleading for leniency, she wouldn't necessarily care. However, these two sects were related to her. Although she wasn't afraid, the disciples of the Beidou school would travel the Jianghu in the future. Nanjing Yi's words weren't unreasonable. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to herself. When Alliance leader Zhang San saw Master Changsheng and Nanjing Yi come forward to plead for leniency, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and said, Sect leader Ren, I was not strict with my subordinates and caused you trouble. I hereby apologize to sect leader Ren. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he flipped his right hand and slapped the head of the person next to him. That person's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Then, a few streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth and eyes. His body collapsed into the black clouds. In the main hall, everyone cried out in surprise. However, they immediately gave Alliance leader Zhang San a thumbs up in their hearts. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was able to find a way out for himself in time. He used the life of a disciple of the Righteous Dao Alliance to find a way out for himself. He even killed the person who sent the message. Even if the beta school wanted to bring up old scores, they had no excuse. Alliance leader Zhang San was indeed a famous person in the Jianghu. Sect leader Ren, this disciple actually misinterpreted my intentions and gave orders on my behalf. He offended the beta school and I have personally punished him. I hope sect leader Ren can forgive the righteous Dao Alliance's offense. After killing the disciple who sent the message, Alliance leader Zhang San lost his courage and cupped his hands. What a good Alliance leader Zhang San. As expected of the Alliance leader of the #1 martial arts sect. This method is really beautiful. Second brother, you still have to learn more. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned in her heart. Her face was still cold, but she said, yes, no problem, no problem. Since the incense cult and the Daolan temple are pleading for leniency, and it really wasn't Alliance leader Zhang San's doing, what else can I say? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand again. Several rays of light flashed, and the corpse next to Alliance leader Zhang San also disappeared in a flash. While Alliance leader Zhang San was shocked, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, I have already sent the corpses of the others to the bottom of Ya Mountain. What is this? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. She stood up with a look of surprise. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua received the spiritual tablet of Immortal Mansion and sent the corpses of hundreds of righteous Dao Alliance disciples to the bottom of Ya Mountain, the faint black gas that was invisible to the naked eye emerged from the ground and wrapped around the corpses, sucking the blood from the corpses into the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua noticed this strange phenomenon, she immediately released her divine sense. On top of Ya Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's godlike image seemed to be angry. Her divine sense covered the sky and covered the earth. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the faint black gas, the black gas immediately became alert and suddenly retreated into the ground. Before Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could extend underground, the entire ground trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A black gas flashed from the ground and quickly retreated into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not enough. She could only shrink her eyes slightly and slowly sit back on the central throne. Please vote, you're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.